Chapter 246, Unexpected. Chapter 246, Unexpected. The entire hall was silent. This appointment from Sky Maple came too suddenly. Nobody was mentally prepared, including the sect master, Luo Qingfeng, who was beside him. As the sect's grand elder, Sky Maple even had the authority to appoint or dismiss the sect master, let alone a vice hall head. Yi Yuan did not have any mental preparation either and was stunned by this nomination for a long while. The silence lasted for roughly 10 breaths of time when finally, somebody voiced out to object. The first person to oppose it was Ling Potian. Martial uncle, Yi Yuan is just a newcomer disciple. Although he has some talent in the path of alchemy, isn't it rather rash to make him the vice hall head? Your meaning is that I'm old and worthless and can't discern people clearly? Sky Maple said with a frown. These words were rather serious. He was trying to suppress these opposing voices directly. Although Ling Potian had a deadpan face, his expression right now was still rather ugly. Potian dare not. Potian was just dealing with the matter as it stands. Ling Potian clearly had a stubborn temper. At this time, Ouyang Yu also came forward. Martial uncle, Yi Yuan is only at the second-level spirit condensation realm and low-rank alchemy master. What capability does he have to be the vice hall head? Now that 2 hall heads stood up to refute this, everyone's guts also swelled. One by one, they all stood up to object. Especially Ouyang Ming and Yarrow Qian, the 2 of them were yelling the happiest. Among these elders, there were actually quite a few who were displeased with Yi Yuan's prior attitude. In their opinion, although Yi Yuan this young man was talented, he was too oblivious to the immensity of heaven and earth and extremely arrogant. What qualifications did he have to be the vice hall head? Of course, the most important thing was that Yi Yuan was still too young, his credentials were too shallow. He was simply unworthy of being the vice hall head. What should they do in the future if a teenage youth rode above these elders' heads? Did these old fellows who were hundreds of years old have to respectfully call out vice hall head when they saw Yi Yuan? How was this possible? Sky Maple's good mood was completely ruined by this. He obviously knew that nominating Yi Yuan to be the vice hall head was somewhat abrupt, but he knew that Yi Yuan's level was sufficient to take on this position. These few days, he had a lot of exchanges with Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan had always maintained a disciple's manners and his words were very restrained, he still inadvertently revealed his erudite knowledge about alchemy Dao. The things that Yi Yuan talked about far surpassed said the boundary of alchemy master. It even surpassed said the boundary of quasi-alchemy king. He absolutely had the ability to be this vice hall head. Sky Maple even had a feeling that Yi Yuan was only unable to refine Tier 3 and quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills because his cultivation realm was not there yet. If Yi Yuan's realm were sufficient, refining Tier 3 and quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills would be as easy as flipping his hand. Moreover, Sky Maple had another consideration. Placing a heavy emphasis on Yi Yuan also showed the sect's emphasis on him. This definitely had enormous advantages in building a good relations. Hi+P with that enigmatic master behind Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's master was bound to be an alchemy sovereign existence. He might even be a high-rank alchemy sovereign like Ouyang Tuotian. Such an existence, even if he just took care of the Tranquil Cloud sect slightly, it could let the sect enjoy tremendous benefit. These fools did not understand anything, all objecting fervently. Sky Maple was furious. Bang! Sky Maple slammed a palm on the tea table beside the old vase. Hi+1 wooden armchair. The abnormally tenacious and tough profound dipper wood tea table instantly turned into dust. Seeing this scene, everyone was secretly alarmed. Grand Elder apparently really became angry. Sky Maple's eyes swept across each person's face. These elders all did not dare to meet his gaze. Good. Very good. All these years, I've been in a half-seclusion state. Looks like after not coming out for too long, nobody is taking this old man seriously anymore. Today, I'm going to make Yi Yuan the Pill Hall Vice Hall head. Anyone else who dares to object will be expelled from the sect. Sky Maple directly used his trump card. Once Sky Maple's words came out, everybody was immediately as quiet as cicadas in winter. As a matter of fact, it was really as Sky Maple said. He had not appeared for too long already. Hence, everyone more or less took him lightly in their mind. The blood surged to all of their heads just now. They instinctively felt that letting a spirit condensation realm brat be the Pill Hall's Vice Hall head was truly a mockery. Except, they did not imagine that Grand Elder was actually going to kick them elders outside the walls because of Yi Yuan. At this time, Luo Qingfeng, who remained quiet the whole time, finally stood up. Sky Maple already said his words to such an extent. He could not remain silent any longer. I wonder why Martial Uncle wants to appoint Yi Yuan? Luo Qingfeng asked respectfully. Seeing that it was Luo Qingfeng inquiring, Sky Maple's expression eased up slightly as he said solemnly, "All of you are aware of the level 9 mission that this seat hung in the support star pavilion, right?" "Of course, we know." The mission Martial Uncle issued was to complete the 7 profound soul-driving pill, Luo Qingfeng said. Sky Maple nodded and said, "In truth, it was all thanks to Yi Yuan completing the pill formula that this seat could refine out the 7 profound soul-driving pill this time. Furthermore, during the refinement process, Yi Yuan even provided huge assistance. Of course, this is not the main point. The most important thing was that I acquired the quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, the soul-driving pill's formula from Yi Yuan on behalf of the sect. That's to say, you people are all the future beneficiaries of this pill formula. So, you people tell me, does Yi Yuan deserve to be the Vice Hall head?" Luo Qingfeng's face changed when he heard this. There's actually such a thing. Yi Yuan completed the pill formula? How is this possible? He's only a low-rank alchemy master. Yeah. The thing he took out before was only the true rising spirit pill formula, just a tier 1 medicinal pills, that's all. The 7 profound soul-driving pill is a tier 4 medicinal pill. Could it be that Yi Yuan really has a formidable master? Also, a quasi-tier 4 soul-driving pill. This name sounds a lot like the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Can it be? Can it be that we all have a chance to break through? All the elders were incredibly shocked. A low-rank alchemy master completed a tier 4 medicinal pill. This was simply inconceivable. At this point, there was no longer anybody who doubted that there really was a powerful master behind Yi Yuan. However, what they minded was not this. What they took notice of was the soul-driving pill. There was nobody who could resist the temptation of breakthrough. Since this is the case, I have no objections. Luo Qingfeng pondered for a long time before saying, "I agree as well." Xiao Jian was the first to show his stand. The objections became waves of approval. Yarrow Qian's face was as ugly as it could get. With a sway of his body, Yi Yuan actually rode above his head. Thinking of how Yi Yuan would boss him around to make him do things in the future, Yarrow Qian felt just as disgusted as he had just eaten a fly. Yarrow Qian really wished to yell out "I disagree," but the weight of his words in this situation was too feeble. Furthermore, Sky Maple said that if anyone dared to object again, they would be directly expelled. Yarrow Qian could only swallow these 2 words back into his stomach and let it fester. The game was set. Sky Maple's expression looked much better. Since that's the case, then from today onwards, Yi Yuan will be. Hang on. Sky Maple was talking when Yi Yuan interrupted halfway. What do you want to say, Yi Yuan?" Sky Maple asked in puzzlement. Yi Yuan stood up and gave a bow to Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng. He slowly said, "Grand Elder, Sect Master, I can't take this Vice Hall head position." Chapter 247, Exchange. Chapter 247, Exchange. This matter underwent another unexpected change. As the party involved, Yi Yuan actually rejected Grand Elder's appointment. This matter hit one snag after another, leaving the elders at somewhat of a loss on what to do. "Yi Yuan, are you worried that you can't control these punks?" "Don't worry, with me around, none of them will dare to disobey your orders." Sky Maple did not imagine that Yi Yuan could actually voice out his rejection either. But he soon realized what it was that Yi Yuan was worried about. Yi Yuan said, "Not this reason. This disciple thank Grand Elder very much for your great kindness. It's just that this Vice Hall head position, Disciple really cannot accept it. Sky Maple asked in surprise, "Why is that?" This disciple entered the sect to hone the martial path. That's why I entered the martial hall. This disciple's strength is paltry. I originally wanted to compete with the seniors in the martial hall. Once I take on this vice hall head position, it wouldn't be appropriate to spar with other seniors about the martial path. Yi Yuan stated a reason that surprised everyone. Your alchemic talent is so peerless. Walking the martial path is truly a waste. Sky Maple sighed emotionally. Alchemists just needed to bother with cultivating essence energy and simply did not need to worry about combat power. But to martial artists, essence energy was only the foundation to unleash combat power. What they had to do was to maximize combat power to the greatest. Sky Maple himself was an alchemist. Seeing that Yi Yuan was so amazing in the alchemy path, he naturally hoped for him to walk the alchemy path. Little did he realize that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao had already reached the acme of perfection. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your adulation. But at present, to me, the martial path is still more important. I hope that Grand Elder can permit it. Yi Yuan said earnestly. Seeing that Yi Yuan's was bent on this, a trace of helplessness flashed across Sky Maple's face. He could only say, "Since that's the case, then this matter is over. However, I still want to give you the position of nominal elder. In the Pill Hall, your status is not beneath theirs." Hearing these words, Yarrow Qian's mood, which just had a turn for the better, returned to its original state. The so-called nominal elder was that they could ignore Pill Hall work, but enjoy the treatment of an elder. Kind of like only drawing a salary but not doing work. That was also to say that as long as Yi Yuan took on this appointment, he would be on an equal footing with him, Yarrow Qian. Recalling half a month ago where he was still an envoy planning on fetching Yi Yuan into the sect. At that time, he even said that Yi Yuan might not even be able to maintain the position of core disciple. But after half a month, with a shake of his body, Yi Yuan actually became equal footing as him. There really was the feeling like he was being slapped in the face in public. Quickly reject. Quickly reject. Yarrow Qian kept on praying in his heart that Yi Yuan would also reject this elder position. Since Grand Elder insists, then alright. I'll accept this nominal elder. However, I hope that the sect will not publicize my status and not give me any special treatment. Let me cultivate with an ordinary disciple adent. 1 Tai. The reality was very cruel. Yi Yuan accepted this appointment in the end. Yi Yuan knew that there were many benefits to being an elder. It was only a nominal status anyway, why would he say no? Within the Tranquil Cloud sect, the elders had many responsibilities and also had many privileges. Yi Yuan, as a nominal elder, did not need to carry out responsibilities. He, a spirit condensation realm, could not carry them out even if he wanted to. However, he could enjoy the privileges. Only a fool would not do it. Yi Yuan also guessed some parts of Sky Maple's thoughts. That was why he was insistent on not accepting the vice hall head position. Yi Yuan's time was very valuable. He did not wish to waste it on sect affairs. But as for this nominal elder, he had no emotional burdens. Haha, it's good that you agreed. Otherwise, I really would not know how I should thank you. Qingfeng, later, you help Yi Yuan make an elder token. As to the disciples, don't publicize it. Sky Maple also let out a sigh in relief seeing that Yi Yuan accepted. Luo Qingfeng replied with a yes. His eyes seemed complicated as he shot Yi Yuan a glance. To promote to become a sect elder at the spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan was the first person to do so since the establishment of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Luo Qingfeng was also a smart man. He also guessed some parts of Sky Maple's intentions, so he did not have any complaints towards this. To a declined sect, they madly yearned to be strong. Sky Maple swept a glance over everyone. Seeing that many people's face had unconvinced looks, he sneered coldly in his heart. After this seat enters close seclusion, Qingfeng will take the stage. You all do well to assist him. If there are any problems related to alchemy, you can communicate and exchange with Elder Yi Yuan. I believe that he won't let you down, Sky Maple said calmly. Yi Yuan sweated heavily when he heard that. But he could not explain things at such a time. This old fellow isn't drawing aggro to me, right? It was still fine for the Marshall Hall elders, but the thick hostility from those Pill Hall elders was too distinct. Indeed, once Sky Maple's words fell, Yi Yuan immediately felt a deep fighting intent. Every one of the elders was filled with righteous indignation. They dared to be angry but dared not voice out. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have been killed multiple times over by now. Just a low-rank alchemy master, and the Grand Elder actually used him to compare to the elders. This was such a joke. Furthermore, although Grand Elder said exchange, in truth, everybody heard that it was seek advice. Even if Yi Yuan really completed the 7 profound soul-driving pill formula, it was definitely a blind cat catching a dead rat. He just coincidentally knew this pill formula, that was all. If one were to say that Yi Yuan's level was high, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Yi Yuan had an incredible master behind him, so it was also normal to know how to recite several higher-level pill formulas. But he was only a teenager. How deep could his understanding towards alchemy be? In the Pill Hall's assembly hall, a bunch of elders surrounded Ouyang Yu. Some of their throats were already red from arguing. Hall head, I really can't take this lying down. Old me has immersed myself in the alchemy path for about 150 years. I dare not say that I'm well versed in alchemy, but I can't be beaten by a teenage child, right? Exactly. I have no objections about Grand Elder insisting on letting Yi Yuan be a nominal elder. But to let us go and seek advice from him, isn't it too overboard? Grand Elder is clearly looking down on our Pill Hall. How can he do this? He himself also walked out from the Pill Hall. How can he belittle our Pill Hall like this? Can it be that so many of us quasi-alchemy kings here can't even fight him, a low-rank alchemy master? I want to challenge him. Right, I also want to challenge him. I want to see just whether or not Yi Yuan really has 3 heads and 6 arms. I'll go too. Everyone was clamoring, giving Ouyang Yu a headache. However, these elders' words really hit the spot for him. Although Sky Maple did not name him, he clearly included him inside too. Ouyang Yu was the Pill Hall's hall head and also the strongest alchemist in the Pill Hall, an existence that was only a step away from advancing into Alchemy King realm. Of course, this step was a heavenly chasm to him. Such an existence still needed to accept guidance from Yi Yuan, a low-rank alchemy master. What a joke! Ouyang Yu swept a glance over these elders and said with a slight smile, I didn't hear anything. Finus. Hi plus ing, he turned around and left. The group of elders was stunned. Immediately after, they revealed an understanding smile. Chapter 248, Denied Entry. Chapter 248, Denied Entry. Xiao Yun was the 5th seat among the Pill Hall elders. The previous year, he had just broken through to high-rank quasi-alchemy king realm. As the Pill Hall's up-and-rising force in the prime of his life, his position in the Pill Hall was very high, and he was deemed to be one of the contenders to become the next Pill Hall's hall head. In comparison, although Yarrow Qian and his like were Pill Hall elders, they were the least important group of people, barely enough to do the role of running errands. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to the state of Qin to be an envoy. His age was old, his cultivation realm was low, and he already exhausted all of his potential and hard to have any breakthrough in this life. As the representative of the newly emerging force, Xiao Yun was one of the most reluctant to accept Yi Yuan taking on the position of nominal elder. In front of Ouyang Yu, Xiao Yun was one of those who argued the fiercest. Ouyang Yu left without saying anything. It was clear that he tacitly approved of them finding Yi Yuan to communicate and exchange. The few elders who made the most noise put their heads together. Finally, Xiao Yun offered to come forward and challenge Yi Yuan. Xiao Yun was one of the celebrity figures among the various Pill Hall elders. Once his profile appeared in the Earth Barracks, immediately there were disciples who recognized him. Disciple Li Ming has seen Elder Xiao Yun, an 8th-level spirit condensation realm disciples said respectfully. Xiao Yun felt a little pleased with himself secretly, but he said authoritatively, Ian, you came just in time. Yi Yuan is staying here, right? Li Ming was confused. Yi Yuan. This name is really unfamiliar. Is he a newcomer? There seemed to be a novice disciple a few days ago. He beat up senior apprentice brother Seng's younger brother right after coming. This time, it was Xiao Yun's turn to be stupefied. Fighting with others the moment he came? Indeed a troublemaker. Li Ming saw Xiao Yun frown and instinctively thought that he came to find trouble with Yi Yuan. He hurriedly said, Yi Yuan is staying at the number 72 courtyard over there. I'll go call him over to pay respects to Elder Xiao right away. The elder already came to find Yi Yuan personally. As a disciple, he naturally had to come out to receive him. Finus. Hi+ing, without even waiting for Xiao Yun's approval, he jogged over to the number 72 courtyard. Xiao Yun originally wanted to stop Li Ming, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Although Yi Yuan's nominal elder status was already established, it was still tough for the elder's viewpoint to switch over in a short period. In Xiao Yun's subconscious, he still felt that Yi Yuan should come out to meet him. Xiao Yun called for Yi Yuan's courtyard gate to be opened. The one who opened it was Lu Er. Miss, I'm finding Yi Yuan. Seeing that it was a beauty who opened the door, Li Ming was very courteous. Lu Er saw that this person was unfamiliar and instinctively wanted to turn him away. Young master is currently resting. I wonder what matter this senior apprentice brother have? Li Ming obviously could tell that she was evading and could not help furrowing his brows as he said, resting her? Then quickly go and wake Yi Yuan up. Just say that the Pill Hall's 5th seat elder, Xiao Yun, has arrived. Ask him to hurry and welcome him. Li Ming feared that Lu Er did not know Xiao Yun's weight and added a sentence. Elder Xiao Yun is a candidate for the next Pill Hall's hall head. His status is extraordinary. You can't slight him. Indeed, Lu Er's expression changed when she heard that. It had also been some time since she came to the Tranquil Cloud sect. She had a rough understanding of the Tranquil Cloud sect situation. This title of Pill Hall's hall head was absolutely a big shot in the Tranquil Cloud sect, even if he was the future Pill Hall's hall head. Lu Er did not dare to delay. She immediately went in to report. When Yi Yuan heard that it was some future Pill Hall's hall head, his brows could not help knitting together. Did trouble come to find him so soon? However, wasn't this scale a little large? Everyone was at the elder level. Want him to go to the gate to receive him? This name of future hall head might be useful to others, but it was useless to Yi Yuan. In Yi Yuan's eyes, those Pill Hall elders were all trash, let alone the fact that his ident. One tie was already not beneath his. One had to know that Sky Maple asked him to be the vice hall head at the start. The other party actually had no concept of importance. Lu Er, go tell him that this young master is currently busy cultivating. Time doesn't wait for me. I don't have time to go out and receive him, Yi Yuan said calmly after hearing that. Lu Er was shocked as she said, but that senior apprentice brother said that this elder's position is very high. Wouldn't this offend people? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, he originally came to find trouble. Even if I go out and welcome him, he will still find trouble. So what's the difference between whether I offend him or not? Lu Er asked curiously, how does young master know that he came to find trouble? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, your young master knows everything. Haha, go on, just repeat it word for word. Yi Yuan did not tell Lu Er about the matter of him becoming a nominal elder. To Yi Yuan, it was simply not noteworthy. Lu Er would never defy Yi Yuan's words. Since Yi Yuan said so, he definitely had his reasons. Hence, she returned to the entrance and reported Yi Yuan's words to Li Ming. When Li Ming heard the words, he nearly cried out. Even if he was giving excuses, there was no need to be so obvious, right? Li Ming's eyes went wide as he stared at Lu Er and confirmed, you really told your young master that it's Elder Xiao Yun who came to find him? Lu Er felt a little guilty, but she still nodded and said, yes. I already told him. But my young master is really busy with cultivation. Finus. Hi+ing, Lu Er slammed the door shut with a bang. Li Ming stood there in a daze and did not recover for a long time. Isn't this Yi Yuan too conceited? To actually not even give face to a Pill Hall elder? Elder Xiao Yun looked like he was finding trouble to begin with, but Yi Yuan is still showing this attitude. He's dead now. No one who opposed the Pill Hall elders had a good ending. Li Ming thought to himself. Carrying some discontentment, Li Ming returned back to Xiao Yun and reported the encounter earlier. Of course, he even mixed some personal stuff inside. Indeed, Xiao Yun flew into a great rage when he heard that. He rushed over to the number 72 courtyard furiously. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Yuan. Come out for this, elder. I know that you are not cultivating. Xiao Yun shouted. Nobody answered. Xiao Yun was so enraged that he was about to explode. His position in the sect was extremely high. Yet, he was actually declined entry when coming to find a Martial Hall core disciple. Due to him shouting extremely loudly just now, it already attracted quite a number of disciples to crowd around. If he could not even get the other party's door to open today, then it would be a tremendous disgrace. Xiao Yun's face was already as black as the bottom of a wok. He said solemnly, I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, this elder will tear down your courtyard. 1. Xiao Yun waited for several breaths of time. No response. 2. Still no response. This Yi Yuan is 2ball Psi. That's Elder Xiao Yun. Others can't even wait to suck up to him. Yet Yi Yuan actually dared to refuse him entry. Heh, this is the prelude of being chased out. Elder Xiao Yun is a powerful candidate for the next generation Pill Hall's Hall head. Is there anyone who can stay in the sect after offending him? Last time, I still thought that this boy was a genius when I saw Yi Yuan beat Seng Yu. But looking at it now, this fellow is a hothead. He could have offended anyone, but why did he have to offend Elder Xiao Yun? About to reach the count of 3. Do you guys think that Elder Xiao Yun will drag Yi Yuan out and give him a beating? The surrounding disciples were discussing fervently. Such a rare show truly should not be missed. Xiao Yun had a dark face as he gnashed his teeth and yelled, 3. Still no reaction. Chapter 249, A Jade Slip. Chapter 249, A Jade Slip. Good. Very good. Really treating this elder as heir. I want to see just how you be a turtle after I tear down your house. Xiao Yun gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Finest. Hi+ing, Xiao Yun gathered up a colossal amount of essence energy, forcing the surrounding disciples back as if he was really going to wreck Yi Yuan's house. Watching Xiao Yun gather up such immense essence energy, the crowd could not help being dumbstruck. If this really smashed down, forget about the house, even Yi Yuan would become residue, right? But right then, the door squeaked open. The sound of the door opening was ear-piercing. Everyone could not help looking over in that direction. They initially thought that they could see Yi Yuan's form scrambling over here, but they saw a little green pixie. It was precisely Luer. Xiao Yun only put away his skill after he saw the gate finally open. He sneered coldly in his heart. Humph. As expected, he belongs to the family of donkeys. He won't move unless his hit. Xiao Yun snorted frostily. Luer did not say anything. She just beckoned towards Xiao Yun, signaling him to come over and talk. She looked very mysterious. Xiao Yun thought that Luer was asking him into the house to talk. Hence, he went forward a few steps and was about to enter the door. He came to let Yi Yuan know what was called heaven beyond heaven, and human beyond human, not let a bunch of disciples watch a show. If he let these disciples know that he came to find Yi Yuan to compete in alchemy, it would only lower his social status. Even if he won, it would not be honorable. The Pill Hall's 5th seat winning a Martial Hall core disciple. Wasn't this him hitting his own face? Grand Elder had already instructed not to reveal Yi Yuan's Pill Hall Elder ident. 1 Tai. Xiao Yun naturally did not dare to poke the bull. Except, when he entered the gate and was just about to walk inside, Luer extended her hand to stop him. Xiao Yun's face fell as he asked, What's the meaning of this? Luer said in a soft voice, Young master says that he's busy with cultivation currently and doesn't have the time to spar in alchemy skills with others. Elder, please go back. I already came in. Making me go back. Yi Yuan, he. Luer interrupted his words and Pares said him a jade slip, saying, Young master said to Pares this to you, and you'll leave on your own. Xiao Yun reached over to take the jade slip and snickered icily as he said, Trying to dismiss me with one jade slip? Who does Yi Yuan think he is? A puny little 4th-level spirit condensation realm actually dare to be so arrogant and look down on others to such an extent. Luer said, "Why don't Elder take a look at the jade slip first?" Since young master said so, he naturally has some confidence. Haha, what a joke. Fine, I want to see just how Yi Yuan will use a jade slip to send me away. Xiao Yun was a compet. One Tive soul. Luer slyly slipped in some goading, and this fellow fell for it. In reality, Luer did not know what was inside the jade slip either. It was just that young master said so. He obviously would not fight a battle he had no confidence in. Of course, the more important thing was that Xiao Yun simply did not believe that Yi Yuan could send him along his way using a jade slip. Xiao Yun guessed that there should be a pill formula inside the jade slip. Yi Yuan should be thinking of using a pill formula to bribe him. He took this too lightly. Think it's impressive that you can memorize a few pill formulas? Knowing how to recite pill formulas doesn't equate knowing alchemy skills. Even if Yi Yuan had an incredible master who taught him countless types of pill formulas, he was only a low-rank alchemy master. Today, Xiao Yun came to let Yi Yuan know that he was merely an alchemy master. Xiao Yun sunk his divine sense into the jade slip. The expression on his face involuntarily froze. He immediately frowned, then became dazed. Following that, his eyes lit up, and finally, it was a mesmerized face. Luer kept staring at Xiao Yun. Observing how the look on his face changed so richly, on top of curiosity, she felt that young master was really too amazing. At first, when she heard young master say that this elder wanted to find him to spar in alchemy skills, Luer was shocked for a long time. In Luer's understanding, a quasi-alchemy king was an extremely powerful existence, even more amazing than old master. Such a figure actually came to compete with young master in alchemy skills. However, shock was shock. She still chose to believe in young master. This sort of baseless trust, even she herself did not know why. Anyway, she just believed that young master was the strongest. Even a quasi-alchemy king could not beat him. Of course, her understanding was one thing. Whether or not this jade slip could let a quasi-alchemy king scram was another matter. When she said the jade slip to Xiao Yun, Luer was still having doubts in her heart. But looking at that expression changing like a conjuring show on Xiao Yun's face, Luer knew that this elder would not want to enter. Indeed, young master was the strongest. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Xiao Yun left. When he arrived, his aura was tumultuous, and he nearly tore the house down. But not 5 minutes said after he entered the house when Elder Xiao Yun walked out of the courtyard with a besotted look like he had acquired some treasure. What's with Elder Xiao Yun? His stance earlier, no matter how you looked at it looked like he went to find trouble, right? Why is it like this now? Who do I ask if you ask me? It hasn't been 5 minutes since he entered the courtyard. Even having a conservation wouldn't be so quick, right? Do you feel that this newcomer Yi Yuan is full of mystery like he is unfathomable? Speaking of which, it really seems to be a slightly so. Did you notice that senior apprentice brother Seng Cheng has already returned for a very long time, but still has not come to find trouble with Yi Yuan? Hihi, I heard about that. The two of them really met before. But after senior apprentice brother Seng Cheng took a look at Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai token, he immediately stood there mindlessly and did not even know that Yi Yuan left. Furthermore, did you know that the last time Yi Yuan went to the support star pavilion, he accepted a level 9 mission? No way. So exaggerated. Then did he complete it? Don't know. Shouldn't be complete, I think. No matter how heaven-defying he, a 4th level spirit condensation realm, is, it's also impossible to finish a level 9 mission, right? That's true. After Yi Yuan entered the sect, he stayed in his dwelling and had little outside contact. He only did a few things. But these few things made him appear mysterious in the disciples' eyes. And after Xiao Yun got that jade slip, he directly returned to his own refinement room without even informing other people. The group of elders was still waiting for his news, but it was like he evaporated into thin air. The elders only sent someone to inquire in the Earth Barracks after not getting Xiao Yun's news for a long time. They only knew that Xiao Yun already went there with this inquiry. But he arrived hastily and left swiftly too. They only knew that Xiao Yun returned to his own residence after they continued investigating. But the elders only knew that Xiao Yun directly entered a retreat and was not meeting anyone after the elders went to his place to ask. After going one big circle only to get such news, it really angered everyone until they were tender on the inside with a burnt exterior. This old punk is too irresponsible. Notify us if you're entering seclusion. You made everyone wait for your news. However, while they were dissatisfied, everyone was even more doubtful now. Even if Yi Yuan's level was really extremely high, he could not have made Xiao Yun return in defeat after 5 minutes, right? Just what did Xiao Yun experience at Yi Yuan's residence? Chapter 250, One After Another. Chapter 250, One After Another. At the Pill Hall. Many elders were gathered together, discussing Xiao Yun's sudden seclusion. You guys tell me, what did Xiao Yun encounter at Yi Yuan's place? Why do I feel that this is more and more abnormal? Logically speaking, the greatest possibility for Xiao Yun's close seclusion is that he was defeated and felt that he lost face, so he was embarrassed. Said to come and see us. That's why he chose to enter seclusion. But the problem is Xiao Yun did not even spend 5 minutes at Yi Yuan's residence. It's not even enough for them to have a conversation. Yeah. 5 minutes isn't even enough to explain a pill formula clearly. What can they do? This isn't competing in martial arts either. Can Yi Yuan even one-shot defeat him? Elder Shin, you're our big brother. You've got to step up for this matter. Can it be that we, such a large bunch of elders, really have to be defeated by Yi Yuan? Once these words were said, the group of elders looked towards the elderly person sitting at the main seat with his eyes shut to rest his mind. He was the Pill Hall's third seat, the number 1 person beneath Ouyang Yu and the vice hall head, Xin Yuanshu. Xin Yuanshu was the elder with the highest seniority and the highest realm. He naturally became everyone's pillar at this time. Likewise a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, but Xin Yuanshu's strength was much more powerful than Xiao Yun's. He had already advanced to high-rank quasi-alchemy king for decades. Although he was still not quite at Ouyang Yu's level, he was not far off. About Yi Yuan, an alchemy master becoming a Pill Hall nominal elder, Xin Yuanshu obviously had quite a few veiled criticisms. Or else he would not have appeared here today. It was just that he had always been respectful towards Grand Elder, so he did not voice out the entire time. Xin Yuanshu naturally looked forward to Xiao Yun challenging Yi Yuan, but did not imagine that he would actually lose. This way, he was naturally pushed out by everyone. Looking at the elders crowding over, Xin Yuanshu's eyes snapped open. Sweeping a glance across everyone, he sighed and said, "Fine then. This old man will take a trip down and have a crack at this Yi Yuan." Xin Yuanshu was already old. Even if he was displeased in his heart, he was unwilling to do this sort of seeking to prevail over others. While Xiao Yun's strength was not on par with him, this 5th seat was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. Originally, he thought that he could capture the enemy easily, but did not think that such a thing would happen. Such a strange situation, it was naturally the safest to invite the hall head to come forward. But this way, there would be no room left to maneuver. Xin Yuanshu has lived in the Pill Hall all his life and had very deep emotions towards the Pill Hall. Now that this matter involved the Pill Hall's honor, he had no other option but to throw his old face away. A 200-plus-year-old man facing a 15-year-old youth. Even if he won, it would be winning unscrupulously. If he lost, then his reputation would truly be lost. If this were before, Xin Yuanshu would never really think of the word lost. But with Xiao Yun's incident as the herald, he did not have too much assurance currently. Just as everyone said, this Yi Yuan was very peculiar. The elders were initially worried that Elder Shin would be unwilling to stand up. Now that they saw him agree, they were naturally beside themselves with joy. Xin Yuanshu was not as arrogant as Xiao Yun. When he arrived at the Earth Barracks, he directly knocked on the number 72 door. After Xiao Yun's service, Yi Yuan's residence was already familiarized by the Pill Hall elders. Before this, these elders truly would not be able to remember what number residence a core disciple was staying in. The one who opened the door was still Lu'er. She only peeked her small head out and did not have any intention of letting Xin Yuanshu enter. Xin Yuanshu was just about to speak when Luo took the initiative. May I ask for this elder's name? Xin Yuanshu was dumbfounded, but he still reported his name. This old man is Xin Yuanshu, the pill hall's third seat. I'm. Bang. Luo shut the door before Xin Yuanshu even finished talking. Xin Yuanshu was stunned at first before boundless humiliation and anger from Imbara. Sment followed tightly. Indeed, like master, like servant. The master is so insensible, and the maidservant is the same. Who treats guests this way? Even if you, Yi Yuan, are really a pill hall elder, I, Xin Yuanshu, am also your senior, right? Xin Yuanshu was just about to blow his top when the door squeaked open again. This time, Luo poked out a small head plus an arm. Elder Xin, is it? This jade slip is for you. Young master says that you'll leave on your own after reading it. Luo was afraid that Xin Yuanshu would not read it, so she added on, that Elder Xiao Yun previously also left after reading the jade slip. Fineness. Hi plusing, the door shut with a bang again, and not a sound could be heard after. Xin Yuanshu held the jade slip in his hand with a stupefied face. He had already overlooked the way Yi Yuan and Luo treated guests and focused his attention on the latter half of Luo's sentence. Xiao Yun actually went into seclusion because of this jade slip. With Yi Yuan's realm, what could the jade slip he carved be? If one were to talk about something Yi Yuan had that Xiao Yun would take a fancy upon, that could only be pill formulas. Yi Yuan knew many pill formulas that the sect did not. This was already common knowledge among the elders. But would Xiao Yun give up the challenge because of a pill formula? Wasn't this taking things too lightly? After thinking for a long while, Xin Yuanshu could not figure it out either. He decided to take a look at the jade slip first. When Xin Yuanshu sunk his divine sense into the jade slip, he immediately understood why Xiao Yun entered closed seclusion. Following that, his expression became as interesting as Xiao Yun's. Elder Xin has already gone for such a long time. Why isn't he back yet? No idea. Could it be that the two of them are locked in a pitched battle? How is that possible? Elder Xin's level is practically reaching hall heads. Isn't Traz Hi plusing Yi Yuan a piece of cake? Then how do you explain why he hasn't returned yet? In the pill hall, two elders fell silent at the same time. Suddenly, they exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, but they chorused together, can it be a closed seclusion too? Hence, they sent somebody to inquire again. The result they obtained was indeed a closed seclusion. The group of elders exchanged glances but did not know what to say. This sort of situation was seriously too abnormal. The pill hall's third seat and fifth seat went to find Yi Yuan to challenge him, but the result was that they entered seclusion bafflingly without even notifying them. What kind of situation was this? Just what kind of hex did Yi Yuan cast to actually let Elder Xin and Elder Xiao enter a retreat with even giving us a heads up? They didn't fall under some kind of hex, right? When encountering an inexplicable situation, people would naturally lean towards black magic. The group of elders had nothing to say in response. After a long while, an elder suddenly stood up and said gravely, I'll go and meet Yi Yuan too. I don't believe that he can make me enter closed seclusion too. Fineness. Hi plusing, without waiting for the group to stop him, he directly hastened out of the door. He left threateningly, but the result was that he did not come back either. That elder also directly entered a closed seclusion. The development of this situation was more and more peculiar. The elders felt that this was absolutely preposterous. If it was only one or two, then fine. But wasn't 3 people somewhat unexplainable? But this matter had yet to be concluded. In the following 2 days, there were several more elders who viewed themselves highly and were unwilling to submit that went to challenge Yi Yuan. But their outcomes were all closed seclusions. Chapter 251, Sorcerer Yi Yuan. Chapter 251, Sorcerer Yi Yuan. The Pill Hall elders all entering closed seclusions caused an uproar in the sect. Did you guys hear? More than 8 elders announced closed seclusions after visiting a Martial Hall core disciple called Yi Yuan's residence. How can we not hear about it? The news about Pill Hall elders frequently entering and exiting the Earth Barracks has already given rise to much debate in the sect. It will be hard to not hear it. Now, they are all saying that the disciple called Yi Yuan is a sorcerer. It's rumored that those 8 elders all went to find trouble with Yi Yuan. But they failed to daunt Yi Yuan. Instead, they chose closed seclusion straight away. What sorcerer? Those elders have incredible powers. They are all late-stage sea transformation realm powerhouses. How can they be hexed by a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist? Can it be that you know some behind-the-scenes stuff? This disciple was clearly also a gossipy person. Hearing the other party, he could not help probing curiously. The other disciple smiled mysteriously and said, "Hey, talking about inside stories, I reckon that other than the parties involved, no one else knows. But I, a genius, discovered something fishy when I went through some careful deducing." The gossipy disciple's eyes lit up. This incident had already become the hottest topic in the sect these past few days. But nobody knew what happened in between, including those Pill Hall elders. Now, someone actually said that he knew the backstory. This was clearly enough to whet people's appetite. Tess. Quickly say. What did you find? That disciple smirked smugly and said mysteriously, "Ever since the incident occurred, my initial view was the same as yours, which was Yi Yuan cast some spell. But after thinking about it, that's not right. Those few elders have unparalleled abilities. Even if Yi Yuan's enchantment was heaven-defying, it's also impossible to cross 2 major realms to cast a curse, right?" That gossipy male thought about it and nodded, saying, "That's true. This explanation is unreasonable. Hence, I started to rack my brains to find what these 8 elders have in common. To have made 8 elders enter seclusion at the same time, Yi Yuan definitely prescribed the right medicine for the disease. Then what was this disease? The disciple deliberately beat around the bush as he boasted. The gossipy man was indeed very cooperative. He asked puzzledly, "Yeah, what is the disease? My God, just tell me. Is it fun to whet people's appetite?" I noticed that these 8 elders all issued level 8 missions in the support star pavilion before. What? That's the common area you talked about? Ha ha ha, are you kidding? You mean that Yi Yuan answered all those level 8 missions? That's how he made all 8 elders enter closed seclusion? Do you feel that it's possible? The gossipy man felt like he was tricked and mocked him. Humph humph. You can't choose not to believe it. At first, I was also taken aback by this thought of mine. But this was the only possibility that I could think of. So I went to the support star pavilion to inquire. Then guess what? This time, the gossipy man was stupefied. He could not help asking, what? Could it be? Yi Yuan really received all these level 8 missions? Nah. But, the day before Elder Xiaoyun went to find Yi Yuan went to the support star pavilion and stayed for an entire afternoon. He did not take on any missions. He just kept looking through missions on the Mission Jade Wall non-stop. Just based on that. You have to know that Yi Yuan even took on Grand Elder's level 9 mission previously. If he really completed the level 9 mission, what does a few level 8 missions even count as? But is this possible? Although I don't believe it either, I seriously can't find a more rational explanation. Sect Master, this Yi Yuan is absolutely a sorcerer. You take a look at the Pill Hall now. How many elders are left? In front of Luo Qingfeng, Ouyang Yu denounced Yi Yuan as a sorcerer with bitter resentment. Within 2 days, all the elders who went to Yi Yuan's residence all announced closed seclusion. Luo Qingfeng actually felt very uncertain in his heart too. But his expression remained unchanged as he said, Yi Yuan is only a spirit condensation realm martial artist while the elders are all sea transformation realm experts. Furthermore, those few elders are all late-stage sea transformation realm experts. How can Yi Yuan possibly cast any hex on them? Then how does Sect Master explain this incident? If this continues, our Pill Hall is going to collapse soon. Without those few elders refining quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, the Martial Hall elders are unable to cultivate. Sect Master, I suggest restraining Yi Yuan first to make him explain things clearly. Ouyang Yu said furiously. While these words had some threatening intent, what Ouyang Yu said was the truth. These 8 elders were all peak existences in the pill hall. Without them, they could not refine medicinal pills. If they kept staying in seclusion, problems would surface in the sect sooner or later. Luo Qingfeng frowned and said, "Better wait another 2 days. Yi Yuan is a nominal elder that Martial Uncle Sky Maple recommended. Before making clear of the situation, we shouldn't do anything rash." Sect Master, didn't you notice that Martial Uncle Sky Maple is also beguiled by Yi Yuan? He is a puny little spirit condensation realm and low-rank alchemy master. What right does he have to be a nominal elder? Moreover, Martial Uncle Sky Maple is currently in closed seclusion too. Don't Sect Master find it strange? This. Being told of this by Ouyang Yu, Luo Qingfeng's determination appeared to be somewhat wavering. Sect Master, while I don't know what means Yi Yuan used, but don't tell me that you can carry on waiting in such a baffling situation right now. What if Yi Yuan really has ulterior motives towards the sect and we don't do anything? When the time comes, we'll be the tranquil cloud sect sinners. Ouyang Yu pressed on tightly. Luo Qingfeng's eyes glimmered. He nodded and said, "All right then. This sect master will question Yi Yuan personally. Just what did he do to the elders? Come, men, call Yi Yuan over for me." Luo Qingfeng left a trace of leeway in the end. If Yi Yuan were really innocent, then when Grand Elder exits seclusion, it would really not be easy to account. Haha. Indeed, it really was like this. Indeed like this. Truly fantastical. For the lucidum bloodgra. SS to have such miraculous use, it's truly wondrous. I was saying why I keep being unable to refine the spirit wind pill. Turns out that adding the lucidum bloodgra SS together with the core ingredients can increase the circulation speed of essence energy. Inside Xiao Yun's refinement room, he laughed madly. He refined the spirit wind pill every time according to the pill formula. But each refinement, the quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, spirit wind pill, would be low-grade or even worse. Xiao Yun kept being unable to figure out where the problem lied the whole time. It turned out that the pill formula itself was incomplete. He had also tried to improve the pill formula, but it all ended in failure. Left with no other choice, he hung this as a mission in the support star pavilion in hopes that other elders or genius disciples could help to reform the pill formula. But it had not been successful. After Xiao Yun took Yi Yuan's jade slip, it talked about the method to improve the spirit wind pill. He was immediately hooked. Alchemists were all a bunch of madmen. They could research a type of pill formula tirelessly without rest. Xiao Yun was troubled by this pill formula for many years. How would he be in the leisure mood to go bother about other things? Hence, he chose to enter closed seclusion right away to refine the spirit wind pill according to Yi Yuan's method. Sure enough, it was a success. Chapter 252, Sharpening One's Knife. Chapter 252, Sharpening One's Knife. Spirit wind pill was a type of actual combat medicinal pill. Its applicability was very broad. After consuming a spirit wind pill, the martial artist could muster essence energy at an increased rate. When unleash HI plusing the same move, a martial artist who consumed a spirit wind pill could save half the time. At a realm like the Sea Transformation Realm, saving half the time to unleash a move meant holding an absolute initiative. Your move was already released while others were still accumulating power to unleash their move. Which martial artist did not wish to have such an advantage? If the Tranquil Cloud Sect's Sea Transformation Realm martial artists carried such a medicinal pill around with them, their combat power would undoubtedly soar. It was precisely so that Xiao Yun expended such a huge amount of energy on this medicinal pill. But this sort of Tier 4 medicinal pills was really not so easy to refine. The defective products that he refined not only had extremely severe side effects, but the medicinal effects also were not obvious either. Such a medicinal pill was clearly unable to be used for actual battle. Now that he had resolved this difficult problem, Xiao Yun felt reinvigorated, and his spirit refreshed. He decided to properly thank Yi Yuan. As for the matter of finding Yi Yuan to compete, it was long tossed beyond the 9th heaven by him. After exiting seclusion, Xiao Yun ran straight to the Earth Barracks number 72, but he just happened to bump into Yi Yuan leaving with a young man. Yi Yuan, Guobin, Where are you guys heading to? Xiao Yun asked with a face full of smiles. Yi Yuan was at a loss. He did not even recognize this person. He only remembered that Xiao Yun seemed to be a pill hall elder. As for his name, he could not recall it. When Guobin saw Xiao Yun, shock was written all over his face. He hurriedly went up to salute. Disciple Guobin has seen Martial Uncle Xiao. Replying Martial Uncle, Sect Master made me call Yi Yuan over to question him. Did Martial Uncle Xiao exit seclusion? Question. Did something happen? Xiao Yun's face fell as he asked. Guobin hesitated for a moment, but still summed up the incident simply. Speaking of which, Xiao Yun was the first person sent to seclusion by Yi Yuan. But when Xiao Yun heard him, he immediately flew into a great rage. Utter nonsense. What sorcerer? Yi Yuan is someone who rendered meritorious service upon the tranquil cloud sec. Aren't I perfectly fine? When did I get hexed? Which bastard talked behind my back? Is this cursing this elder? Come, I'll go along with you to see Sect Master together. He turned to Yi Yuan again and said, Yi Yuan, I'm called Xiao Yun, the Pill Hall's 5th seat elder. Thanks to you, I finally successfully refined the spirit wind pill. When Yi Yuan heard that, he immediately knew who the other party was. Those few level 8 missions were naturally incomparably easy to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he prepared over a dozen copies of jade slips. Whoever came, Luo would directly hand the jade slip to him after inquiring that person's name. It was also under such a circuum stance that after 8 elders announced closed seclusions, nobody came by anymore. Seeing Xiao Yun express thanks, Yi Yuan smiled and said, just a simple matter that's not worth mentioning. To you, it's a simple matter. But to me and the sect, it's a huge matter. Originally, when Grand Elder made you a nominal elder, I, old Xiao, was truthfully speaking unconvinced. But now, I'm sincerely convinced. Come, I'll help you explain to the sect master. Finus. Hi+ing, Xiao Yun dragged Yi Yuan and walked off. Guobin by the side was shocked to the absolute limit. Nominal elder? What kind of situation was this? A spirit condensation realm core disciple was actually a pill hall nominal elder? When he came to look for Yi Yuan just now, his attitude was quite arrogant and bossy. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was rather cooperative. Otherwise, he would have made a move. Thinking of how he nearly struck out against a pill hall elder, Guobin could not help breaking out in cold sweat. Offending one's superior, such a crime was not what he could afford to bear. Guobin's status in the sect was even higher than Mo Yuntian and Xin Lai because he was sect master Luo Qingfeng's personal disciple. Even with this layer of ident. One tie there, if Yi Yuan were bent on pursuing it, he would also land himself in serious trouble. Moreover, Xiao Yun even said just now that Yi Yuan's nominal elder was personally conferred by Grand Elder. Grand Elder was Luo Qingfeng's martial uncle. After just 2 steps, Xiao Yun suddenly thought of something and turned around to say to Guobin, if you heard that just now, then fine. But you're not allowed to spread it around, got it? Guobin nodded mechanically, somewhat SPA said out. Not sure if he really heard it or pretended to. When Luo Qingfeng and Ouyang Yu saw Xiao Yun arrive together with Yi Yuan, they were at a loss. Why did you come, Xiao Yun? Ouyang Yu asked in puzzlement. Xiao Yun gave the two a bow and directly said, Sect Master, Hall Head, you two are mistaken. Yi Yuan did not cast any spells on us but performed deeds of valor for the sect. If you punish Yi Yuan, wouldn't this disappoint the hearts of all the disciples and elders bitterly? Deeds of valor? What does that mean? Luo Qingfeng asked uncertainly. Xiao Yun recounted the process of the incident, leaving the pair staring with their mouth agape. No matter how they racked their brains, they could not figure out just how Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao level would be so high at such a young age. Could it be that he started learning alchemy skills in his mother's womb? If my conjectures are correct, the other elders should be the same as me. Yi Yuan helped them resolve a problem that had troubled them for many years. That's also to say that our Tranquil Cloud sect's alchemy path strength will take a huge stride forward. You guys tell me, did Yi Yuan perform valorous deeds? Xiao Yun was all worked up. Luo Qingfeng and Ouyang Yu exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in the other party's eyes. Yi Yuan, why didn't you say earlier that you did something so big? We nearly wronged you. Luo Qingfeng looked at Yi Yuan as he sighed emotionally. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, actually, Grand Elder purposely goaded everyone to find trouble with me on that day. I guessed Grand Elder's intentions, so I also made preparations in advance. These few days, I avoided meeting people not because I want to put on airs in front of the elders, but because I was really training in closed seclusion. The sect's grand compet. 1 Taion is about to begin. I had just broken through realms recently and needed to consolidate my cultivation realm. The sect grand compet. 1 Taion was about to begin in another 2 or 3 days. Yi Yuan was also itching to give this compet. 1 Taion ago. The reason why he entered the sect was in order to have exchanges in martial arts with all kinds of geniuses. This way, he could rise even quicker. Even though Yi Yuan was formerly a divine king realm powerhouse, his foundation on the martial path was too weak. He basically had no real combat experiences. While the horizons of these sect geniuses were not as high as Yi Yuan's, they naturally had their forte to be called geniuses in the sect. Such a compet. 1 Taion was also an extremely good opportunity for Yi Yuan to temper himself. Why would he miss it? In order to deal with Ji Kanglan, Yi Yuan must experience countless bitter fights. How could he be able to temper himself for future battles without going through all these? Through some medicinal pills and cultivation these few days, Yi Yuan already thoroughly consolidated his realm. He was sharpening his knife just to deal with this upcoming grand compet. 1 Taion. Luo Qingfeng had a look of realization when he heard that and said, so that's the case. It was us who wronged you. Just as Elder Shao said, you've performed meritorious deeds for the sect. The sect naturally would not be stingy either. With your abilities, I reckon that you'll turn your nose up at Tier 2 medicinal pills. How about this? The sect will reward you a spirit artifact, a martial technique, and 2 types of medicinal herbs. You go and pick yourself. The points from these level 8 missions will also be awarded to you accordingly. How's that? Towards something good like this, Yi Yuan obviously would not reject it. Hence, he nodded and accepted it. The following 2 days, Yi Yuan continued to make preparations for the sect grand compet. 1 Taion. While the elders in closed seclusion all exited seclusion one after another, after they exited seclusion, they obviously heard all kinds of rumors and gossips. They all went to find Luo Qingfeng to explain for Yi Yuan. Luo Qingfeng had to expend a great deal of effort before he could explain it clearly. After 2 days, the sect grand compet. 1 Taion was about to begin. But Yi Yuan welcomed a guest. Chapter 253, Ana Lysis. Chapter 253, Ana Lysis. A few days ago, he received Yi Yuan's message asking him to make a trip back to the sect, saying that he already collected enough points and could exchange for the lower half of the purple center soul incantation. Receiving this news, the shock in Jiang Yunhe's heart could not be any greater. It was not even a month since Yi Yuan left the state of Qin. He already earned enough points. One had to know that he had already been the dean in the state of Qin for over 10 years before barely scrimping 1 million points. He still lacked 400,000 points. Yi Yuan actually earned 400,000 points using less than a month. He told Yi Yuan that he had 1 million points, so he thought that Yi Yuan only had 400,000. But when Jiang Yunhe met Yi Yuan, and he directly transferred 1.4 million points into his ident. 1 Tai token, he stared at Yi Yuan blankly for a long time, unable to say anything. This. It hasn't even been a month since you entered the sect. Where did so many points come from? Jiang Yunhe asked in astonishment. Extorted a small sum and also did some missions, Yi Yuan explained with a chuckle. Seeing Yi Yuan dismiss it lightly, Jiang Yunhe's heart crumbled. Who did he extort to get so many points? Even elite disciples and them, these external staff members, could not possibly have so many points on them, right? Jiang Yunhe's brain could not quite wrap itself around this. After a long while, he shook his head and said, no can do. I've already said roughly 1 million points these few years. I don't need so much. Just 400,000 will do. I'll transfer the rest back to you. You've just entered the sect and don't know the preciousness of points. Save these points to use for yourself. After Dean Jiang exchanged for the purple center soul incantation, you still have to think of ways to raise your realm. There are still many areas you need to use points for. Keep your points for yourself. Don't worry, Dean Jiang, I have plenty of points. Even cultivating to the sea transformation realm inside the sect is enough, Yi Yuan said. Jiang Yunhe sucked in a cold breath instead. Enough even to cultivate to the sea transformation realm? How many points was that? Those dozen over jade slips that Yi Yuan prepared were all put to use in the end. The worst among these jade slips were level 7 missions. The points from over a dozen missions added up virtually caught to up Sky Maple's level 9 mission. It was close to 300,000 points. In addition to the 1 million points from selling the pill formula and Sky Maple's 500,000 points, Yi Yuan roughly had around 3 million points on hand. Even if he transferred 1.4 million to Jiang Yunhe, he still had 1.6 million points left. Even if he spent every day in an A-grade cultivation room, he could stay for 20 years. If he really did that, would Yi Yuan be limited to the sea transformation realm? Of course, Yi Yuan naturally would not use such a clumsy training method. Sea transformation realm was not as distant as others imagined in Yi Yuan's viewpoint. Yi Yuan would not spend these points like that. He would spend them even more extravagantly. The next few days, Yi Yuan already spent several tens of thousands of points. The vast majority of them were used to exchange for some rarer Tier 2 and Tier 3 medicinal herbs. To Yi Yuan, points were just numbers. The real thing was the most fundamental. When he was at the state of Qin, Tier 3 medicinal herbs were already extremely precious. Even if Yi Yuan had abilities to mount the heavens, he would also be like a clever wife unable to cook without any rice. But there were many precious medicinal herbs in the Tranquil Cloud sect that were simply unseen in the secular world. Yi Yuan could use them to refine many medicinal pills in case of unexpected needs. Towards Yi Yuan's words, Jiang Yunhe remained somewhat suspicious. But after he looked at his ident. 1 Tai token, Jiang Yunhe finally accepted Yi Yuan's aid. I originally thought that I have to slog for another few more years in the state of Qin, but I didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Thank you, Yi Yuan, Jiang Yunhe said sincerely. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, to alchemists, alchemy grandmaster to quasi-alchemy king was an extremely huge threshold. Cross it, and one would be a sect elder and belong to the sect upper echelons. Fail to cross it, they could only fade away into the Ma. S says and become outer circle people taking care of the sect. Dean Jiang is too courteous. If not for you asking teacher Huyen to protect me, I'd have already become a dead soul under Su Yubai's palm. This minor thing is not worth mentioning, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Since that's the case, I won't give such a cliché reaction. I'll accept this big gift. Oh right, tomorrow is the sect grand compet. 1 Taion. Yi Yuan, I know that you are extremely strong, but your realm is too low in the end. There are still a few people you have to take note of, Jiang Yunhe suddenly said. Yi Yuan also became interested after hearing that. It had been nearly a month since he came to the Tranquil Cloud sect, but he only had dealings with those Pill Hall elders. He really did not have the time to understand which formidable characters the Martial Hall had. I'm willing to hear the details. Yi Yuan revealed an eager look. Jiang Yunhe nodded and said, in my opinion, although you're in the Earth Barracks now, your strength is already not beneath the Heaven Barracks core disciples. Within the Heaven Barracks, there are several people whose strength is relatively heaven-defying. When you encounter them, you have to be careful. Of course, the reason why they are strong is that their realm is much higher than yours. If you guys were at the same level, I believe that you can instantly defeat them. Jiang Yunhe's judgment of Yi Yuan's strength was actually roughly the same as Mo Yuntian's. The 4th level spirit condensation realm Yi Yuan was most likely not inferior to those elites in the Heaven Barracks anymore. But when comparing to the pinnacle in the Heaven Barracks, Jiang Yunhe did not have much confidence. Yi Yuan's current strength was likely no longer inferior to an ordinary crystal formation realm martial artist. However, Even Seng Cheng could achieve crossing ranks to kill an ordinary crystal formation realm martial artist. The strength of Heaven Barracks disciples could be imagined. Don't think that Seng Cheng was very formidable in the Earth Barracks. In the Heaven Barracks, he was Traz. H. Plus Yi Yuan was obviously very clear about his own strength. However, as for how far he could go, he himself did not know how things stood. Haha, Dean Jiang flatters me. Just which few are they? There are 3 people you need to pay attention to. The first is Luo Chengfeng. This person is only at the peak of the 9th level spirit condensation realm, but his strength is already firmly in the top 3 of the Heaven Barracks. Many half-step crystal formation realm Heaven Barracks disciples are not his match. It could be seen how great his strength is. This person is, as his name implies, Chengfeng or Riding Wind. He specializes the most in swift attacks. His opponents tend to have difficulties in following his speed. If you match up with him, take care not to clash with him, Jiang Yunhe said. Yi Yuan nodded but did not say anything. He truly had no fear in comparing speed. Jiang Yunhe continued, the second person is a girl, her name is Tang Yue. She has the extremely rare innate water spirit body. Only 2 years older than you but already a half-step crystal formation realm expert. The speed of her cultivation is number 1 in the Tranquil Cloud Sec. Without any accidents, she will probably be able to break through to the crystal formation realm latest by next year. When Jiang Yunhe finished talking, he suddenly felt that something was off and could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan. To talk about the monstrosity of cultivation speed, most likely, No body could compare with this person in front of him, right? This was not even a month yet, and this boy broke through 2 realms consecutively again. Jiang Yunhe knew that Yi Yuan only used 3 to 4 months' time to go from 1st level Essence Qi realm to 4th level Spirit Condensation realm. No matter how monstrous that Tang Yue was, she would most likely need 5 years, right? Chapter 254, There would be no stories without coincidences. Chapter 254, There would be no stories without coincidences. Yi Yuan nodded inwardly and remembered Luo Chengfeng's and Tang Yue's names. For Jiang Yunhe to be so serious about this matter, these 2 people were definitely peak existences in the Heaven Barracks. Their combat power was likely no longer beneath crystal formation realm experts. The Sect Grand Compet. 1 Taion was not a deathmatch. Yi Yuan naturally could not use all of his trump cards. Although his trumps cards were powerful, once they were unleashed, even he had difficulty controlling them. A move like 1,000 Flowing Petals, once unleashed, would be to the death. It was truly very monstrous for a spirit condensation realm to be able to mobilize heaven and amp, earth essence energy. But once the move took form, he was also unable to control the power. As for the Tier 4 essence fire, once he released it, it would even instantly burn the other party into nothingness. While Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, it was still clearly extremely forceful for him to want to control the might of a Tier 4 essence fire at present. This way, the means Yi Yuan could threaten a late-stage spirit condensation realm with was greatly reduced. Luckily, Yi Yuan's present spirit void-shattering SPACE, 1st level, was already trained to the Great Circle realm. His speed was already not beneath a late-stage spirit condensation realm martial artist. Coupled with the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine ART's Mortal Chapter's 2nd skill, Essence Energy Ignition, he also had the capital to fight. As for win or lose, even he himself dare not guarantee anything. When the time came, it would have to depend on his live performance. Who is the last person? Yi Yuan asked. Jiang Yunhe revealed a grave face and said, you have to be careful of this last person. His name is Tian Yu, Grand Elder Skymaple's grandson. Among the core disciples, he is publicly acknowledged to be the most talented person. Yi Yuan became interested when he heard that and asked, oh? What amazing aspects does this Tian Yu have? Tian Yu had abnormally high powers of comprehension since young. Like you, he also made it past the 9 Heavens Road. Although he did not pass south the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Qi realm like you, he had only broken through to the Spirit Condensation realm not long before. 3 years ago when he said the 9 Heavens Road, he was only 1st level Spirit Condensation realm. Now that 3 years have said, He's already a half-step crystal formation realm expert. Barring no accidents, he would surely advance to elite disciple this time. If you encounter him, you must be careful. In Jiang Yunha's heart, his appraisal of Tian Yu was clearly extremely high. If Yi Yuan had not appeared, then Tian Yu would be the number one person among the young generation in Jiang Yunha's heart. Putting Yi Yuan aside, a cultivation speed of 3 minor realms a year was indeed sufficiently outrageous. Furthermore, he even took the crucial step to break through to the crystal formation realm, half-step crystal formation. In the tranquil cloud sect, the earlier one par S said the 9 heavens road, the greater the potential it signified. Mo Yuntian and Xin Lai were the same. And those who cleared the 9 heavens road all had extremely formidable combat strength. They could basically sweep across all martial artists of the same level. For Tian Yu to be able to clear the 9 heavens road at the first level spirit condensation realm, it could be seen just how monstrous he was. Many thanks for Dean Jiang's tips, Yi Yuan said. Seeing off Jiang Yunhe, Yi Yuan did not choose to enter a close seclusion. Instead, he took a leisurely stroll around the sect. A great battle was nigh. Embracing Buddha's feet to pray for help at the last minute was clearly useless. Might as well relax and adjust his state of mind. The second day, the curtains for the sect Grand Compet. 1 Taion was finally drawn back. Victory Peak, the battle arena for the sect Grand Compet. 1 Taion. Many platforms were set up on it. At the present moment, thousands of disciples were gathered at the peak. These disciples were all the future hope of the sect. These thousands of disciples were all selected very carefully from the tranquil cloud 10 nations, all earth-shaking existences when placed in the secular world. But the vast majority of them could only become an outer sect disciple and fade into the Ma. S says in the sect. The number of core disciples was 200 people while the number of elite disciples was only a scanty few 20 people. Elite disciples, core disciples, and outer sect disciples compet. 1 Taion sites were separated. And the one that was the focus of all was undoubtedly the elite disciples area. These 20 people represented the highest level among the younger generation. Regardless of whether they were core disciples or outer sect disciples, they obviously would not miss out on watching their matches, hoping to comprehend something from within. However, the Grand Compet. 1 Taion was carried out at the same time. Only by finesse. Plussing one's match in advance could one have the time to go watch other people's match. It was very clear that due to there being too many outer sect disciples, the arrangement of their schedule was the tightest. Yi Yuan, what number did you draw? Do you know who you're facing in your first match? Nanfeng Ruoqing asked. The Pill Hall had a compet. 1 Taion 2. But the duration was much longer than the martial halls. Hence, the Nanfeng aunt and niece came to cheer Yi Yuan on. I drew number 52. But my opponent for the first match isn't fixed yet, Yi Yuan said. He did not care who his opponent was. He would rather it was Tian Yu. Yi Yuan truly looked down on ordinary 7th or 8th level spirit condensation realm martial artists. That's to say your opponent is number 149. I wonder who number 149 is. Nanfeng Jiro said. The core disciple numbers were fixed at 200 people. The disciples would draw lots to determine the opponent. After drawing lots, number 1 would fight number 200. Number 2 would fight number 199, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan drew number 52. His opponent was naturally number 149. Of course, in order to not let the strongest core disciples meet in advance, which would greatly deplete the later matches adversely, the top 10 in the previous compet. 1 Taion automatically became seeded contestant. The strength of these 10 people's opponents was relatively weak. There was basically nothing to watch at the start. Their opponents would basically admit defeat right after coming up. However, special circum stances had naturally occurred in the past compet. 1 Taions before. Such as the rank 11th disciple being unfortunate enough to draw a number after number 190. Then the first match would be exciting. But relatively speaking, such a situation was extremely rare. Yi Yuan drew number 52. The chances of matching with a strong person were not great. Screw it. Deal with it when it comes. Long Tang, what number did you draw? Yi Yuan asked Long Tang, who was beside him. When fighting, core disciples were not divided by heaven or earth barracks. Number 170, Long Tang said. Oh, like that, huh? Against number 31? It feels like a strong person. Yi Yuan said. Long Tang replied nonchalantly, doesn't matter. Deal with it when it comes. Haha. That's good then. With your strength, charging into the top 50 shouldn't be any problem, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. I hope so. Long Tang was also someone who made it past the 9 Heavens Road. It could be seen how great his perception was. This 1 to 2 months, Long Tang improved extremely quickly. It was just that he did not have the chance to display it. Yi Yuan believed that before long, he would surely stand out conspicuously. All disciples listen up. The Sect Grand Compet. 1 Taion is about to begin. Quickly find your platforms according to your numbers. A Marshall Hall elder mustered up essence energy to shout loudly. Yi Yuan and Long Tang's eyes met when they heard that and smiled. They each went to their platform. Yi Yuan was number 52, which was also at platform number 52. When he arrived at his platform, the number 149 disciple was already there early. When Yi Yuan saw the other party, he was involuntarily stunned. There would really be no stories without coincidences. Chapter 255, Number 52. Chapter 255, Number 52. Seng Yu looked at Yi Yuan, who was opposite, with a green face. He never imagined that he would encounter this ominous star in the first round. After Seng Cheng returned last time, he warned him to absolutely never provoke Yi Yuan again. You got to be kidding. A newbie disciple with over 1 million points on him. Who knew what kind of terrifying background he had? Even ordinary elders did not have so many points, but it was on a spirit condensation realm disciple. This was too peculiar. Listening to his elder brother's words, Seng Yu also knew that Yi Yuan was not someone he could afford to offend. It was just that he never expected he would be UMP into Yi Yuan so coincidentally in the first round. The sect's Grand Compet. 1 Taion begins now. The Marshall Hall elder's voice resounded once more. The Grand Compet. 1 Taion officially began. Fierce fighting sounds rose one after another, instantly enveloping the entire arena. However, some platforms were silent, such as platform number 52. Yi Yuan did move. Neither did Seng Yu. Seng Yu was no fool. Yi Yuan could defeat him at second-level spirit condensation realm, let alone now that he was already fourth-level spirit condensation realm. I concede. Without much hesitation, Seng Yu admitted defeat very decisively. Platform number 52, number 52 wins, the elder's voice sounded out again. Every platform had an array installed. The elder could understand the activity on the platforms at the first moment through the array center. The elder's voice was slightly hesitant. He clearly did not think that the first to win would actually be the unknown number 52. Normally, the first platform to win would either be number 1 or number 2, because the difference between both parties was too great. However, the Sect Grand Compet. 1 Taion was also hard to come by chance to temper oneself. To be able to seek guidance from the number 1 or 2 ranked core disciple was something that other disciples wished for. Remarkably few people would concede. Seng Yu admitting defeat directly also resulted in Yi Yuan become the first to win among the 100 platforms. Who is on platform number 52? The opponent didn't purposely give up, right? Yeah. In the past Grand Compet. 1 Taions, it's basically always number 1 who wins first. The gap between senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's strength and ours is too far. What the hell is with this number 52 who popped out this time? Who knows? Logically speaking, other than those few sickos in the top 10, the disparity in strength for those behind would not be too ridiculous. Even if they lose, it's impossible to be faster than senior apprentice brother Tian Yu, right? Who cares? After this first round is over, we'll naturally know which deity is this number 52. The worst of the Heaven Barracks rank 1 was quasi-elite disciple strength. They were existences like cranes among chickens among the core disciples. Hence, every Grand Compet. 1 Taion, It was basically always number 1 who won first. But a little hiccup happened right from the start today. An unknown number 52 was the first to win. This attracted quite a few curious eyes. Although winning first did not mean anything, this sort of hiccup that subverted the past could still add conversational topics for the grand compet. 1 tie-on. The disciples started the compet. 1 tie-on directly after drawing lots, so apart from the first 10 who were predetermined, others did not know who had which number. Platform number 1, Tianyu was just about to attack when he heard the elder's voice. His heart involuntarily jolted. I heard that 2 core disciples who made it through the 9 Heavens Road were brought over recently. One of them succeeded in clearing the challenge with Essence Chi Realm cultivation. Could it be that this number 52 is one of them? Tianyu thought to himself. Those who cleared the 9 Heavens Road all knew that one could obtain enormous rewards from there. To challenge the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi Realm, the difficulty was far beyond imagination. Even Tianyu himself only dared to challenge it after reaching the Spirit Condensation Realm. Without question, Yi Yuan's emergence gave Tianyu intangible pressure. Now that such a peculiar situation occurred in the Grand Compet. 1 tie-on, it really stirred Tianyu's curiosity. Tianyu looked at his opponent opposite him and said coolly, "Sorry, let's end like this. Finus. HI plus ing, only to see a streak of sword beam flashed over. His opponent flew out. The number 200 drawn today was not mediocre. He could not help that the disparity between him and Tianyu was too great. He did not even get a clear look at how Tianyu attacked just now, as if he did not even move before. Such strength was too terrifying. Number 200 struggled to his feet and said respectfully, "Many thanks for senior apprentice brother Tianyu showing mercy. I lost." Tianyu nodded and walked down the platform. Such an opponent simply could not draw his interest. If he were willing, that move just now would have already killed the other party. However, this was the Sect Grand Compet. 1 tie-on. The other party was only slightly injured. Within the Spirit Condensation Realm, Tianyu was virtually invincible. His opponents had never been Spirit Condensation Realm martial artists. Only those people among the elite disciples were his rivals. And in the not-too-distant future, he would also trample those people underfoot. However, that youth who challenged the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi Realm still made him garner some curiosity. Although he did not think that the other party was stronger than him, he could not deny that the other party should not be inferior to him. In reality, Tianyu was also prepared to challenge the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi Realm. But at that time, he did not feel very confident, so he gave up. The other party being able to clear the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi Realm at best only meant that his luck was slightly better than his. He heard that the state of Qin youth called Yi Yuan was forced to enter the 9 Heavens Road. He must have stimulated his potential in a hopeless situation before he could successfully clear it. Tianyu strolled leisurely to the center of the array formation. He came to find the elder hosting the array formation. "It has been tough on you, Elder Feng," Tianyu gave a bow and said. "Oh, it's Tianyu. How is it tough to serve the sect?" "Haha, you came to ask about that number 52, right?" Elder Feng said with a chortle. Tianyu did not conceal it and nodded slightly. "I thought that you wouldn't pay attention to this sort of minor matter. After all, it's only a matter of moments if you want to beat your opponent." Tianyu smiled and said, "I only want to confirm something." Yi Yuan and Long Tang Par S said the 9 Heavens Road. While it was not considered confidential information, reports from the secular world dojos were generally straight to the top. Ordinary elders did not know, nor were they interested in knowing this kind of stuff. Tianyu was the Grand Elder's grandson. His ident. 1 tie was extraordinary. This bit of special privilege was naturally there. Elder Feng would not refuse to give him this face either. He was just rather curious that this sort of small thing like number 52 winning would actually draw Tianyu's concern. The way Elder Feng saw it, Tianyu should be going over to the elite disciples' platforms right now. The battle situation over there was very intense. It currently should not have ended yet. Number 52 is called Yi Yuan, a newcomer core disciple. Speaking of which, it's kind of strange. This boy is actually only 4th level spirit condensation realm while his opponent is already at the peak 6th level spirit condensation realm, yet he actually conceded straight away. Elder Feng talked about the situation he understood from the array formation but did not notice that Tian Yu's expression became increasingly uglier. It was indeed this Yi Yuan. I didn't think that he broke through to middle stage spirit condensation realm so quickly already. Looks like the benefits he obtained on the Nine Heavens Road was even more than me. As expected, I should have challenged it at the Essence Qi realm. Tian Yu sighed quietly to himself. Chapter 256, Future Strongest Powerhouse. Chapter 256, Future Strongest Powerhouse. On the martial path, the earlier and the more heavenly Tao's comprehended, the greater one's future accomplishments would naturally be too. All the myriad cultivation methods under the heavens all matched a certain area of understanding towards heavenly Tao. The azure dipper purple yang sword art was an extremely profound sword art. If he could have comprehended it at the Essence Qi realm, Tian Yu's future accomplishments could possibly be even higher. It was exactly because Tian Yu felt the sword intent on the Nine Heavens Road that his cultivation, later on, became increasingly faster. Because the heavenly Tao that he comprehended far exceeded his present realm. It allowed his cultivation speed to far surpass ordinary people. Of course, this kind of cultivation speed was not limitless. As the speed he comprehended heavenly Tao decreases with time, and his realm and comprehension of heavenly Tao gradually reached an equilibrium, his cultivation speed would naturally drop too. This was a definite result no matter how much more monstrous Tian Yu was. The higher the realm, the more difficult it was to comprehend heavenly Tao. Even those peak geniuses in the divine realm felt times where human effort just won't do, let alone the lower realms. Yi Yuan naturally could not escape this fate either. But the heavenly Tao that he comprehended was not even on the same level as the endless world's martial artists. Hence, he did not need to worry about this problem now. Furthermore, the reason why Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to raise his realm was that he was comprehending and understanding heavenly Tao anew. Ji Qingyun's realm was virtually piled up using medicinal pills. At that time, he did not use any effort to understand heavenly Tao. He knew the how but not the why. Now that Yi Yuan was resolved to step onto the martial path, he obviously would not make this kind of mistake again. Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's heavenly Tao realm, he could return to the pinnacle in just a few years using medicinal pills to pile on the entire way. But that way, he would become a power level 5 trash again. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was already so rapid that it was implausible in other people's eyes, but he himself knew just how slow it was. Yi Yuan was making up for the homework he did not do in his previous life at tortoise speed. Yi Yuan did not imagine that Seng Yu conceding straight away would cause a moderate disturbance. He arrived at platform number 31 directly after winning. Since he was unoccupied and had nothing to do, he and the Nanfeng aunt and niece came to watch Long Tang's match together. Right now, Long Tang was currently in the midst of a fierce battle with the other party on the platform. Yi Yuan's opponent was the number 31 Liu Fang, a 7th level spirit condensation realm martial artist. Among the sect core disciples, a martial artist with such strength should by right crush a newcomer like Long Tang. But the reality was that although he held the initiative, he kept being unable to take down Long Tang. Long Tang was not those genius-type martial artists. Instead, he was a tenacious and perceptive martial artist. Although signs of defeat gradually showed on the platform, he still held on to that last breath and refused to breathe his last. Liu Fang was also rather anxious after not taking him down despite attacking for so long. Yi Yuan's worldview was amazingly high. He understood the situation in the arena with a single glance. Sigh, it doesn't look good for senior apprentice brother Long anymore. This is his first battle after entering the sect. If he were defeated, it would be quite a huge blow to him, right? Nanfeng Jiro clearly also saw through Long Tang's bad situation and said somewhat worriedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax. Long Tang's strength should be greater than this. He's definitely hiding some cards." "En? How do you know? Senior apprentice brother Long wouldn't tell you what trump cards he has, right? Didn't you guys not fight?" "I'm guessing," Yi Yuan said honestly. "TCH, guessing again. You can even guess that others have trump cards. That number 31 is at the 7th level spirit condensation realm. Whatever trump cards senior apprentice brother Long has, it's most likely all used up already. Could it be that he hasn't even used his trumps cards despite fighting up to now? Nanfeng Jiro said somewhat disbelievingly. A very long time had already said since the match started. It was long past the stage where they probed each other out. Encountering an opponent that was so much stronger than him, it was impossible for Long Tang to not use any trump cards, right? Used is definitely used. But Long Tang definitely won't expose his strength to his foe all at once. Carrying on watching and you'll see. Yi Yuan no longer looked at Nanfeng Jiro but focused on the match in the arena. Back then when Yaro Qian warned Yi Yuan at the State of Qin, there was one thing which was right, and that was the strength of sect core disciples were indeed formidable. Long Tang's combat strength was originally very powerful already. Leaping ranks to battle was like having a meal. Now that he made it past the Nine Heavens Road and was in seclusion to comprehend for more than a month, his strength increased by who knew how much. If it was the standard of the State of Qin's Danwu Academy, Long Tang challenging a 7th level spirit condensation realm as 5th level spirit condensation realm was something that could be easily accomplished. But now, facing Liu Fang, Long Tang had exhausted virtually all of his moves, but could not gain any advantages. If Long Tang did not have any more moves, defeat was sooner or later. From this, it could be seen just how powerful sect core disciples were. Of course, this was Yi Yuan sensing on behalf of Long Tang. When he was facing his opponent, he really did not feel that the other party was very strong. After all, Yi Yuan was not even in the same world as these so-called geniuses. On the platform, Long Tang was already forced into a corner by Liu Fang. The situation looked very desperate, and there was the danger of losing any time. Haha, what a troublesome newcomer, to actually be able to force me to such an extent. You can be amply proud. After this, go to the loser group. Burning Flame Palm. Seeing as Long Tang's defeat was imminent, Liu Fang decided to take the other party down in one fell swoop. This Burning Flame Palm was a fire attribute superior grade tier 2 martial technique. Its might was incredible. Under a single palm move, a stretch of red actually flooded Long Tang's corner. It could be seen how high the temperature was. The way Liu Fang saw it, Long Tang absolutely only had the outcome of defeat under this palm, but right then, Liu Fang's eyes revealed gaping astonishment. Long Tang shut his eyes and threw a punch forward just like that. A very ordinary punch that seemingly did not have the slightest bit of force. But it was this punch that easily crushed the high temperature created by his burning flame palm. It was this simple punch that broke his defense with unstoppable momentum, smars. HI plussing onto his chest. Bang! Liu Fang flew out backward and became unconscious. After several breaths of time, Elder Feng's voice sounded again. Platform number 31, number 170 wins. Yi Yuan looked at this fist from Long Tang and could not help smiling faintly. This fellow's comprehension abilities were truly not an ordinary kind of powerful. Long Tang actually comprehended some superficial knowledge from that finger he used to give pointers to Wu Luo Chen with. Furthermore, Long Tang successfully converted Yi Yuan's sword intent into his fist intent, and he trudged out a path that belonged to himself. In future, if Long Tang could perfect this fist intent, his accomplishments would surely be extraordinary. However, this kind of self-created fist intent road was not easy to walk. The difficulty was 10 times, even tens of times greater than ordinary people, but once he finished this road, Long Tang would surely be a powerhouse of a region in the future. At least, shattering the void and entering the divine realm should not be an issue. Senior apprentice brother Long actually won under such a circum stance. Really amazing. Nanfeng Jiro exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan, Long Tang's punch just now, why do I feel that it's kind of like? Nanfeng Ruoqing said uncertainly. Yi Yuan grinned and said, that's right. He indeed learned secretly and created a fist intent that belongs to him. If Long Tang doesn't fall, he could very well be the endless world's strongest powerhouse in the future. Chapter 257, True Intent. Chapter 257, True Intent. When Yi Yuan said this, Nanfeng Ruoqing's and Nanfeng Jiro's hair stood on its end. What kind of concept was the endless world's strongest powerhouse? With their present realm, it was simply unimaginable. Endless world's strongest powerhouse? You actually dared to say that? Cold laughter came from the side. Yi Yuan looked over only to see a young man with a handsome face like carved jade, around 18 or 19 years old. This person was precisely Tian Yu, who had nothing better to do too. After he left Elder Feng's place, he decided to come and take a look at the other challenger of the Nine Heavens Road, Long Tang. But he did not think that he would hear Yi Yuan talk nonsense right after reaching here. Yi Yuan only smiled and did not give any explanations. Haha, this senior apprentice brother, just take it as a joke. Since Yi Yuan said that, Tian Yu could not really pursue it. To become the endless world's strongest powerhouse was the lifetime aspiration of all martial artists. Yi Yuan's prediction sounded somewhat baffling, but in reality, it did not hurt the important essentials. Tian Yu sized up Yi Yuan. He seemed to feel something and asked, "You're Yi Yuan?" This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be stunned. Senior apprentice brother knows me? Looks like my guess was indeed correct. I'm called Tian Yu. You should have heard of me, Tian Yu said coolly. Such words that leaked overbearingness, only a genius like Tian Yu dared to say it. While it was rather wild, this was a fact. Yi Yuan had indeed heard of him before. Yi Yuan's expression became slightly cold. He did not think that this young man in front of him was actually the number one on the core disciples rankings, Tian Yu. So, it's senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. Pardon me, Yi Yuan cupped his fists and greeted. Yesterday, he heard about this Tian Yu's prowess, but he did not expect to encounter him today. Except, why did he come here? Towards Yi Yuan's attitude, Tian Yu was slightly displeased. Normally speaking, when newcomer disciples met him for the first time, the majority would show an enthralled and admiring look. But Yi Yuan did not. This was an exchange of equals. Although he made it past the Nine Heavens Road and his talent was outstanding, he was only 4th level spirit condensation realm after all. Did he think that he could already match him equally? As a newcomer, shouldn't he be more humble? It will be hard for this person to amount to anything. Tian Yu gave Yi Yuan such an appraisal in his heart. Sky Maple always taught Tian Yu to not be self-conceited because of his talent. Otherwise, his future accomplishments would definitely be limited. This was not talking about defects in personality affecting cultivation, but a personality where one acted in undue confidence of their own ability would easily look down on everything. Such a person would also easily suffer setbacks. Some people become braver in the face of setbacks, while extremely few geniuses who was conceited because of their talent would grow up. This was because they could not endure setbacks. While Tian Yu had an air of arrogance, he was never cavalier. When his strength was low, he knew how to respect seniors. Judging others with himself, Tian Yu naturally felt that Yi Yuan was relying on his talent to look down on others. Tian Yu only nodded and did not say much. Instead, he pointed at Long Tang and asked, "You said that he can become the endless world's strongest powerhouse. Why? Just based on that one punch? I also saw that punch earlier. Although the power was decent, isn't it too ridiculous to say that he can become the endless world's strongest powerhouse based on that?" If Yi Yuan said that he could become the endless world's strongest powerhouse, Tian Yu would definitely shrug it off with a laugh, and then leave with a flick of his sleeves. Such a wildly arrogant person was not worth his, Tian Yu's, attention. But Yi Yuan talked about Long Tang earlier and not himself. This made Tian Yu rather curious. Yi Yuan did not think that Tian Yu actually took it for real. He smiled and said, "Does senior apprentice brother Tian Yu really want to know?" Tian Yu said, "Of course. I want to know whether or not you're talking nonsense or can you back your words." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu also trains in the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword art, right?" "That's right. You're not saying that my sword intent can't be compared to his fist art, right?" Tian Yu heard the implied meaning behind Yi Yuan's words. However, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "From a certain standpoint, I'm afraid that senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's sword intent really can't match his fist intent." When Yi Yuan said this, Not only Tian Yu, even Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Jiro felt that it was rather nonsensical. Tian Yu had a profound understanding of the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword art. How could it possibly not compare to the Long Tang who had just cleared the Nine Heavens Road? Tian Yu did not become angry. Instead, he asked, from what standpoint? If what Yi Yuan said was reasonable, he would naturally be able to tell. If it was bulls, HI plus T, then he had no need to continue chatting. Senior apprentice brother, ask yourself, how does your sword intent compare to forefather Yu Wuya? Of course, it is far from comparable. Forefather Yu Wuya was a genius. The sword intent I have comprehended currently is at most 60% of his. Why? You're not going to say that Long Tang can match forefather Yu Wuya, right? Whether he can match or not, I don't know. But in the future, he perhaps has the chance to reach forefather Yu Wuya's height. Don't get anxious, senior apprentice brother, listen to me. Although our predecessors' ways are good, that which belongs to yourself is the strongest. Maybe senior apprentice brother isn't willing to listen to this, but your Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword intent will never reach forefather Yu Wuya's realm no matter how much you train, because this sword intent was created by him. On the other hand, for Long Tang, his fist intent has already broken off from the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword art, and he found a martial path which belongs to him alone. If he can continuously perfect this path, his future accomplishments would at least be forefather Yu Wuya's height. Yi Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. Long Tang's fist intent already has the elementary form of true intent. Tian Yu was still showing a disdainful expression before this. But towards the end, his face was completely solemn. All the way until he heard the two words, true intent. Tian Yu stared at Yi Yuan completely dumbstruck. In the entire endless world, the number of martial artists who possessed true intent could be counted on one hand. That martial artists who possessed true intent were all legend. According to Tian Yu's knowledge, only those few overwhelmingly powerful existences in the northern domain possessed their own true intent. But now, Yi Yuan was telling him that that plain-looking young man actually possessed true intent. Although it was only the elementary form, it was sufficiently terrifying in the entire southern domain. No body could clearly describe what heavenly Tao was, but martial artists could understand the heavenly Tao belonging to them through certain things. True intent was one of those things. The Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword intent was actually a type of true intent. Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword was similarly a type of true intent. Once someone comprehended a true intent to the extremities, shattering the void and ascending to the divine realm was a simple matter. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan said that Long Tang could possibly become the endless world's most powerful person in the future. Although Tian Yu was powerful now, he was walking another person's path. If he could not comprehend a true intent belonging to himself, then it was impossible for him to ever surpass Yu Wuya. The true intent that other people comprehended, no matter how profound one's understanding of it was impossible to surpass. The predecessor. Learning other people's stuff was actually a type of shortcut. But this kind of shortcut could easily bring one to a dead end. Of course, if one did not learn anything and wanted to comprehend true intent from thin air, it would be impossibly difficult. Unless they were a monstrous person like Yi Yuan who comprehended a type of true intent from watching the scene of falling petals filling the skies. Furthermore, Yi Yuan obviously would not tell Tian Yu that the Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword intent from fusing the Azure Dipper Purple Young Sword intent and Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword intent was already equipped with the elementary form of a supreme true intent. Chapter 258, Breaking Fantasy. Chapter 258, Breaking Fantasy. A supreme true intent was an even higher level existence than a true intent. Apart from a divine king that was piled up using medicinal pills like Ji Qingyun, virtually every divine king powerhouse had their own supreme true intent. Some divine kings even had more than one type of supreme true intent, such as the Spirit Bristle Divine King. He alone had comprehended 4 kinds of supreme true intent. These 4 kinds of supreme true intent were comprehended from the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art. Hence, when he displayed 9 suns burning heaven, its might was so incredible that it was unimaginable. But the current Yi Yuan had not even comprehended a type of supreme true intent thoroughly. It could be seen just how great the disparity between him and those pinnacle-level divine kings was. However, it was already very incredible for Yi Yuan to be able to comprehend the elementary form of a supreme true intent when he was recultivating the martial path. One had to know that he basically did not comprehend any dogfart supreme true intent in his previous life. Just based on this point, he was no different from the other endless world martial artists. To be able to comprehend a supreme true intent at the essence chi realm was ultimately because of his monstrous perception. On this aspect, Long Tang's comprehension ability was not even on the same level when compared to Yi Yuan. Of course, Tian Yu did not even know what supreme true intent was. Because no body in the endless world had ever comprehended a supreme true intent before. Perhaps there were some who comprehended supreme true intent in the divine realm after shattering the void. But those people were no longer in the endless world. Furthermore, the chances of that were so meager that it was negligible. There were numerous lower planes. Every day, countless people ascended to the divine realm. However, there might not even be a single person who could comprehend a supreme true intent among 10 million people. From this, it could be seen how hard to come by supreme true intent was. If not for supreme true intent, how could Yi Yuan mobilize heaven and earth essence energy with spirit condensation realm strength? That was resonance with heavenly Tao. When Tian Yu heard Yi Yuan's words, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. How do you know that that is the elementary form of a true intent? Could you have comprehended it too? Tian Yu could not resist asking. Yi Yuan replied nonchalantly, of course. Even though he was already prepared, hearing Yi Yuan say it so naturally, Tian Yu still felt that it was too incredible. The tiny tranquil cloud sect actually gave birth to two peerless geniuses who possessed the elementary form of a true intent at once. If they could completely comprehend true intent in the future, wouldn't the tranquil cloud sect become the #1 great sect in the endless world? Tian Yu instinctively felt that Yi Yuan only comprehended the elementary form of a true intent too. After all, true intent was too difficult to comprehend. With Yi Yuan's age, comprehending the elementary form of a true intent was already very heaven-defying. How could it be possible to comprehend true intent fully? Tian Yu obviously did not know that the reason why Long Tang could comprehend the elementary form of a true intent was entirely because of that one finger before Yi Yuan left and not because of the 9 heavens road. Think up to here, Tian Yu could not help reproaching himself. He had always thought that he was an unrivaled peerless genius and would definitely succeed his grandfather's will in the future, bringing the tranquil cloud sect to rise. But now, the person who comprehended the elementary form of a true intent was actually not him but 2 disciples who came from the secular world's dojo. Walking my own path Tian Yu muttered to himself, his gaze gradually becoming resolved. He looked at Yi Yuan and said, all right. I look forward to the match with you too. When the time comes, let me see what is called trudging out your own path. That was my wish to begin with, Yi Yuan said with a slight smile. After Tian Yu left, Long Tang also came down from the platform. When he saw Yi Yuan, a trace of embarrassment involuntarily showed on Long Tang's face. Although his fist intent was comprehended by him, half of the credit fell onto Yi Yuan's head. Yi Yuan's finger had the intentions of guiding Wu Luo Chen like a master demonstrating for his disciple, a visual representation. Since Long Tang comprehended a fist intent belonging to himself from there, Yi Yuan could be considered half his master. While he knew that Yi Yuan was very monstrous, Long Tang obviously felt very awkward to treat him as his master. Haha, that fist just now was pretty decent. To be able to comprehend the elementary form of a true intent is your own abilities. Don't have to feel conflicted. Yi Yuan could evidently see Long Tang's awkwardness and brushed over it with a laugh. Long Tang's gaze condensed. That trace of embarrassment vanished, and he exclaimed in shock, elementary form of true intent? You're saying, I comprehended true intent? Up till now, Long Tang was still unaware that he had already stepped onto a broad path. But Long Tang could not be blamed for not knowing. It was that there were truly too few martial artists in the endless world who possessed true intent. Moreover, martial artists who possessed true intent mostly cherished their possessions. It was naturally impossible for them to display it in public like Yi Yuan. It was also not strange that Long Tang did not know. However, Long Tang was crystal clear on what comprehending true intent meant to him. Not bad. Although it's still very shallow, that fist earlier indeed has the elementary form of true intent already. Yi Yuan confirmed. Having received a definite answer, Long Tang's entire body twinged as he started trembling with excitement. Haha, just now, Yi Yuan was even saying that you can become the endless world's strongest powerhouse in future. Nanfeng Jiro interjected with a giggle. Long Tang looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. He did not think that his appraisal of himself was actually so high. Then the problem came: if he was the endless world's strongest powerhouse, what about Yi Yuan? Just solely based on that one finger, Long Tang understood the disparity between him and Yi Yuan deeply. If he could even become the endless world's strongest powerhouse, then what heights would Yi Yuan reach? If he had already comprehended the elementary form of true intent, didn't that mean that the finger Yi Yuan demonstrated was the real true intent? Thinking up to here, Long Tang sucked in a cold breath instead. Haha, you guys, look how he's so agitated that he can't even talk. Nanfeng Jiro scoffed. Long Tang blushed, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, comprehending the elementary form of true intent is only the beginning. The future road is still long. One must expend 10 times, 100 times, the effort of ordinary people if they want to create a complete true intent. Long Tang nodded and said, no matter how tough this road gets, I will walk to the end. Long Tang's martial heart was very firm. Yi Yuan could see this point, so he naturally would not say too much. However, Long Tang was still kind of frustrated in his heart. Other people had to expend 10 times, 100 times, the effort before they could comprehend true intent. What about you? Truly, comparing people is odious. Compare goods and you'll have to toss them. Oh, right, your fist intent should belong to a higher order. Got a name yet? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Long Tang shook his head blankly. I didn't even know that I comprehended true intent. Why would there be a name? Since that's the case, I'll confer you a name. Yi Yuan said. Logically speaking, one's true intent should be named by themselves. This request from Yi Yuan was rather presumptuous. But Long Tang knew that Yi Yuan was not a rash person. These words surely had a deeper meaning. Thinking about it, Long Tang nodded and said, that's all I could ask for. Earlier, I saw that your fist intent easily shattered the miniature fire domain that your opponent constructed. Its might is extremely powerful. I think, just call it breaking fantasy, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Breaking fantasy fist intent. Long Tang ruminated on this name. His eyes slowly became clear, and he said joyfully, many thanks to senior apprentice brother Yi for bestowing the name, Breaking Fantasy. These 2 words contained all of his comprehension. It also pointed out the direction he had to walk from today onward. Chapter 259, Instant Victory. Chapter 259, Instant Victory. In the second round, Yi Yuan's opponent was number 49. Due to Yi Yuan winning the first round, he automatically entered the victors group. The martial artists in the victors group established the position of core disciples. While the disciples who were defeated in the first round must undergo the duel in the losers group. The loser group likewise had to continue competing non-stop, all the way until 5 failures were produced in the final round. They would undergo a match with the top 5 outer sect disciples. The victors continue to retain core disciple status while the losers would automatically be eliminated and become an outer sect disciple. The victors group had to continue competing similarly, all the way until the top 3 were born. The top 3 disciples would carry out a duel with the last 3 among the elite disciples. The victor would advance to elite disciple, and the loser became core disciple. Such a cruel ranking system, no matter how talented you were, you would also not dare to slack off at all. Just ease up slightly, and you would be Serpa. Said by others. Even a loafer-type core disciple like Seng you would also spend large amounts of time to cultivate. Or else there would come a day where they would be eliminated. If Yi Yuan won this round again, he would enter the top 50. Do not look at how there were 200 core disciples. All of those who could win 2 consecutive rounds and enter the top 50 were all formidable people. People who try to fish in muddied waters would basically be eliminated in the second round even if they were lucky enough to pass the first round. Yi Yuan's opponent was called Wang Dong, an 8th-level spirit condensation realm martial artist. The Pill Barracks Yang Hao was similarly at the 8th-level spirit condensation realm. But his strength was not even worth mentioning when compared to Wang Dong. Wang Dong's strength was in the upper tier in the Earth Barracks. Other than those 9th-level spirit condensation realm and peak 9th-level spirit condensation realm experts, Wang Dong was basically considered the strongest. In the last grand compet, one Taion, Wang Dong had a cruise. Hi+ing defeat in the second round. Now that his strength had another substantial improvement, the goal he set for himself this grand compet. One Taion was to enter the third round. When he saw the 4th-level spirit condensation realm Yi Yuan opposite, he could not help feeling greatly relieved. This was truly a gift from heaven. Hey! You're number 52, Wang Dong suddenly recalled. Wasn't his opponent the number 52 who was the first to win in the first round? Yi Yuan knew what he was thinking about and could not help chuckling and saying, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I be standing here?" Wang Dong could not help being greatly astonished as he said, 4th-level spirit condensation realm strength. How were you the first to pass the first round? To actually be faster than senior apprentice brother Tian Yu? My opponent just happened to have fought with me a few days ago. He knew that he was not my match, so he directly admitted defeat. Yi Yuan did not conceal it and answered honestly. Ah, so that's the case. Then your luck is really too good. I reckon that your opponent was one of the weakest few from the human barracks, right? Otherwise, with your strength, it would be very hard to win. Wang Dong involuntarily sighed emotionally. He was sighing that Yi Yuan's luck was good and also that his own luck was good. To be able to meet such an opponent in the second round, wasn't this heaven's will? Wang Dong could not help fantasizing that if his luck was slightly better and the opponent he BUMP'd into during the third round was slightly weaker than him, perhaps he could even enter the fourth round. This would be a historic moment in his life. Yi Yuan's name was already widespread among the Pill Hall elders. But among the core disciples, he was not actually all that famous. While there were elders finding him non-stop these few days, Yi Yuan had never shown his face. Hence, there were not many people who really recognized Yi Yuan among the core disciples. Of course, even if Wang Dong knew Yi Yuan, it would not affect his judgment of Yi Yuan's strength. Trash like Seng Yu, Wang Dong could settle him with one hand. Although this junior apprentice brother's strength was incredible and could cross ranks to battle, he was clearly still a little too unskilled to try to cross 4 minor realms to fight him. How could Yi Yuan not know Wang Dong's little scheme? He did not expose it and just said with a smile, "Yeah. Luck is indeed not bad." The other party was happy that his luck was good. How was Yi Yuan not filled with emotions with his good luck too? There were a number of rounds for this sect grand compet. 1 Taion. The opponents at the back would become increasingly stronger. If he directly BUMP'd into an expert, the exhaustion would be huge. Those peak 9th level spirit condensation realm and half-step crystal formation realm opponents were not so easy to defeat. And presently, Yi Yuan's goal was none other than Tian Yu and the other two. Right at this moment, Elder Feng's voice echoed once again, "Round 2 begins now." Yi Yuan and Wang Dong saluted each other. The second round officially began. After saluting, Wang Dong did not move. He stood with his hands behind his back and said generously, "Junior apprentice brother, make a move first. I'm afraid that after I make a move, you won't have the chance anymore." Perhaps he felt somewhat apologetic for coming across such a weak foe. Wang Dong felt that Yi Yuan should attack first. Yi Yuan did not expect Wang Dong to be so generous to pass the initiative to him. He could not help being stupefied as he asked, "You sure?" Wang Dong nodded. "Of course. Wang Dong, never go back on my word." Yi Yuan said uncertainly, "Then, I won't be courteous." As his voice fell, Yi Yuan's figure instantly transformed into 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. 9 streaks of sword light flew out disorderly and headed straight for Wang Dong. Wang Dong still had the bearing of an expert in the beginning, but when he saw the 9 sword beams blotting out the skies and earth as they flew over, he immediately cried bitterly. If he took the initiative, he could still tussle with Yi Yuan for a while. But how could Wang Dong ward off Yi Yuan's big killing move from a defensive position? One had to know when Yi Yuan was still at the Essence Qi realm back then. He once used this move to force Yuan Fei back. Now that Yi Yuan was already at the 4th level Spirit Condensation realm, how could the 8th level Spirit Condensation realm Wang Dong defend against the might of this stance? Wang Dong dodged 3 sword beams and used his weapon to block 2 sword beams before finally being hit by the 6th sword beam. Then, the 7th, 8th, and 9th sword beam opened up wounds on his body like easily breaking a dead branch from a tree. The enormous impact directly sent him flying out of the platform. If not for Yi Yuan showing mercy, he would already be a corpse now. In a twinkle, from the time Yi Yuan struck to Wang Dong flying out, not even a breath of time had Pares said. Cruise. HI plussing with 1 blow. Instant victory. Platform number 49, number 52 wins. Elder Feng's voice was the first to sound out again. No way. Who is this number 52? Why is he the first to win again? If the first round was luck, then how do you explain the second round? Just where did this unknown number 52 pop out from? Too peculiar. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu and senior apprentice sister Yue haven't won yet, and this number 52 won already? Yi Yuan's victory caused another uproar. Tian Yu's expression fell slightly, and the sword in his hands accelerated. After 3 moves, Tian Yu sent his opponent flying. Victory. Tian Yu's foe in the second round was a 9th level Spirit Condensation realm. His strength was quite good. He forcibly hung on until the 10th blow before being defeated. Compared to Yi Yuan's victory in 1 move, he was naturally much slower. On platform number 2, a graceful silhouette danced along with the wind. But when she heard Elder Feng's voice, her movements clearly lagged for an instant. Immediately after, only to see that lithe figure speed up multiple times. Similarly, after 3 moves, Tang Yue won. Chapter 260. Unexpected opponent. Chapter 260, unexpected opponent. It would be fine if Elder Feng did not call out, but since he did, it became tragic for those disciples who were challenging the top 10. Hearing this voice, the top 10 disciples' combat power soared vertically like they were on stimulant. This was the second round. The opponents faced by the top 10 would not be too strong. Once they erupted, how could ordinary disciples withstand it? With a 1 and 2 count, they were all defeated. On platform number 1 and the adjacent platform number 2, the aloof Tang Yue took a rare trip over to platform number 1 and started chatting with Tian Yu. Tian Yu, after the first round ended, I think I saw you go and look at the other matches. Tang Yue had always wanted to usurp SS Tian Yu and viewed him as her sole rival. Hence, she never called him senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. Tian Yu was currently recuperating with his eyes shut. Seeing that Tang Yue posed a question, he opened his eyes and looked at her, saying with a faint smile, number 52 is an interesting opponent. Perhaps, he will become the greatest dark horse in this grand compet. 1 Taion. Junior apprentice sister Yue, you have to be careful. Honestly speaking, Tian Yu originally still looked down on Yi Yuan a little. But upon hearing that Yi Yuan comprehended the elementary form of true intent, this underestimation was naturally put away. All those who could comprehend the elementary form of true intent were remarkable geniuses. Furthermore, crossing ranks to battle were as easy as eating and drinking after comprehending true intent. He already learned from Elder Feng about Yi Yuan's opponent this round. Although Wang Dong's strength was not much, to be instantly defeated by Yi Yuan also indicated many issues from one side. Yi Yuan truly had the qualifications to sit and debate about Dao with him. Surprise flickered across Tang Yue's eyes. She had never seen Tian Yu with such fighting intent. Didn't that mean that Tian Yu was very much looking forward to fighting with that mysterious number 52? But, was this possible? Everyone was clear on the strength of these sect disciples long ago. Those who could have emerged would have already emerged. Why would they wait until today? Could this number 52 be new? With Tang Yue's strength and status, her eyes would forever be fixated on the position of elite disciple only. As for whatever disciple that was new to the sect, she could not even be bothered to follow. She naturally did not know Yi Yuan and Long Tang. Except, how could newcomer disciples possibly be Tian Yu's match? If a new half-step crystal formation realm expert came, it was impossible for her to not hear anything about it, right? Tian Yu did not elaborate on his words, and Tang Yue remained puzzled. You know this number 52's ident. One Tai? Who is he? Tang Yu could not help asking curiously. He's called Yi Yuan. As for what kind of person he is, I'm not sure either. But I believe that you and I will know very soon. To be able to defeat WNG Dong instantly, he might be a formidable foe to us. Tian Yu said coolly. Tang Yue's pretty eye became intent as she revealed an astonishment look. She had also suspected previously whether or not this number 52 was lucky and BUMP'd into rookies. Tang Yue knew WANG Dong's name as well. His strength was exceptional among the 8th level spirit condensation realms. To be able to instantly kill WANG Dong, he most likely had the strength to clash with her. All right. Go back and rest well. Adjust your condition to its peak. This grand compet. One Taion will be more interesting than any others in the pass. Tian Yu said to Tang Yue with a faint smile. At the same time, many people were speculating who this number 52 was. Some who were acquainted with WANG Dong went up to him. WANG Dong, I remember that you're number 49? Then was your opponent number 52? Who is this number 52, to actually be the first person to win for 2 consecutive rounds? WANG Dong had a gloomy face as he said, how would I know who he is? Either way, his age is not old, younger than both you and I. Should be a newcomer. But his strength is absolutely formidable. In my opinion, he can at least enter the top 10. That person had an incredulous look when he heard that and said, are you joking? Who can shake the position of the top 10? You aren't finding an excuse for your loss, right? WNG Dong snickered coldly when he heard that and said, watch if you don't believe. Putting aside other things, just based solely on that ultimate move of his, to instantly transform into 9 silhouettes and unleash 9 sword beams, each stronger than the other. Just based on that one move, he can also enter the top 10. That disciple was greatly startled when he heard that and said, no way? So incredible. Can it be a newly emerged half-step crystal formation realm expert? WANG Dong shook his head and said, that's a no. He's only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. That disciple burst into laughter when he heard that and said, WNG Dong, did he bash your brain? Did you lose to a 4th level spirit condensation realm? And you even say that he can enter the top 10? The corner of WANG Dong's mouth twitched, but he said disdainfully, didn't you lose in the second round too? Since you've nothing to do anyway, follow me to watch that number 52 compete and you'll see. Having said that, that disciple became even more curiously and naturally would not reject. Hence, he went to find Yi Yuan's compet. One Taion platform together with WANG Dong. The third round was 50 going to 25. If one par S said the third round, it would also mean that they could enter the top 25 rankings. Although there were some who were occasionally rather lucky earlier and encountered weaker opponents, after 2 rounds of filtering, the disciples who entered the third round were all rather powerful. Even if there were those with weaker strength who were fortunate enough to par SS2 rounds, the possibility of par S-ing the third round again would be virtually nil. This third round was actually a dividing line. To be able to par SS the third round meant that they belonged to the top echelon among the core disciples. While other disciples were no less outstanding, compared to the disciples who par S said the third round, the disparity became very obvious. After 2 rounds of filtering, many disciples who were defeated no longer needed to take part in matches anymore. Quite a number of them gathered at some popular platforms to spectate the upcoming matches. And currently, the platform where Yi Yuan was about to start his match was already surrounded by many disciples. This made him somewhat baffled. Yi Yuan thought that the most popular platform should be Tianyu's. Why were there so many people gathered over on his side? Could it be that his opponent was very popular? That was why it attracted everyone to watch. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan's opponent this round was number 14. It should be an extremely powerful foe. Hey, did you guys hear? This number 52 is that newcomer disciple who SNATC head Seng use points right after entering the sect. He's called Yi Yuan. I heard it too. I really did not think that a second-level spirit condensation realm could actually par SS2 consecutive round. Furthermore, be the first to win. This fellow is truly perverse. TCH, still second-level spirit condensation realm? He was fourth-level spirit condensation realm long ago. Don't you know yet? After he SNATC head Seng use points, he went to the A-grade cultivation rooms to enter seclusion for 5 days. After he exited, he was fourth-level spirit condensation realm. What? There's really such a thing? Incredible. Truly incredible. I didn't think that such a monster actually entered the sect this time. How are we going to survive? But, even if he broke through to the fourth-level spirit condensation realm, how was it possible to clear 2 rounds consecutively with such strength? Moreover, be the first to win. Weren't we competing earlier? Now, I want to take a good look at what areas this number 52 Serper says others in. Do you know who his opponent this time is? Who? This opponent, number 14, is the number 1 figure in the Earth Barracks, Zhongjing. Chapter 261, Purple Young Clear Howl. Chapter 261, Purple Young Clear Howl. Do not look at how Seng Cheng and Qiu Peng caused huge scenes normally. Zhongjing sat firmly on the top seat of the Earth Barracks the whole time. Zhongjing was also the disciple who arranged for Yi Yuan to stay in the Earth Barracks on the day he entered the sect. When Yi Yuan saw Zhongjing on the platform, he was involuntarily dumbstruck. Zhongjing was similarly stunned when he saw Yi Yuan. The two stared at each other speechlessly. After a while, Zhongjing looked at Yi Yuan with a bitter smile and said, I really didn't expect the mysterious number 52 to actually be you. What do you mean? When did I become the mysterious number 52? Yi Yuan felt baffled after listening to Zhongjing's words. Zhongjing was stupefied and said, You've already become everyone's focal point after 2 rounds of compet. 1 Taion. Don't you know that? Look at all those seniors and juniors below the platform. I thought that they came here for senior apprentice brother Zhong. Yi Yuan said helplessly. Why would they? In the past compet 1 Taions, it was always platform number 1 which won first. But you won the previous 2 rounds at virtually the first moment. It was tough for others to not pay attention. Zhongjing sighed admiringly. Zhongjing never imagined that this mysterious number 52 was actually Yi Yuan. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm currently. To actually be able to win with ease in the previous 2 rounds, how great was his strength? Even though he was 5 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, Zhongjing unknowingly became rather guilty. Thinking back to how he still felt superior in front of Yi Yuan, it was ludicrous thinking about it now. However, Zhongjing was also a magnanimous person. He felt at ease very quickly. Recalling senior apprentice brother Mo's actions back then, he actually noticed that there were some abnormalities. Most likely, senior apprentice brother Mo already knew at that time that Yi Yuan's strength had possibly already reached the level of Heaven Barracks, right? Otherwise, why would he hesitate on where to place Yi Yuan? However, didn't that mean that when Yi Yuan was at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm, he was already not his match? This was really something which made people miserable. Listening to Zhongjing, Yi Yuan came to a realization. So that's the case. I thought that senior apprentice brother Zhong has good relations with people and that they came to watch senior apprentice brother Zhong. Haha, junior apprentice brother Yi is teasing me. How could I have such capabilities? Actually, in past compet 1 Taions, the place which had the most people gathering around was junior apprentice sister Tang Yuer's platform. But the people below our platform this time is likely going to Serpa. SS hers, Zhongjing also said smilingly. Within sects, The ones who attained first were the masters. Although Zhongjing was older than Tang Yue, his strength was much poorer. Hence, he also addressed the other party as senior apprentice sister. Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that and said, I hope that senior apprentice sister Tang Yue doesn't blame me for snatcing her limelight. While talking, the third round officially began. After both parties saluted, Zhongjing said, when I saw junior apprentice brother Yi back then, I really misjudged. To think that junior's strength was actually so formidable. However, I'll do my best later. I hope that junior apprentice brother Yi won't be stingy with guidance. Yi Yuan naturally hoped strongly for this. He smiled and said, I dare not. This younger brother will obviously go all out as well. Please. Please. The pair each gestured to begin as their auras rose abruptly. Purple young clear howl. The sword in Zhongjing's hand shuddered violently and gave off waves of low cries. Countless azure sword chi extended out, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Right away, it was an extremely fierce and sharp move. No way. Senior apprentice brother Zhong unleashed the purple young clear howl right away. Isn't this too ludicrous? Such a fierce and sharp sword chi. Has senior apprentice brother Zhong already trained the purple young clear howl to the Great Circle realm? The purple young clear howl is an extremely formidable move in the second layer of the Azure Dipper purple young sword art. Senior apprentice brother Zhong actually trained it to the Great Circle realm already without anyone knowing it. Truly worthy of being the top seat of the Earth Barracks. Just based on this move, senior apprentice brother Zhong might squeeze into the top 10 and become a Heaven Barracks disciple. Hehe, that's really hard to say. That bunch of sickos in the Heaven Barracks can't be measured using common sense. Senior apprentice brother Zhong is improving, but will they remain stagnant? Now that you mentioned it, you're right. However, can this number 52 receive this purple young clear howl? This. Probably going to be hard. Number 52 is incredible, but both you and I know the power of this Great Circle realm purple young clear howl. Most likely, even that perverse bunch in the top 10 would choke on this. This was Yi Yuan's first time facing an Azure Dipper purple young sword art sword move face on. Him directly comprehending the sword intent on the Nine Heavens Road was equivalent to having a thorough understanding of this sword art. He did not need to exchange for the cultivation method in the sect. In reality, the Azure Dipper purple young sword art was a set of cultivation methods. It encompassed said many martial techniques in it. The Azure Dipper purple young sword art that the Tranquil Cloud sect had comprised of a total of 4 layers. Each layer corresponded to a major realm, and several sets of sword martial skills were included in each layer of the cultivation method. This purple young clear howl was an extremely powerful martial technique in the second layer. The training difficulty was high, and the power was incredible. To have been able to train this martial technique to the Great Circle realm showed Zhongjing's remarkable strength. Except, it was still somewhat lacking to use this move to deal with Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan's realm was way lower than Zhongjing's, when talking about comprehension towards the Azure Dipper purple young sword intent, Zhongjing could not even catch up to Yi Yuan by whipping his horse. That final sword on the Nine Heavens Road was the full comprehension Yu Wuya had towards the Azure Dipper purple young sword intent. Yi Yuan fully comprehending that sword meant that he already stood on the same heights as Yu Wuya in terms of understanding of this sword intent. This purple young clear howl move from Zhongjing was at most the standards of the first 10% of the last 333 steps on the Nine Heavens Road. The difference with the final sword move was too far. Of course, Zhongjing's advantage was his cultivation realm, Unleash. Plusing a sword move with peak 9th level spirit condensation realm strength, even if it were a trash-like move, the damage to a 4th level spirit condensation realm would also be enormous, let alone the fact that the Azure Dipper purple young sword art itself was extremely powerful. Now, it was only to see Yi Yuan spinning around and sweep his sword horizontally. What was released was not a single sword beam, but countless beams of sword chi. In the air, beams of azure sword chi clashed with faint yellow sword chi. After each streak of sword chi collided, it would turn into nothing. After several breaths, not a single one of the countless sword chi released by Zhongjing actually bypassed, said Yi Yuan's sword chi to reach Yi Yuan. My My God. How did he do it? Number 52 only unleashed one sword strike. The purple young clear howl was broken just like this. Too inconceivable. Did you see that? That sword strike from number 52 was not even a technique. It was just a simple slash. Plus, but how can that sword strike possibly produce so much sword chi? I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. This number 52 is too perverse. The purple young clear howl is ranked third among all the moves in the second layer, and it was actually broken by him so easily. Chapter 262, Empty Alleys. Chapter 262, Empty Alleys. Purple lighting azure frost. On platform number 1, Tian Yu gave a low cry, and his opponent was defeated. The third round, the announcement of number 1 winning was finally the first to sound out. Except, there was already nobody paying heed to such things. Even Tian Yu himself was not in the mood to listen to this voice. He walked down the platform directly and headed towards the platform where Yi Yuan and Zhong Jing were facing off. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens. On platform number 2, Tang Yue similarly cried out. The red silk in her hands bounded up her foe in a peculiar manner, beating him down easily. The same thing happened to many disciples ranked in the top 10. They all wanted to rush to watch the platform that number 52 was at. Just what kind of God was this mysterious number 52? At this very moment, the compet. 1 Taion for elite disciples also reached the white-hot stage. The number of elite disciples was forever fixed like core disciples. Except, there were only 20 elite disciples at all times. These 20 people could be said to be the future hope of the sect. The compet. 1 Taion for elite disciples was different from core disciples. Every grand compet. 1 Taion, they all fought in revolving battles. 20 people, that was also to say that each person had to experience 19 revolving battles. Whoever won the most matches at the end would be rank 1. And the people in the bottom 3 rankings had to undergo a final match with the top 3 core disciples to determine who stays and who leaves. On platform number 3, a youth dressed in martial outfit unleashed a flurry of fist silhouettes, beating his opponent until he could only ward off the blows and without the slightest strength to retaliate, only to see him withdraw his fist momentum and give a low cry, boundless tyrant fists. Only to hear a boom, his opponent was sent flying out of the platform. Senior apprentice brother Wujiu, your fist art is really becoming more and more powerful. It's simply flawless, the youth who was defeated grumbled. When he was on the platform earlier, that senior apprentice brother Wujiu was incomparably tyrannical with an aura that disdained all life. But currently, senior apprentice brother Wujiu was meek like the boy next door. The before and after was huge. It was hard for others to believe that they were the same person. This senior apprentice brother Wujiu was called Ti Wujiu, the well-deserved leader of the elite disciples. This person was normally very easy to get along with. He did not put on any airs of a senior. Disciples who did not know him simply could not imagine that he was the leader of the elite disciples. But once the battle began, it was like Ti Wujiu was possessed by the god of war, going berserk on his opponent until they could not catch their breath. From the start of the grand compet. 1 Taion until now, more than half of the matches for the elite disciples had Pares said. Ti Wujiu was number 1 in terms of battle results with complete victories. In reality, this was like a common occurrence to him. The one who fought with him just now was called Cheng Wu. His strength was somewhat lacking among the elite disciples. Now that he lost battles repeatedly today, barring no accidents, he should be one of the bottom 3 placings. Seeing Cheng Wu grumbled, Ti Wujiu smiled warmly and said, "How can there be a flawless fist art? It's just that you didn't find them. If it was senior apprentice brother Mo or senior apprentice brother Shin, this fist art of mine would be full of flaws." The corner of Cheng Wu's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "They are both personal disciples who entered the sect much earlier than senior apprentice brother Wujiu. In future, senior apprentice brother Wujiu's accomplishments will surely not be beneath theirs. Furthermore, senior apprentice brother Wujiu tread up the Tao of using fist arts. To have such accomplishments is truly hard to come by. Mo Yuntian, Xin Lai, these people were accepted as personal disciples by the hall head. Although they were still disciples in T-Ital, they actually did not need to partake 1p8 in the compet 1 tie-on between disciples anymore. What personal disciples had to do was to follow their master to cultivate, and they would frequently be sent out to carry out some missions. And their status in the sect was actually no longer inferior to ordinary elders. T. Wujio chuckled and did not continue with this topic. Instead, he laughed and said, "Little Wu, you seem to be slacking off a little recently. You actually lost so many matches this grand compet. 1 tie-on." Cheng Wu had a bitter face when he heard that and said, "Sigh. Senior apprentice brother Wujio, it's really not that I'm slacking, but because all of you improved too quickly, I already can't quite follow your footsteps. I won't talk about that any longer. Senior apprentice brother Wujio, there happens to be some time for us now. Can I trouble you to accompany me to the core disciples area to take a look and scout out the enemy? I want to see to what extent Tian Yu that boy has improved." T. Wujio had a mild temperament and did not reject. He nodded his head and went with Cheng Wu to the core disciples area. What's the matter? Don't tell me it has all ended. Where did all the people go to? Cheng Wu came over to take a look. All the platforms were empty, leaving only one platform full of people beneath it. It actually gave people a feeling of empty alleys. It's rather odd. Who's fighting on that platform? Why would there be so many onlookers? T. Wujio was also curious. Come, let's go over and look too, Cheng Wu said. When the two approached, T. Wujio's gaze involuntarily turned sharp. On the platform, sword light radiated as sword chi ran wild. A youth who looked very unfamiliar was locked in battle with the Earth Barracks Zhongjing. The most frightening thing was that the youth was actually only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. But his attainments in sword art were so great that it simply took people's breath away in amazement. To be able to fight so fiercely as a 4th level spirit condensation realm against a peak 9th level spirit condensation realm showed the might of this youth. When did such a freakish youth appear in the Tranquil Cloud sect? Senior apprentice brother Wujio, quickly look, Tian Yu is also there watching the fight. Tang Yue and Luo Chengfeng too. They are all actually watching this young man's compet. 1 tie-on. Cheng Wu exclaimed in shock like he discovered a new continent. T. Wujio nodded and said, I wonder who this young man is. A 4th level spirit condensation realm actually has such combat strength. The people below the stage were already long mesmerized from watching. Yi Yuan and Zhong Jing already fought for over 100 rounds and had yet to determine the victor. Yi Yuan's understanding towards sword intent made everyone feel utterly ashamed of their inadequacy. No matter how unpredictable the sword moves Zhong Jing unleashed were, Yi Yuan could easily resolve them. However, Zhong Jing's strength was also really very strong. Yi Yuan grasped an opportunity in between to display the 9-sword stance. Except, it was too rushed at that time. The power of the 9-sword stance did not achieve the most ideal outcome. Zhong Jing actually barely dodged the 9 streaks of sword light. After that time, Zhong Jing broke out in cold sweat all over his body. Ever since then, he was abnormally cautious and absolutely did not give Yi Yuan any chance to display the 9-sword stance. Right now, Zhong Jing's powerful performance was displayed in its entirety. Yi Yuan could not find any chance at all. Just like this, both parties sunk into a fierce exchange. All of Zhong Jing's attacks had completely no effect, but he did not give Yi Yuan any chance to attack either. The two people actually fought all the way until now like this. All the matches had already ended, leaving only this match. However, the audience below the stage was not at all irritated. The majority of them cultivated the incomplete Azure Dipper purple yang sword art and were very sensitive to sword intent. From the start of the battle until now, watching Yi Yuan's unbelievably profound sword intent, the crowd all felt that they reaped no little benefit. Yi Yuan's sword intent originally contained the Azure Dipper purple yang sword intent within. Although these disciples felt that it was extremely abstruse, they could more or less perceive some things. Chapter 263, Admitting Defeat. Chapter 263, Admitting Defeat. Tian Yu, is this number 52 using the Azure Dipper purple yang sword art? Why does it look like it seems to be, yet not really so? Tang Yue's pretty face was full of doubt. Tian Yu's eyes were filled with astoundment at the moment. In terms of understanding towards the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art, he had no equal among the younger generation. Although Ti Wujiu was ranked one among the elite disciples, what he specialized in was fist techniques, and not the sex foundations, the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art. In terms of this cultivation skill, Tian Yu was number one ever since returning from the Nine Heavens Road. It was just that due to cultivation realm limitations, his strength could not compare to elite disciples yet. Except, when he saw Yi Yuan and Zhong Jing's face-off, he actually had a deeply profound sensation. That sort of sensation was as if he was facing that final sword on the Nine Heavens Road. No, it seemed to be even more profound than that sword. Could this be the trudging out your own path that Yi Yuan referred to? Tian Yu shook his head and said, I don't know either. I only know that his understanding of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art has already reached the stage of having it at his fingertip. Since he started fighting with Zhong Jing until now, he did not even use any move, but it is formless winning moves. How is he compared to you? Tang Yuo asked. Tang Yuo was not a sword cultivator and was not very sensitive towards sword intent. Tian Yu smiled bitterly and said, simply no way of comparing. Tang Yuo did not notice Tian Yu's expression and said in relief, that's what I said. How can a fourth-level spirit condensation realm possibly be your match? Zhong Jing and he are pretty much evenly matched. There's simply no comparison to you. To a proud child of heaven, their greatest fear was nothing more than being replaced by a newcomer like Yi Yuan who suddenly appeared. Even a great beauty like Tang Yuo was not immune to it. For geniuses like Tian Yu and Tang Yuo, it had only been them Serpa. Sing others. Since when were they Serpa? Said by others. Now that a mysterious number 52 suddenly popped out, the impact it had on them was enormous. Instinctively, Tang Yuo did not wish that Yi Yuan could Serpa. Her. Even if she was Serpa. Said, it at least had to be after some time later. Yi Yuan was only at the fourth-level spirit condensation realm. Being Serpa. Said by him like this in the first grand compet. 1. Taion after he entered the sect was too humiliating. This was not that Tang Yuo was narrow-minded but human nature. Not just her, but Tian Yu, Luo Chengfeng, and the rest actually also had this mentality. Otherwise, why would they think to finish their own match to come over and watch the fight? Tian Yu was stunned, then laughed wryly and said, that's not it. Yi Yuan's comprehension of sword Dao is way stronger than mine. Don't look at how I'm stronger than Zhong Jing. If it were me on that platform right now, the battle situation would not be any better than his. Tang Yue's eyes went wide as she said disbelievingly, how's that possible? You're clearly way stronger than Zhong Jing. Tang Yue's meaning was that Yi Yuan and Zhong Jing's strength were roughly the same while Tian Yu was much stronger than Zhong Jing. In that case, Tian Yu's strength was naturally much stronger than Yi Yuan's. Tian Yu shook his head and said, Yi Yuan can fight Zhong Jing to a draw as a fourth-level spirit condensation realm. Why do you think that is the case? Tang Yuo thought about it and said, it should be his sword intent, right? Tian Yu nodded and said, I'm stronger than Zhong Jing because my comprehension towards the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art is deeper than his. But Yi Yuan's understanding towards sword intent is way stronger than mine. Regardless of what sword move I use, it will be easily resolved by him. How do I fight like this? Tang Yuo said reluctantly, doesn't that mean that everyone who cultivates the sword Dao in the sect isn't his match? Tian Yu said, at least among the disciples, that's the case. How is this possible? Humph. I don't believe it. I must defeat him. Tang Yuo refused to concede defeat. Tian Yu chuckled and did not say much. Honestly speaking, Tian Yu was also very much looking forward to the clash between Tang Yuo and Yi Yuan. Tang Yuo did not cultivate sword Dao. No matter how strong Yi Yuan's sword intent was, it could not affect Tang Yuo's performance. Tang Yuo had half-step crystal formation realm strength. How should Yi Yuan resolve that? On the platform, Yi Yuan and Zhong Jing's fight had already progressed to a white-hot stage. Zhong Jing suddenly withdrew his sword and stood there, saying to Yi Yuan, wait. Yi Yuan similarly stopped and said, What guidance does senior apprentice brother Zhong have? Zhongjing laughed calmly and said, I didn't think that junior apprentice brother Yi's sword Dao attainments were actually so great. Zhongjing admits defeat. Next, I'll unleash my strongest sword. If junior apprentice brother Yi can receive it, then this Zhong will directly concede. Yi Yuan smiled and said, please go ahead, senior apprentice brother Zhong. Zhongjing shut his eyes and sucked in a deep breath. He raised the sword in his hand. All of a sudden, purple lightning flashed around Zhongjing's sword. An extremely powerful aura rippled out. It's purple lightning azure frost. Senior apprentice brother Zhong mastered the purple lightning azure frost. Someone below the stage said agitatedly. This is the second strongest move in the second layer. Very few people in the sect can comprehend it. Senior apprentice brother Zhong, having comprehended the purple lightning azure frost, should be charging for the top 10 this time. But, is this move effective against number 52? Collective speechlessness. Yi Yuan's sword art, which lifted the heavy as if it were light, already shook everyone's heart. Such a long fighting duration, Yi Yuan gave everyone a feeling that he could break apart any kind of sword move no matter what. He was undefeatable. Purple lightning azure frost. Zhongjing gave a low cry. Purple-colored lightning mixed within azure-colored sword beams shot towards Yi Yuan. But the so-called strongest move in Zhongjing's mouth really did not pose much of a threat to Yi Yuan. All of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword ART's sword moves were ineffective to Yi Yuan, unless they were like Mo Yuntian, a martial artist who was a major realm higher than Yi Yuan. That way, they could use absolute strength to crush Yi Yuan. It was only to see Yi Yuan made a stabbing move straight on, receiving this attack directly. Under everyone's stupefied gazes, the violent purple lightning and azure sword chi entered Yi Yuan's sword tip and vanished. The strongest move actually did not even stir a single wave. Zhongjing was not as dejected as imagined. Instead, he gave a faint smile and said, I lost. Yi Yuan beamed and said, thanks for giving way, senior apprentice brother Zhong. Not at all. I didn't give way at all. I already unleashed everything I had but could not do anything to you. If our cultivation realms were similar, I reckon that I would also be instantly trounced. I truly did not think that junior apprentice brother Yi was actually so formidable, Zhongjing said with a rather emotional sigh. Yi Yuan smiled but did not follow up. Yi Yuan would not be wildly arrogant, but would not humble himself unduly either. If their realms were similar, he could easily defeat Zhongjing instantly. But Yi Yuan naturally would not brag about something like that. I had many gains during this battle. I'll enter a closed seclusion while the sensation from the battle earlier is still there. Junior apprentice brother Yi, I wish you all the best in your matches at the back. Farewell. Finus. HI plus ing, Zhongjing left floatingly without even turning his head back. Platform number 13, number 52 win. Elder Feng's voice suddenly sounded, shattering the dead quiet scene. Ti Wujiu looked at the figure on the platform and said to Cheng Wu with a grin, looks like there's another interesting opponent in this grand compet. 1 Taion. Cheng Wu pulled a bitter face and said, how is this interesting? Why are there more and more freaks? Chapter 264, Tao of Calligraphy. Chapter 264, Tao of Calligraphy. Where the hell did this number 52 pop out from? His sword arts are simply at the peak of perfection, isn't it so? Senior apprentice brother Zhong even used the purple lightning azure frost, but it was completely useless against number 52. I heard that he just ascended from the secular world. How could that land of the mundane possibly give birth to such a freak? I heard that he isn't even 16 years old yet. Even if he gained enlightenment on the Tao in his mother's womb, it's also impossible to reach such an extent, right? Yi Yuan defeating Zhongjing caused a huge commotion among the sect disciples. Yi Yuan's name was very quickly known by all the disciples. Seng Cheng also saw the match between Yi Yuan and Zhongjing. He rejoiced that he did not find trouble with Yi Yuan back then. Otherwise, he would have lost a great amount of face. He only knew now that Yi Yuan teaching his younger brother a lesson did not even count as an appetizer. Yi Yuan's strength could aim for the top 3. Seng Cheng was similarly a sword cultivator. He was deeply aware of Yi Yuan's sword Dao's prowess. Even if Tian Yu up there, he might not gain any advantages. If not because Seng Cheng Pa's said the third round, he also wanted to enter seclusion like Zhongjing did. Seng Cheng believed that there was quite a number with the same thoughts as him. Among them even included Tian Yu. Yi Yuan did not let any ripples surface on his state of mind because of becoming a celebrity. Because this was not worth mentioning to him. With his apartment I-tude, if he could not even catch people's eyes in a lower realm's tiny sect, then it would be an epic fail. Yi Yuan's opponent in the fourth round was still a sword cultivator disciple. That disciple's strength was much weaker than Zhongjing's. The result need not be said. Starting from the fourth round all the way until the top 4 elites were born, there would be a disciple who fell every round. After 4 rounds of battle, a day Pa's said by just like that. The battle on the second day was of the utmost importance. The weak disciples were basically all eliminated during the first stage. Those remaining were all elites among the disciples. The battles during the second day were all basically the strong facing the strong. Such a compet. One Taion was naturally 100% worth watching. Yi Yuan's opponent in the fifth round was a top 10 expert, similarly a sword cultivator disciple. In reality, this disciple's strength was roughly the same as Zhongjing's. His Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art was likewise trained to the Purple Lightning Azure Frost. Originally, Zhongjing wanted to rely on the Purple Lightning Azure Frost to sail the top 10 this time. But the result was that he was unexpectedly eliminated by Yi Yuan in the third round. The outcome was obviously no surprise. After a bout of struggle, Yi Yuan won once more. Nobody could have imagined that there would actually be a 4th-level spirit condensation realm who entered the top 7 this grand compet. One Taion. However, there wasn't really anyone who was unconvinced by this result. This was what Yi Yuan won round after round, without the slightest bit of trickery. In between, Yi Yuan defeated several experts whose strengths were sufficient to enter the top 10. Yi Yuan was well deserving of the top 7. After winning another opponent, you can enter the top 4. Initially, I thought that you would shock everyone in one move the next grand compet. One Taion. I didn't think that you would do it now. Long Tang looked at Yi Yuan as he sighed emotionally. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're not bad too." To par SS through 3 rounds consecutively with 5th-level spirit condensation realm. That is already in the top 25. Long Tang showed extraordinary splendor previously in the matches, overcoming all difficulties in succession, and charging all the way to the 4th round before being defeated by Luo Chengfeng. Putting Yi Yuan aside, Long Tang was absolutely the biggest dark horse in this compet. One Taion. The might of his breaking fantasy fist intent virtually swept across all experts below the 9th-level spirit condensation realm. Of course, Long Tang's luck was still considered decent. Before meeting Luo Chengfeng, he did not really encounter any formidable contestants. Even so, to have walked to this step with 5th-level spirit condensation realm cultivation, it was absolutely sufficiently strong. Long Tang grinned, clearly still very satisfied with this result. But after going through this grand compet, One Taion, he also finally became conscious of how powerful the breaking fantasy fist intent that he comprehended was. Those disciples at a higher realm than him, although they could not compare to like Zhongjing's strength, they were absolutely not second-rate. To be able to charge into the 4th round among the core disciples where experts roamed like clouds, it unequivocally meant true ability. Senior apprentice Brother Yi, your opponent next round is Luo Chengfeng. I know that your sword intent is powerful, but you should still be careful when encountering him. I know. There are 4 half-step crystal formation realms in the top 10. But for Luo Chengfeng to be able to beat down 2 half-step crystal formation realms, his strength is clear at a glance. Yi Yuan nodded and said. Yi Yuan was not someone whose eyes were on top of their heads. His mind was very clear. At that time, the half-step crystal formation realm Su Yubai could heavily injure Huyen Yong with a single palm until he vomited blood showed the gap between peak 9th-level spirit condensation realm and half-step crystal formation realm. Huyen Yong had more potential than Su Yubai, and his strength was also greater than ordinary 9th-level spirit condensation realm. Even so, he was still defeated in a single move. Although it was because he wanted to save Yi Yuan back then that Huyan Yong had no choice but to clash face-on with Su Yubai, this was ample to show how powerful half-step crystal formation realm was. And for Luo Chengfeng to suppress 2 half-step crystal formation realms with peak 9th-level spirit condensation realm cultivation showed just what realm his comprehension towards a certain concept had reached. How was it? The match with him? Disclose a little. Yi Yuan asked with a laugh. Long Tang was somewhat surprised as he said, "Haha, I didn't think that you would actually be concerned about your opponent. I thought that you would not pay attention to this." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Know the enemy and know yourself, and you can win 100 battles. I'm not some deity realm powerhouse. It's impossible to sweep across all adversaries." Long Tang nodded. He knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, but Yi Yuan's realm was still too low in the end. It was still fine against those ordinary opponents, but he would naturally pay heed to opponents who had a much higher cultivation realm than him and who also had a strong concept comprehension. Recalling the match with Luo Chengfeng, a deep dread was reflected in Long Tang's eyes. It was apparent that that match was not some beautiful memory. Strong. Very strong. I didn't even make it past 5 moves. Moreover, he didn't even draw his weapon, Long Tang said with trepidation. Yi Yuan's eyes showed seriousness. He knew Long Tang's strength. To be able to defeat him in 5 moves and not even use his weapon showed just how great Luo Chengfeng's strength was. "En? Then do you know what weapon he uses?" Yi Yuan asked. Long Tang nodded and said, "I was rather unresigned, so I asked around fellow disciples afterward before finding out that Luo Chengfeng actually uses a judge pen, and the only one who can force him to use the judge pen is Qian Yu." Surprised, Yi Yuan asked, "En? Why is that? Even Tang Yue can't force his weapon out?" "But Tang Yue's ranking is above his." Long Tang said, "I was also quite surprised when I heard it at first, but I learned from others that Luo Chengfeng once said that he was a scholar. Unless it was a life and death match, he would not use his judge pen to deal with a woman." "Oh, this is an interesting person. That's also to say that this Luo Chengfeng is walking the Tao of calligraphy?" "That's right. It's said that half of his time every day is spent on writing and not cultivation." But Yi Yuan grinned and waved his hands when he heard that and said, "Writing is also a form of cultivation. The Tao of calligraphy, Tao of sword, and the Tao of fist are all the same, all are a great Tao. When cultivated to the limits, the power is exceedingly formidable." Chapter 265, Strange Fight. Chapter 265, Strange Fight among martial artists. The Tao of calligraphy was viewed as a mundane Tao, only a minor Tao, something that scholars in the mundane world practiced. Many martial artists practiced the Tao of calligraphy but failed to have any accomplishments. Many times, years would pass, but the gains would be extremely trivial. As time said, there were fewer and fewer martial artists who practiced the Tao of calligraphy. But in reality, if one had achievements in the Tao of calligraphy, their strength would be much greater than ordinary martial artist. Among the 10 supreme divine kings in the divine realm, there was a heavenly book divine king. As a matter of fact, his strength was actually not weaker than the spirit bristle divine king. It could be seen just how formidable the power of this Tao of calligraphy was when comprehended to its limit. Except, wanting to step into the gates of the Tao of calligraphy was too hard, way too hard. Furthermore, there were exceedingly few powerhouses of this Tao. The inspirations left behind from cultivation methods would naturally be scarce as well. The perception and lucky chances required to comprehend a supreme true intent based on one's own inspiration was way too harsh. From Long Tang's description, it looked like Luo Chengfeng most likely already grasped the basics of the Tao of calligraphy. It was merely unknown to exactly what extent. Now that each of Yi Yuan's battle was everyone's focal point, his match with Luo Chengfeng became the main attraction this round. This match determined who could enter the top 4. If Yi Yuan continued to upset the status quo, then Luo Chengfeng, who initially could have firmly entered the top 3, would be stopped outside the gates of elite disciple. In the previous Grand Compet, one Taion, Luo Chengfeng emerged out of nowhere, overcoming all challenges along the way, and charging into the top 3. He even defeated a half-step crystal formation realm expert. But sadly, he lost to the last place of the elite disciples and remained among the core disciples. Now that several months had passed, Luo Chengfeng's strength had made great strides forward again. If not for Yi Yuan this dark horse appearing, Luo Chengfeng was extremely likely to make it into the elite disciples. Whether or not Yi Yuan's strength could shake the top 3 was also everyone's focal point. If Yi Yuan could shake the top 3 Luo Chengfeng with 4th level spirit condensation realm strength, then the degree of his monstrousness was too terrifying. This was Yi Yuan's first time seeing Luo Chengfeng. He was different from his domineering fame. His real person appeared very learned and refined. Luo Chengfeng had a silk headdress resembling a ridged roof on his head and azure-colored long robes. He looked like a Confucian scholar Hi. Plusing to take the exams and not a peak 9th level spirit condensation realm martial artist. Thinking about it, this kind of disposition was inseparable from him bitterly training calligraphy around the clock. But if anyone were to underestimate him because of this, they would come to regret it. Luo Chengfeng slowly drew his judge pen when he saw Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly, saying, "I heard that senior apprentice brother Luo doesn't draw your weapon easily." "What's with this?" Luo Chengfeng said nonchalantly, "I saw junior apprentice brother Yi's battle. You're very strong." The meaning of his words was that Yi Yuan's might had already reached the extent where he had no choice but to draw his weapon. So that's the case. Then junior will seek guidance from senior apprentice brother Luo's Tao of calligraphy. Please. Luo Chengfeng nodded and did not say anything redundant. He lifted his hand and pointed with his judge pen. A formless force tore through the air, heading straight for Yi Yuan. This move had had a powerful aura and force. It was like the formless force wanted to tear apart SPACE. Senior apprentice brother Luo's force-penetrating paperback. It's a killing move right after coming up. With the heaven and earth as the paper, strength breaking 30,000 catties. This move from senior apprentice brother Luo is much stronger than the previous grand compet. 1 Taion. Yeah. Senior apprentice brother Luo cultivated the Tao of calligraphy. I wonder how Yi Yuan will deal with it. Yi Yuan looked at this force-penetrating paperback and smiled. Only to see him wield his sword, pointing in midair too. Similarly, a streak of force shot out and collided with Luo Chengfeng's force. Evidently, Luo Chengfeng's force was a level stronger. It broke apart Yi Yuan's force, attacking Yi Yuan again. It was just that after being blocked by Yi Yuan's force, the remaining force was of no concern anymore. Seeing this scene, everyone was stupefied, including the Luo Chengfeng who used the force-penetrating paperback. What happened just now? Yi Yuan, he actually know the Tao of calligraphy too? Was his move earlier force-penetrating paperback? Why do I have a sort of misconception that Yi Yuan's understanding towards this move is actually above senior apprentice brother Luo's? That's not a misconception. Yi Yuan's force-penetrating paperback is really stronger than senior apprentice brother Luo's. It's just that senior apprentice brother Luo's realm is much higher than his. That's why Yi Yuan move cannot beat Luo Chengfeng's. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan is similarly immune to senior apprentice brother Luo's move? Isn't this fellow too heaven-defying? It's fine if his sword Tao realm was high, but his comprehension towards calligraphy Tao is also so perverse. That move earlier, Yi Yuan clearly used the sword as a pen to display force-penetrating paperback. Furthermore, in terms of power, it was actually above Luo Chengfeng. It was just that due to his realm being too low, he lost to Luo Chengfeng. Luo Chengfeng maintained that calm and composed appearance, but the seriousness and confusion in his eyes could not be wiped away. This Imperial Law True Book is something I only managed to have some small gains in after bitterly cultivating for 10 years. I heard that you came from the state of Qin, so you should not have had the chance to see this cultivation method. Why is your move stronger than mine? Yi Yuan did not get to open his mouth when Luo Chengfeng suddenly muttered to himself. Wrong. That wasn't force-penetrating paperback just now. Although it's extremely alike, it's missing a trace of calligraphy Tao rhyme. But why is the power so strong? The more he pondered, the more incomprehensible Luo Chengfeng felt. The comprehension of the Tao of calligraphy was not built in a day. Luo Chengfeng immersed in this Tao for 10 years before he had some minor gains. That was why his strength in this past 2 years suddenly soared. But just how did Yi Yuan execute that move just now? Could it be that he could execute other people's moves with just a glance? And the power would be greater than them? Luo Chengfeng's gaze condensed and said, "Take another move from me. Iron picture, silver hook." Luo Chengfeng's judge pen drew a stroke in front of his chest. A sharp and fierce force was released once more. If the force-penetrating paperback earlier was a heavy atmosphere, then this iron picture silver hook would be abnormally sharp. It could attack when advancing and defend when retreating. This Imperial Law True Book was really a powerful cultivation method. Yi Yuan chuckled calmly and mimicked Luo Chengfeng's actions, using the sword as a pen once again. An iron picture silver hook was unleashed again. The same thing happened once more. Luo Chengfeng's attack was weakened after Yi Yuan's move, becoming feeble and powerless, and was easily resolved by Yi Yuan. Luo Chengfeng's gaze revealed solemnness. Previously, everyone wanted to see how the sword Tao freak, Yi Yuan, would react when encountering fellow disciples with other concepts. But nobody could have imagined that the result would actually be like this. Whatever move Luo Chengfeng released, Yi Yuan would actually counterattack with the same move. Such a fighting style was too abnormal. The audience below the stage looked at each other, their eyes revealing deep astonishment. They had partic 1p8'd in many grand compet 1 times before but had never encountered such a strange battle. Regardless of what move you use, the other person would give you a dose of your own medicine. How to fight like this? The main point was that it was fine if Yi Yuan's paying back in one's own coin only looked like the real deal, but his retaliation just had to be incomparably sharp. Chapter 266, Mimicking Concept. Chapter 266, Mimicking Concept. What's going on here? Could Yi Yuan really have cultivated the Imperial Law True Book before? The Imperial Law True Book is extremely hard to train in. The hards. Hi+PS that senior apprentice brother Luo had to suffer to cultivate it to its realm today is something that no one can compare to. But Yi Yuan actually just displayed it so casually. Could Yi Yuan be one of those people who is born with knowledge? Otherwise, with his age, how is it possible to have such accomplishments on sword Tao and calligraphy Tao at the same time? The disciples below the stage did not know calligraphy Tao and thought that Yi Yuan was bent on competing in calligraphy Tao with Luo Chengfeng. Only Luo Chengfeng on the stage knew that what Yi Yuan executed was not the Tao of calligraphy. But why did it have such great power if it was not the Tao of calligraphy? Luo Chengfeng was also a proud person. Seeing Yi Yuan repeatedly tearing apart his move through replication, a refusal to concede defeat welled up from the bottom of his heart. Pen expressing dragons and snakes. Dragon soar, phoenix dance. Permeating 3 parts wood. One move after another, the powerful force overflowed the platform, causing a colossal upheaval. If not for array formations protecting, the platform would already be destroyed several times over. But opposite Luo Chengfeng, Yi Yuan similarly used his sword to execute the exact same moves Luo Chengfeng did unhurriedly. Pen expressing dragons and snakes. Dragon soar, phoenix dance. Permeating 3 parts wood. Blasts of energy collided together and were obliterated. Compared to the match with Zhongjing yesterday, this match was even more soul-stirring. Yesterday's match, Yi Yuan relied on his impressive sword intent to resolve them one by one. But today's match with Luo Chengfeng, Yi Yuan clearly did not lift heavy like it was light like yesterday. But the exact same moves shook people to their core even more. Yi Yuan stood there like a mirror. No matter how Luo Chengfeng used his strength, he could reflect it. Such a battle gave Yi Yuan an added portion of power and awe. Luo Chengfeng was full of elegance but also became a little pis said currently. Each of his moves was stronger than the previous, and also more difficult. He wanted to see whether Yi Yuan could really replicate all of his moves. To be able to defeat a half-step crystal formation realm with peak 9th level spirit condensation realm strength, it could be seen how great Luo Chengfeng's strength was. Towards the end, Luo Chengfeng's moves were so powerful that it made the audience below the stage feel stifled. To think that after a few months, senior apprentice brother Luo's strength already became so formidable. Compared to the last grand compet. One Taion, it's like his entire being was cast off and reborn anew. Yeah. He was still quite young and tender the previous grand compet. One Taion. Now, he's already very mature. Furthermore, he did not break through this half a year. Most likely, he can break through to half-step crystal formation realm anytime, right? Isn't that so? At senior apprentice brother Luo's level, they are no longer in a rush to raise cultivation realms. The more concepts they can comprehend in the spirit condensation realm, the greater the benefits in the future. Yeah. I wonder how senior apprentice brother Luo's present strength is like compared to senior apprentice brother Tianyu's. It seems like he was initially holding it back for a good confrontation with senior apprentice brother Tianyu. But the result is that he's obstructed by Yi Yuan currently. Speaking of which, this Yi Yuan is really so powerful that it's frightening. If he can break through to the 9th level spirit condensation realm, he can most likely even clash with senior apprentice brother Ti Wujiu, right? Hehe, I didn't think that such a monster would appear in our sect. No matter what the result of this grand compet. One Taion is, the next grand compet. One Taion will be Yi Yuan's world. A genius like Luo Chengfeng, the duration between the grand compet. One Taion's was enough for him to improve tremendously. 4 geniuses of their level, what they competed in had always been who improved more. If I improved more than you, that means that I'm more talented. Once improvement speed slowed down, they would naturally be eliminated. Just like the elite disciple Cheng Wu, his strength was very great, but compared to others, his improvement speed was slower, so he obviously became weaker. However, such rapid progress was actually unable to do anything to a 4th level spirit condensation realm newbie. Profound knowledge akin to divine aid. After a tumultuous and violent clash, Luo Chengfeng finally used his greatest trump card. This move was something that Luo Chengfeng comprehended only recently. Originally, this was his ultimate trump card meant to deal with Tianyu, but it was unexpectedly forced out by Yi Yuan. Once it was executed, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Powerful formless energy flooded the platform. A moment of carelessness and the outcome would definitely be being sent flying off the platform. But over on the other end, only to see Yi Yuan swing his sword calmly. Profound knowledge akin to divine aid was released in a twinkle. Except, everyone here, including Luo Chengfeng, did not detect that Yi Yuan added a little something extra into this move. Essence energy ignition. It was only to see Yi Yuan's profound knowledge akin to divine aid being executed. The battle situation on the platform became drastically different from before. Yi Yuan's force was like a whirlwind sweeping away scattered clouds, devouring Luo Chengfeng's attack unceasingly. Luo Chengfeng's face changed. He did not think that such a situation would actually occur. Previously, it was always him bombarding wantonly, but this time, Yi Yuan retaliated, catching him completely off guard. The attack after adding essence energy ignition was unbelievably powerful. It was already too late for Luo Chengfeng to want to defend against it. He only saw countless blasts of formless energy besieging him, directly breaking through his protective essence energy and sending him flying. Luo Chengfeng was only hit down the platform and did not suffer major injuries. Yi Yuan had a sense of propriety when attacking and did not ignite too much essence energy. Luo Chengfeng adjusted his posture in midair and landed on the ground lightly. It was dead silent below the stage. Everyone did not know what to say. If this was like the result of Zhongjing's match, everybody could still barely accept it. The result of this match was really unexpected. The top 3 core disciples represented virtually the highest point in the Tranquil Cloud Sec. In the minds of all the core disciples, the only ones who could beat the top 3 people were only the top 3, or core disciples. Others need not even think about it. Because for these 3 people to be able to occupy this position meant that their improvement speed surpassed said all others. Once they were shaken off by such a genius, then they would only get cast even further behind. Nobody had ever thought that someone in the top 3 would lose in the hands of a 4th level spirit condensation realm Just take Luo Chengfeng for example. His strength was sufficient to challenge ordinary third-level crystal formation realms. Someone like Su Yulin was not even Luo Chengfeng's match. Doesn't this mean that Yi Yuan's strength could cross an entire major realm to defeat his opponent? This was too inconceivable. Luo Chengfeng sighed lightly and cupped his fists towards Yi Yuan and said, "Many thanks for junior apprentice brother Yi showing mercy." "Not at all. Senior apprentice brother Luo being able to walk so far on the Tao of calligraphy, this junior is full of admiration. In fact, this junior won with somewhat unorthodox means," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Luo Chengfeng's face changed slightly, and he could not help voicing the suspicions he had in his heart. Where did junior apprentice brother Yi's moves come from? Could junior apprentice brother Yi really have trained in the Imperial Law True Book before? Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a grin, "Nay. Those moves were all copied after I watched senior apprentice brother Luo's moves. This is called mimicking concept." Chapter 267, Dragon Among Men. Chapter 267, Dragon Among Men mimicking concept. What's that? Luo Chengfeng could not help being stupefied. My move looks exactly the same as yours. But in reality, when talking about the contents, it differs in thousands of ways. Those moves of mine were mimicked using sword intent. It appeared right, but is really wrong, Yi Yuan said. This concepts can actually be utilized like this. Luo Chengfeng originally felt that something was off, but could not figure it out the whole time. Now that he heard Yi Yuan talk about it, the other party had actually been using sword intent to clash with him the entire time. But even if it was sword intent, wasn't it too alike? No matter how Luo Chengfeng racked his brains, he could not figure out how sword intent could be used to mimic calligraphy intent so skillfully as to be indistinguishable from the original. Luo Chengfeng believed that the audience below the stage could not even see through that what Yi Yuan used was sword intent. Only him, someone who immersed himself in the Tao of calligraphy for so many years, could differentiate that minute trace of difference. Ignoring other things, just how high was Yi Yuan's attainments on the sword Tao? This match was not lost unjustly. Myriad Tao laws, all lead to the same destination. The concepts might be different in endless ways, but they also have many common aspects. Although I have yet to research in depth into the Tao of calligraphy, I've seen before extremely powerful calligraphy Tao experts, so I'm also rather familiar with the Tao of calligraphy. Hence, that's why I can mimic calligraphy Tao with sword Tao, Yi Yuan said. The extremely powerful calligraphy Tao expert that Yi Yuan was talking about was actually the Heavenly Book Divine King. Except, no matter how big a hole Luo Chengfeng and the rest excavated in their brain, they could not imagine what kind of existence this so-called extremely powerful calligraphy Tao expert was like. Ji Qingyun and his father had exceedingly high status in the divine realm. They were acquainted with most of the divine king powerhouses. Although the Heavenly Book Divine King was a more eccentric member of the 10 great supreme divine kings, he used to have pretty good relations with Yi Yuan. And Yi Yuan had also witnessed with his own eyes the great battle between the Heavenly Book Divine King and other divine kings. It was truly heaven-startling and caused the gods to weep. Compared to the Heavenly Book Divine King, this Imperial Law True Book of Luo Chengfeng was simply weak to the max. Yi Yuan originally had tremendously high perception and also comprehended a supreme true intent on sword Tao. In addition to having witnessed the Heavenly Book Divine King's Tao of calligraphy before, wanting to mimic Luo Chengfeng's moves was not something hard. Yi Yuan's factors were much better than Luo Chengfeng's. If he could not even mimic such a low-level concept, then he would really be too useless. What a fine phrase, myriad Tao laws, all lead to the same destination. Junior apprentice brother's perception is freakishly high. Even though it's just mimicking my concept, if junior apprentice brother Yi's concept isn't extremely high, I'm afraid that it's also impossible to have such a battle result. This Luo is fully convinced of my loss. Finest. Hi plus ing, Luo Chengfeng cupped his fists and left. Far away, Xiao Jiang and Mo Yuntian stood with their hands behind their backs. They had just watched the battle between Yi Yuan and Luo Chengfeng. Oh, Yuntian, what you said was right. A monster like Yi Yuan, my tranquil cloud sect might not have the destiny to contain him, About his strength, how do you view it? Xiao Jian suddenly asked. Mo Yuntian said, Junior apprentice brother Yi's sword intent most likely already surpa. S said mine by far too much. It even, if my conjectures are right, junior apprentice brother Yi probably already fully comprehended the azure dipper purple yang sword art on the Nine Heavens Road. Xiao Jian turned to look at Mo Yuntian. He said with a chuckle, if he surpa. S said me, then he surpa. S said me. What's there to avoid saying? I wonder which rock this boy jumped out from, to actually have such monstrous talent. In the thousands of years since the establishment of my tranquil cloud sect, there have only been a mere 3 individuals who can comprehend the azure dipper purple yang sword intent in its entirety. This boy is only 15 years old and actually comprehended such a profound sword intent fully. Truly remarkable. Mo Yuntian felt slightly awkward as he said, Junior apprentice brother Yi is a dragon among men. As long as he doesn't plummet, he will surely be able to ascend to the divine realm in the future. Furthermore, I feel that his talent might even be stronger than forefather Yu Wuya's. Even after he arrives in the divine realm, he can most likely become the powerhouse of a domain. Xiao Jian nodded. He clearly approved of Mo Yuntian's view. To be able to fully comprehend a true intent at the age of 15, such a freak should not have appeared in the endless world. Yuntian, did you discover that Yi Yuan's sword intent seems to have some different aspects? Mo Yuntian was rather surprised. Although he also comprehended much of the azure dipper purple yang sword intent, he was obviously not as sensitive compared to Xiao Jian. If they talked about it, the azure dipper purple yang sword intent that Tian Yu comprehended was even stronger than Mo Yuntian's. Mo Yuntian shook his head. Xiao Jian's gaze turned stern as he said, Yi Yuan's sword intent is not purely azure dipper purple yang sword intent. If my conjectures are correct, he even comprehended some other sword intent. Other sword intent? Mo Yuntian had a baffled look. He did not know what this meant. Xiao Jian nodded and said, it's clear that Yi Yuan's sword intent carries the shadow of the azure dipper purple yang sword intent, but there is a trace of nimbleness and elegance within the sword intent. In my opinion, Yi Yuan most likely already comprehended a type of sword intent before challenging the Nine Heavens Road. When he was challenging the Nine Heavens Road, he comprehended the azure dipper purple yang sword intent too. The most terrifying thing is that he already fused these 2 types of sword intent into one. Mo Yuntian revealed an astonished look. He knew that Yi Yuan's sword intent was extremely powerful, but he did not think that Yi Yuan's sword intent was already powerful to this sort of extent. As a sword cultivator, Mo Yuntian was deeply aware that fusing concepts was even harder than comprehending 2 kinds of concept. Yi Yuan fully comprehending the azure dipper purple yang sword art meant mastering a type of true intent. If he merged another kind of concept, then just what realm is he at? Mo Yuntian felt that his mind could not quite wrap itself around it. Xiao Jian shook his head and said, I don't know either, but there is bound to be even higher realms above true intent. Those are realms belonging to the divine realm's powerhouses. I wonder what the other sword intent Yi Yuan fused it with is like. If it's also a type of true intent, then that would be terrifying. Limited by own worldview, Xiao Jian did not know what realm was above true intent. He himself did not even fully comprehend a type of true intent. But he knew that there was surely even higher realms above true intent. Otherwise, what did those powerhouses in the divine realm cultivate? Xiao Jian was also not sure what realm fusing 2 kinds of true intent would reach, because in the endless world, possessing one type of true intent already meant an immensely powerful expert. It was said that there were major powers in the northern domain who fused 2 types of true intent, but as for what kind of realm those major powers were at, Xiao Jian had completely no clue. In reality, under most circumstances, it was impossible to produce a supreme true intent even by merging 2 types of true intent. In the divine realm, there were many experts who fused 2 types of concepts, but very few of them could cultivate to the divine king realm. The reason was that they could not comprehend a supreme true intent. Mo Yuntian sucked in a deep breath and said, this shouldn't be very likely, right? While Yi Yuan's talent is astonis. Hi plus ing, to merge 2 types of true intent at this age. Mo Yuntian felt that this already exceeded his boundary of understanding and instinctively felt that it was impossible. Xiao Jian laughed wryly and said, "Haha, actually, I also feel that this is not very likely. True intent isn't some cabbage that can be comprehended as you like." Yi Yuan could comprehend the azure dipper purple yang sword intent primarily is still because he barged into the Nine Heavens Road under coincidence. I reckon that he only added in the nimble and elegance concept that he comprehended before that into the azure dipper purple yang sword intent. Chapter 268, Battling Tang Yu. Chapter 268, Battling Tang Yu. As expected, yet also a complete surprise. Tian Yu, Tang Yue, and Yi Yuan entered the Final Four, while Luo Chengfeng was tragically eliminated, blocked outside the Final Four. It was expected because Tian Yu and Tang Yue entering the Final Four was within reason. But it was a surprise because before this grand compet, one Taion, No body would have thought that number 52 could actually charge into the Final Four. The other person who made it into the Final Four was called Sui Liang, precisely the other one the two half-step crystal formation realms. The face-off for the semi-finals was already out. Yi Yuan versus Tang Yue, and Tian Yu versus Sui Liang. There was basically no suspense for Tian Yu versus Sui Liang. Tang Yue and Yi Yuan's match clearly became everyone's focal point. Yi Yuan overcame all the obstacles along the way, and even Luo Chengfeng fell to him. This made the originally lifeless sect grand compet. One Taion suddenly became lively. Everybody wanted to see what step Yi Yuan could walk to. Although Yi Yuan defeating Luo Chengfeng in the previous battle made everyone's glar says fall off, everybody could sense that Yi Yuan's fight with Luo Chengfeng was not as easy as with Zhongjing. And Tang Yue's strength was not because Luo Chengfeng did not use his weapon. Everyone knew that even if Luo Chengfeng used his weapon, the result would also be the same. Hence, Yi Yuan and Tang Yue's match was even more antic. 1p8 then with Tian Yu. Tian Yu used the sword. Whether he could gain any advantages in a battle against Yi Yuan was another matter altogether. But Tang Yue did not use a sword. If Yi Yuan could even beat Tang Yue, he would only be a step away from number one. Yes, at the semi-finals, Tian Yu did not seem too promising instead. Not because he wasn't strong enough, but because he used swords. Tian Yu was strong because of his sword. But facing Yi Yuan, his sword became his greatest shortcoming instead. The semi-finals were about to commence. Yi Yuan and Tang Yue's platform was already surrounded until not even water could flow through. Quickly look. Isn't that senior apprentice brother Ti Wujiu? There's also senior apprentice brother Cheng Wu and the rest. The elite disciples actually came to watch Yi Yuan's match too. What's so strange about that? The elite disciples' matches have already ended. Senior apprentice brother Ti Wujiu won rank 1 without any contests. And senior apprentice brother Cheng Wu is third from the bottom. He will be competing with our core disciples number 1. Coming to check on his opponent's strength is something very natural. Then why did senior apprentice brother Ti Wujiu come over? With Yi Yuan's degree of monstrousness, he'll most probably cause a threat to senior apprentice brother Ti Wujiu before long. Isn't it very normal for him to come and take a look at his future adversary? I reckon that the number of elite disciples who came to watch the match is not small. The elite disciples' grand compet. 1 Taion was already all finished at this time. Ti Wujiu became the number 1 elite disciple uncontestably with the battle result of 19 complete victories. But Cheng Wu ultimately could not shake off the bottom 3 rankings. According to the sect rules, he would have to undergo a final match with the number 1 core disciple to determine who stays and leaves. Hence, it was very crucial to Cheng Wu who obtains rank 1. Senior apprentice brother Wujiu, who do you think can obtain rank 1? Cheng Wu asked rather fluid turdly. Ti Wujiu shook his head however and said, it has already been a very long time since the previous grand compet. 1 Taion. Tian Yu and Tang Yue both made significant progress. But as for how much they improved, nobody knows. Moreover, there's even a Yi Yuan who popped out this time. Whose hands the number 1 lands in is really still an unknown. Cheng Wu's eyes lit up as he said with a smile, do you think Yi Yuan can beat both Tang Yue and Tian Yu? If he can get number 1, then that would be great. Ti Wujiu shot Cheng Wu a glance and said with a chuckle, haha, I, on the other hand, think that it's best if you don't bump into Yi Yuan. Cheng Wu asked in puzzlement, no way, although this Yi Yuan is impressive, I, Cheng Wu, can't possibly lose to a 4th level spirit condensation realm, right? Cheng Wu was at the 1st level crystal formation realm. While his strength was near the bottom among the elite disciples, that was only relative to the elite disciples. Towards the vast majority of core disciples, his talent was absolutely those super strong types. Even though Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defying, Cheng Wu was a major realm higher than him. How could Yi Yuan possibly be his match? This sort of cruise. HI plussing in terms of cultivation realm could not be turned around with talent, Ti Wujiu said. Yi Yuan's might in sword intent realm Serpa. Says everyone's imagination. If my speculations are right, he might have already grasped the Azure Dipper Purple Young True Intent. Even if he has not fully grasped it, it's most likely more or less there already. If you really encounter him, it's best to be careful. Take care not to be careless. Cheng Wu sucked in a cold breath when he heard that. He knew that Yi Yuan's sword intent was very strong, but did not think that it was powerful to such an extent. Even the sect master did not grasp the Azure Dipper Purple Young True Intent. Yi Yuan already grasped it at this age? No wonder he could lift something heavy like it was light when fighting Zhongjing. Then senior apprentice brother mean that Tian Yu and Tang Yuo are in danger this time? Ti Wujiu shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Tian Yu and Tang Yuo are both people who are outstandingly talented, and their realms are so much higher than Yi Yuan's realm. They naturally have the strength to battle it out. What I want to see now is what method Tian Yu will use to fight with Yi Yuan when he's being suppressed in terms of sword Dao. Cheng Wu was speechless. He originally thought that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon who is easy to knead. Now, it seemed like No body was a soft persimmon. Cheng Wu was aware of Sui Liang's strength. Without any accidents, the top 3 would be Tian Yu, Tang Yuo, and Yi Yuan. Except, this final ranking was not easy to determine. Tian Yu, who seemed to be the most promising at first, had lesser advantages than Tang Yuo now. Cheng Wu felt somewhat in a mess. On the platform, Tang Yuo was dressed in a fiery red fine gauze but appeared lofty and proud. That unparalleled appearance did not lose to the Nanfeng aunt and niece. However, those underestimate her because she was a peerless beauty would definitely suffer a huge loss. In the previous Grand Compet, One Taion, Tian Yu once suffered a huge loss in Tang Yuo's hands and was nearly defeated. Tang Yuo looked at Yi Yuan, who was opposite, coldly and said, Yi Yuan, you're indeed very strong, but you'll stop here. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that. He did not think that Tang Yuo would be so overbearing right after coming up. Haha, not only is senior apprentice sister beautiful, but this aura is also so imposing, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Tang Yuo's face grew colder. Her impression of Yi Yuan became even worse. Humph. Lecture. I'll definitely make a fool out of you later. Tang Yuo's heart was higher than the heavens. Ordinary disciples did not even enter her eyes. Therefore, there were many people who secretly had a crush on her, but not many who confessed their feelings. There was once somebody who was beaten up until he had to lie on the bed for 2 months after confessing to her. Ever since then, everyone could only put their affection and admiration away in their hearts. Yi Yuan calling her beautiful right after coming up naturally made her put him in the same category as lechers. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Senior apprentice sister is as beautiful as a flower, but won't let others praise you. Isn't it an insult to your beauty? Tang Yuo flew into a great rage when she heard that. Humph. Indeed a conceited and insolent person. I hope that you can still laugh in a while. Chapter 269, Crossing Swords with Illusions. Chapter 269, Crossing Swords with Illusions. To dare take liberties with senior apprentice sister Yuo like this, Yi Yuan's guts are really fat. He has the strength. He might even be thinking of taking this opportunity to court senior apprentice sister Yu. Speaking of which, the two of them, their ages and strength are around the same. It's really a perfect match between an able man and a fair maiden. Furthermore, With Yi Yuan's potential, he'll definitely surpass SS senior apprentice sister Yuer in the future. If they were to become a pair, it would become a story that will be par said down. Bah. Is that snotty brat Yi Yuan even good enough for senior apprentice sister Yuer? Haha, you're envying and hating out of jealousy, right? I know that you've had a crush on senior apprentice sister Yuer for a very long time already. Actually, Yi Yuan was just purely praising. He did not think to incur Tang Yuer's wrath. But the way the other disciples saw it, Yi Yuan's words like this were already blatant flirtation. It was just that Yi Yuan's strength stood head and shoulders above all others, so he obviously had the qualifications to pursue Tang Yuer. However, those disciples who had been secretly plussing on Tang Yuer for a long time were naturally very displeased by this. Once the battle began, Tang Yuer's red ribbon shot towards Yi Yuan to tangle him up. Relying on spirit void shattering SPACE, Yi Yuan's speed was no longer beneath late-stage spirit condensation realm martial artist. Seeing the red ribbon snaking over, he easily evaded with a flash. But right then, Yi Yuan only felt his head sink, his entire body becoming sluggish. Divine Soul Mystic Arts. Yi Yuan did not think that Tang Yuer's trump card was actually a Divine Soul Mystic Art. Heh. Yi Yuan fell for it as expected. Senior apprentice sister Yuer is the strongest at illusionary arts. In the last grand compet, 1 Taion, even senior apprentice brother Tian Yu fell for it and nearly lost. Yi Yuan has been enjoying too much success recently. He most likely didn't inquire about senior apprentice sister Yuer's trump card. Under the same realm, virtually no body can escape from senior apprentice sister Yuer's illusions. Yi Yuan is only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm, only a minor stage lower than Yuer in divine soul realm. His doomed senior apprentice sister Yuer was already furious earlier. She'll most definitely be ruthless to Yi Yuan. Even if she doesn't screw with him until he becomes an idiot, he can't escape lying in bed for several days. Haha, if senior apprentice sister Yuer really has vicious intent, perhaps senior apprentice brother Suiliang still has a possibility for entering the top 3. On the platform, Tang Yuer and Yi Yuan both stopped moving. Yi Yuan's eyes became vacant holes as if his soul was charmed. Tang Yuer closed her eyes however and did not move a muscle too. Yi Yuan only felt his mind sink just now, but his entire person was brought to a different place. In the secular world, Yi Yuan became a wealthy family's scion. A graceful and beautiful body appeared in front of his eyes. The girl in front of him was beautiful to the extreme, but not a trace of clothing was on her. That body which made people nosebleed could make any man go berserk. Yi Yuan looked at the attire he was wearing and back at the nude woman on the other side, and could not help shaking his head and laughing. This Tang Yuer really took him to be an extremely perverted lecher. Young master, let this servant serve you in bed. The woman's sweet melodious voice rung beside Yi Yuan's ear. A pair of water snake-like jade arms twined around Yi Yuan's neck. It was exceedingly alluring. Yi Yuan was not some sage. In front of a genuine beauty, he would naturally show the reaction that a man should display. Except that Tang Yuer employing illusions in front of Yi Yuan was kind of like playing with a large saber in front of Guan Yu. Illusionary arts were actually an important branch of divine soul mystic arts. Its power was extremely great and could kill people imperceptibly. Illusionary arts were similarly a great Tao. When cultivated to the limits, it could transform the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal. Powerful illusionary martial artists could kill their foes undetectably and also make the other party fall into an illusionary realm forever, becoming a living corpse. What's more, the other party would be fully aware that they were inside an illusion world but could not escape no matter what. This sort of endless sinking was sometimes scarier than killing the opponent. If the caster did not release the illusion, the other party would never wake from the illusion, just like a samsara cycle, all the way until death. The first time Yi Yuan laid eyes on this woman, he knew what Tang Yuer was trying to do. She wanted to make him immerse himself in the embrace of women inside the illusion and be unable to extricate himself. Once he wallowed in the pleasures of the flesh, the Yi Yuan in the real world would also do some repulsive actions. If that happened, Yi Yuan would become the joke of the entire sect. One had to say that this move by Tang Yue was certainly quite vicious. If Yi Yuan really suck bed to it, then no matter how talented he was, he would have no face to stay on in the sect after this. Women had always been incomprehensible creatures. Yi Yuan already had a taste of that many times. Although this move by Tang Yue was really deriding, Yi Yuan did not get too angry. But Yi Yuan was not some clay bodhisattva that could be kneaded however others liked. Yi Yuan decided to prank this Tang Yue good. It could be considered her punishment. Facing the woman's teasing, Yi Yuan grabbed her arm and threw her ruthlessly to one side, saying with a cold sneer, "That won't be necessary. Tell me who sent you here." Yi Yuan rebuked with a stern countenance, but the woman kept silent like a cicada in winter. She said weakly, "No one. This servant. This servant only admires young master. That's why I took the initiative to offer my body. If young master can't trust this servant, then I'm willing to apologize with death." Sniff, sniff. The woman cried pitifully and behaved like she wanted to run into the wall to commit suicide. But Yi Yuan just sneered and said, "Don't pretend to be innocent in front of me. As the successor to the capital's Yi family, what kind of woman have this young master not seen before? How can you pass the test in front of me with your inferior acting? Go and hit. Just ahead." That woman really stopped after hearing that. In the illusion world, Tang Yue, who was concealed in a covert location secretly SN1 GGE, read to herself coldly. Didn't think that this lecture has some capabilities to actually not fall for it easily. However, you've already taken the place of your ident. One Tai. Can you still escape from this young lady's palm? The nude woman put away her seductive expression and wore her garments. She said to Yi Yuan with a smile, "Young Master Yi indeed has great powers of concentration. Actually, I'm under the orders of my family's missus to come and probe young Master Yi." Yi Yuan snickered to himself secretly, but looked doubtful on the surface as he asked, "You family's missus is?" "My family's missus is the Tang family's eldest miss. She has long heard that Mr. is the #1 scholar in the capital and has admired you for a long time. It's just that she doesn't know Mr.'s nature, that's why she sent me to test Mr. Having met today, young master indeed see things as clear as viewing a fire, an extremely wise and far-sighted person." The woman sighed with admiration. When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression eased up slightly, but he still pretended to be peeved as he said, "So, it's the Tang family's eldest miss. This Yi has also long heard that the Tang family's eldest miss has national beauty and heavenly fragrance, and is even an erudite among women. It's just that your family's missus using this kind of method to test me is really going too far. A fair lady is a gentleman's good mate, but this Yi is absolutely not those profligate and immoral people. Please return and inform Miss Tang that this Yi is unable to enjoy her admiration." In secret, Tang Yue's face changed when she heard that. If Yi Yuan were really impervious to everything, then her illusion would reveal flaws sooner or later, then Yi Yuan would be able to escape. Tang Yue could not accept such an outcome. Chapter 270, Quietly Changing Hands. Chapter 270, Quietly Changing Hands. Humph. Looks like this lecture is definitely Lus Ting after my looks, that's why he is so indifferent to other people. Since that's the case, this young lady will beat him at his own game and play tricks on this lecture. Tang Yue had absolute faith in her looks and illusion skills. Wasn't it effortless to deal with a young man who was impetuous like Yi Yuan? It was just that thinking about being taken advantage of by Yi Yuan in the illusion world made Tang Yue feel very disgusted, even though she in the illusion world was not the real her. "Please calm your anger, young Master Yi. My family's missus said that if you can remain unperturbed by a woman in your lap, then the final wariness she has towards you would also be gone. In order to offer an apology, Miss Tang has set up a banquet in the VIP building and invited young Master Yi to go there," the servant said serenely. A flicker of delight flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes when he heard that, and this look was naturally caught by Tang Yue, who was observing in the dark. "Humph. Indeed playing hard to get. Watch how this young lady plays with you in the palm of my hand." Tang Yue cackled coldly. "I've long heard that Miss Tang is the most beautiful person in the capital, but I didn't think that she was in love with this Yi. Since that's the case, This Yi will proceed there. However, never use this kind of trick to mess with me again, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan only felt his eyes blur. 2 days had already said. In the illusion, the caster could freely switch time and SPSCE, but the person who was under the spell would be oblivious and think that it was as a matter of course instead. Except, to Yi Yuan, such an illusion was really too low level. Although the previous life's Ji Qingyun was a trash in the martial Tao, he was an existence at the peak of perfection regarding the attainments on the divine soul. He had every kind of divine soul mystic arts at the tip of his fingers. How could a puny little half-step crystal formation realm martial artist's illusion make him fall for it? Not to mention, Yi Yuan's present divine soul realm was already even stronger than high-rank alchemy king. It was not any weaker compared to Tang Yue. Under the circumstances where the strength of the divine souls was around the same, Tang Yue was even less likely to make him fall under the spell. Yi Yuan was only messing with Tang Yue right now, that was why he pretended to be under the spell. If he was willing, he could leave this illusion at any time and also heavily injure Tang Yue's divine soul. Inside the VIP building's reserved room, Tang Yue was wearing a light green fine gauze clothing. Truly beautiful to the extreme. Compared to the Tang Yue on the platform who was in martial attire, this Tang Yue had a portion more of delicateness and good-naturedness, and less overbearingness. When Yi Yuan saw Tang Yue, he also became absent-minded for a split second. When this scene landed in Tang Yue's eyes, there was naturally a few more parts of disgust. Yi Yuan did not think that Tang Yue would actually have such a gentle and soft side. He wondered if the Tang Yue, in reality, would also have such a side. A few days ago, Yue was somewhat brusque. Today, I've prepared some thin wine to specially make up to young Master Yi. I hope that young Master Yi won't take to heart my prior transgressions and bury the hatchet with Yue. When the words came out of her mouth, Tang Yue was filled with the grace of a young lady from an eminent family. Yi Yuan secretly found it funny but was nonchalant on the surface as he said, "Miss Yue is too polite. As a real man, why would this Yi quibble with a celestial fairy-like miss like Yue?" Tang Yue raised her wine cup and showed a happy expression as she said, "Since that's the case, how about Mr. Yi please drink this toast with me?" Yi Yuan smiled and downed his cup in one go. After a cup of wine, the pair each with their own wicked plans started to chat like good friends of many years. Yi Yuan started chatting about distant lands randomly, making Tang Yue yearn for more. Yi Yuan talked from the mundane world to the martial artist world, from the martial Tao to the alchemy Tao. His encyclopedic knowledge and extensiveness of what he had seen and heard before made Tang Yue unconsciously forget that she was inside an illusion world. Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience were simply not what Tang Yue could hope to match. Even inside an illusion, that sort of faint feeling from being someone from a higher realm would also leak out unwittingly. Such disposition had absolute lethality towards women. The Tang Yue who cast the illusion was gradually substituted by Yi Yuan. Illusions were a type of very delicate divine soul mystic arts. Under most circumstances, the caster would be the absolute master of the illusion world. But if they encountered an expert with extremely powerful soul force, the pressure on the caster would be enormous. Take Tang Yue for example. With her divine soul realm plus the power of an illusionary divine soul mystic art, she could make the other party descend into an illusionary realm when facing ordinary crystal formation realm experts. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party did not deliberately cultivate their divine soul. Tang Yue's illusions were very easy to fall for martial artists. But if she faced an alchemy grandmaster, then it would not be so useful. All in all, Tang Yue's illusions were very powerful and could even let her leap ranks to battle. But Yi Yuan's understanding towards illusions and divine soul was simply not what Tang Yue could compare to. Having fallen into the illusionary realm for such a long time, it looked to be uninteresting like water, but in reality, it was the struggle between Yi Yuan and Tang Yue's divine soul. It was just that Yi Yuan intentionally appeared weak in front of his opponent, so Tang Yue thought that she held the initiative the entire time. But in reality, Yi Yuan had already gotten the initiative unknowingly and also dragged Tang Yue into the illusion instead. At the current moment, the Tang Yue in green garment opposite Yi Yuan could be said to be Tang Yue in the flesh already. It was just that the Tang Yuer who fell to the illusion was completely unaware. What was even more lethal was that Yi Yuan, through the disposition he unintentionally exhibited in addition to his young and handsome appearance, had already deep enthralled Tang Yuer who was opposite here. Because in the illusion, Yi Yuan was still Yi Yuan himself, but Tang Yuer was no longer Tang Yuer. Tang Yuer had already taken the place of her character. She was merely a secular beauty. Facing the young and abstruse Yi Yuan, Tang Yuer had already inadvertently fallen in love. At this very moment, the one controlling the illusion was no longer Tang Yuer but had silently changed to Yi Yuan. In the illusionary world, time flowed like water. Today, the Yi family's young master was taking the Tang family's daughter as his wife. A wedding ceremony was held in the capital, causing a sensation. A perfect match between an able man and a fair lady, everyone was envious. A year later, Tang Yuer gave birth to Yi Yuan's child. Holding her son in her hands, Tang Yuer's face was filled with bliss. This was the crystallization of Yi Yuan and her love. And that very year, Yi Yuan spurred his horse as he wielded his sword, becoming a military official of the empire. 5 years later, Yi Yuan returned victoriously with U.S. triumphs achievements in war and was conferred as the youngest general in the empire. Tang Yuer led the people to welcome him several miles outside of the city. Looking at her valiant and heroic husband, she was full of pride. 15 years later, Yi Yuan became a different surnamed prince, holding enormous power in the court. Tang Yuer became a princess consort. For many years, the husband and wife treated each other with respect and affection, helping each other in times of need. After 50 years, Yi Yuan and Tang Yuer propagated for generations and had many children and grandchildren. The Yi family became one of the major families in the empire. After 70 years, the pair leaned into each other while holding hands, their heads completely white, and fell asleep. Just like that, their entire life said bye. While in reality, 2 hours had gone by. Yi Yuan's eyes remained vacant holes as if he was completely dominated by Tang Yuer. While opposite him, Tang Yuer had a blissful face at times, a flushed face at other times, all kinds of expressions varying. The audience below the platform clicked their tongues in surprise. Chapter 271, Big Brother Yi Yuan. Chapter 271, Big Brother Yi Yuan. These two people have already been standing on the platform for over 2 hours. Just who has the advantage right now? I can't figure it out. Yi Yuan had that lifeless expression from the start and seems to be controlled by senior apprentice Sister Yuer. But the victor hasn't been decided until now. The expression on senior apprentice Sister Yuer's face is very rich and looks like she is expending a great deal of effort. I just can't figure out what the hell is going on. A match like this is so boring. We can't even see how they fight. The two of them are just staring at each other, staring for over 2 hours already. A duel with illusions is sometimes even more perilous than a fight between martial artists. With your paltry strength, once you fall under senior apprentice Sister Yuer's illusion, she can turn you into an idiot with a snap. Speaking of which, the highly antic 1p8 battle that everyone was originally looking forward to became utterly boring right now. The two people only made one move from the start till now, then fell into a situation where they just stared at each other. It was fine if they just stared at each other. If Yi Yuan was taken down by Tang Yuer, he should show all sorts of ugly behaviors. Or if Tang Yuer's illusion could not do anything to Yi Yuan and he achieved victory instead. Everyone could accept these two kinds of result. But the pair just had to be in a stalemate the entire time. Furthermore, the two people's conditions were very odd, leaving everyone unaware just who held the advantage until now. Suddenly, Tang Yuer gave a muf fled groan on the platform and flopped weakly onto the ground. Yi Yuan's eyes also regained clarity at this time. He clasped his hands at Tang Yuer and said with a smile, "Yuer. Senior, thank you." Yi Yuan deliberately dragged out the intonation in saying Yuer, making it sound weird when one heard it. Tang Yuer's soul force was overly exhausted currently and no longer had the strength to battle again. She lifted her head and looked at the grinning Yi Yuan with shame and rage filling her heart. Just now, inside the illusion world, she actually spent a lifetime with Yi Yuan and even helped to propagate his bloodline. This was simply unprecedented shame and humiliation. After the shame and anger, the hatred in Tang Yuer's heart grew massively. Her gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became filled with killing intent. Even though it was only inside the illusion world, that sort of feeling of her purity being sullied still trailed closely behind like a shadow. Tang Yuer never imagined that this lecher also had such high attainments in terms of illusionary arts. She still could not figure out until now how both parties quietly swapped roles and also how Yi Yuan dragged her inside the board. This kind of method was simply unimaginable. One had to know that this illusion world was set up by Tang Yuer. Yi Yuan actually took over the illusionary realm that she set unknowingly and even brought her inside, making her a target that the other party could freely manipulate as he like. Tang Yuer gritted her teeth in hatred and wished that she could grind Yi Yuan's bones to dust and scatter them to the wind. Yi Yuan, I'm warning you. If you dare to speak about the matters inside the illusion world, I'll make you wish that you were dead. Tang Yuer transmitted her voice to warn. Yi Yuan replied, haha, I have an illness, which is that I can't endure being frightened. Once you frighten me, my mouth will start to run and tell the outside world about anything. Yuer. Senior, you see. Tang Yuer's face changed. You dare threaten me? How would I dare to threaten Yuer? Senior, earlier, it was clearly Yuer. Senior who was threatening me. Yi Yuan deliberately dragged out the intonation of the word Yuer again. Tang Yuer was on the verge of collapse. She said frostily, speak. What terms do you want? I'm warning you, don't go too overboard. Something like a toad wis hi plussing to eat swan meat, don't even think about it. Yi Yuan beamed and said, haha, I'm not a toad, and you're also not a swan. However, my ears are very soft. Why not you call me Big Brother Yi Yuan once and I'll erase this segment of memories. What do you think? Big Brother Yi Yuan was precisely the term that Tang Yuer used to address Yi Yuan inside the illusion world. At that time, the pair were as inseparable as glue and lacquer, closely attached to each other, and were extremely sticky together. But asking Tang Yuer to say it out, in reality, was even worse than killing her. The first impression that Yi Yuan gave her was a lecher. Now that he also did such obscene things inside the illusion world, Tang Yuer wished that she could kill him. How could she possibly call out such a mushy form of address? You. Dream on. Oh, not calling? Then forget it, I couldn't care less either. Later, I'll find a few companions to have a conversation with. I believe that many people are dying to know just what happened on the stage today. You. Fine, I'll call. Ian. I'm listening. Be big, be brother. Yi Yuan. Although it was a voice transmission, Tang Yuer's voice was like a mosquito's buzz. Ah! What did you say? I didn't hear it. Tang Yuer was so furious that her lovely body started to tremble, but she had no choice but to call out, Big Brother Yi Yuan. The voice this time was loud. Except, it completely did not sound like it. Yi Yuan grinned and said, sigh. Completely lacking that sort of feeling already. Listening to it doesn't give any flavor at all. Consider you par SS then. I'll keep my mouth shut. Yi Yuan just had a moment of mischievousness and played a prank on Tang Yuer. They were in the same sect after all. Yi Yuan could not very well go too far, and so to just let it be at that. Yi Yuan obviously knew that Tang Yuer would hate him ever since, but he did not really mind. To others, Tang Yuer's illusions were very powerful. But to Yi Yuan, her illusions did not have any threat at all. Tang Yuer struggled to get up but still felt a little weak in her knees. However, she remained standing there stubbornly and stared at Yi Yuan coldly as she said, a loss means a loss. What's there to thank? Fineness. Hi plussing. Tang Yuer walked down the platform with some difficulty. The audience looked at the obstinate Tang Yuer and looked at Yi Yuan on the platform again. They gaped at each other speechlessly. Senior apprentice Sister Yuer, who was ever triumphant by relying on illusionary arts, actually lost just like this. It seemed like Yi Yuan was completely fine. Hey, Senior apprentice Sister Yuer's soul force exhaustion is so great. Why does Yi Yuan look completely fine? Even if he won Senior apprentice Sister Yuer, it shouldn't be without expending even a little bit of soul force, right? Yeah, I find it strange too. Yi Yuan clearly fell under the illusion. But other than his eyes becoming vacant during the middle portion, it seems like there was no difference between the start and end at all. Such a situation is seriously too peculiar. Are you daft? I heard that Yi Yuan is even an alchemist. Perhaps his attainments on the divine soul are even more amazing than senior apprentice sister Yu. You're the daft one. I'm also not blind and can see the badge Yi Yuan is wearing. It's just that his badge is only low-rank alchemy master. Even if he broke through to middle-stage spirit condensation realm, his soul force would only be middle-rank alchemy master. Having fought a battle with senior apprentice sister Yue, how is it possible to not have any consumption at all? This Yi Yuan is really leaking with peculiarity. Indeed, Yi Yuan continued the momentum of his consecutive victories and once again, caused an upset in the status quo, defeating a top 3 opponent. Tang Yue, who had transcendent illusionary arts, lost to Yi Yuan inexplicably just like that. Nobody knew what kind of compet one tie on the pair experienced inside the illusion world. Both parties kept their mouth tightly sealed. On the other platform, Tian Yu and Sui Liang's match had ended long ago. Without any surprises, Tian Yu defeated Sui Liang. The final round, Yi Yuan vs Tian Yu. Chapter 272, Heavenly Sky Sect. Chapter 272, Heavenly Sky Sect. The news about Yi Yuan entering the finals not only caused a huge uproar among the disciples, but the Tranquil Cloud Sect's upper echelons were also visibly stirred. But different from those disciples, these elders all knew that Yi Yuan's accomplishments in the alchemy Dao were tremendously remarkable. To have such stunning achievements in the alchemy Dao and the martial Dao at the same time, was this boy even human? There are times when human strength just won't do. I really have no idea what kind of existence that master behind Yi Yuan is like. To actually raise such a freakish existence like Yi Yuan, no matter what kind of existence he is, that is not an existence that our Tranquil Cloud Sect can afford to provoke. I feel that this master of Yi Yuan is most likely one of the pinnacle few beings in the endless world. That lord is probably going ascend to the divine realm before long, so that's why he was seized with a sudden impulse to find a disciple to inherit his mantle. However, the master initiates the apprentice, but their skill depends on their own efforts. For Yi Yuan to have such startling improvement, it's inseparable from his own bitter hard work, Xiao Jian chimed in. Luo Qingfeng nodded. It was clear that his judgment was roughly the same as Xiao Jian's. Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai could not be clearer. He was a born and bred state of Qin citizen. Only those strongest few individuals in the endless world had the ability to teach a genius like Yi Yuan. Furthermore, the way this lord taught disciples was different from others. He did not bring Yi Yuan along with him. He just taught him all of his abilities, then let Yi Yuan roam freely. Of course, it could also be that that lord was monitoring Yi Yuan at all times. But an existence that as long as he did not wish for others to discover him, other people would never find him. What you are said is right. Even a more monstrous talent has to be vied for with one's own efforts. With Yi Yuan's performance in the state of Qin, this child's talent and temperament are excellent. It's no wonder that that lord would take fancy to him. However, for him to be able to soar to the skies with one move, the Nine Heavens Road contributed immensely. With Yi Yuan's personality, I think he'll surely remember my Tranquil Cloud Sect with some gratitude, Luo Qingfeng said. Xiao Jian said in agreement, this child is not the slightest bit soft-handed towards enemies, but he uses his life to protect those close to him. As long as we don't do something to chill his heart, when this child prospers in the future, he'll definitely provide some help and guidance. It's just that the Heavenly Sky Sect seems to be increasingly restless recently. I also don't know if we can wait until the day Yi Yuan grows up. Mentioning the Heavenly Sky Sect, Luo Qingfeng's brows also knitted slightly, his eyes showing deep trepidation. Compared to the boundlessly vast expanse of the northern domain, the southern domain was not considered vast. Although sects stood in great numbers, on the whole, they were managed by 8 great sects. The Tranquil Cloud Sect was one of these 8 great sects. It's just that the Tranquil Cloud Sect's strength could only rank near the bottom of these 8 great sects. While this heavenly sky sect was the sect with the greatest strength among the 8 great sect. Because they were the strongest, they were arrogant. All manners of the heavenly sky sect's overbearingness was renowned in the southern domain. Especially in the recent few years, the heavenly sky sect's various activities were gradually increasing in frequency. This made the sects with weaker strength like the tranquil cloud sect naturally become nervous. As the master of a sect, the pressure on Luo Qingfeng's shoulders was unimaginable by outsiders. With Yi Yuan's monstrous talent, as long as he was given 10 years, breaking through to the Soul Sea realm should not be an issue. At that time, with such a heaven-defying Soul Sea realm powerhouse like Yi Yuan holding the fort, the Tranquil Cloud sect would probably become an upper-ranked force among the great sects with a single bound. Then, they obviously did not need to fear the threat from the Heavenly Sky sect anymore. But the problem was whether or not the Heavenly Sky sect would give Tranquil Cloud sect time to develop peacefully for 10 years. Luo Qingfeng gave a faint sigh and said, "The matter on hand is that our Tranquil Cloud sect still needs another Soul Sea realm powerhouse to appear as soon as possible. Or else, we probably can't escape the outcome of being an X." Xiao Jian also gave a sigh when he heard that. He said helplessly, "Soul Sea realm. Talking is easy, but doing it is as hard as ascending to the heavens." Even with Marshal Uncle Skymaple's outstanding talent, he only broke through to the Soul Sea realm by a fluke. Back then when our Tranquil Cloud sect migrated over from the northern domain, we were chased down by those fellows until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth, resulting in a loss of 2 volumes of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art. Otherwise, what has the present southern domain got to do with the Heavenly Sky sect? One starting point determines the height. 1,000 years ago, the Tranquil Cloud sect had a great migration, but lost 2 volumes of the sect forte cultivation method, resulting in the members today finding that breaking through to the Soul Sea realm was as hard as ascending to heaven. Or else, with the Tranquil Cloud sect's foundations, even if they were chased to the southern domain, it would not be to such an extent where it was so dismal. And although the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art was relatively complete, without the martial Dao cultivation method to raise cultivation realm, one could only look at but not eat what was at the back. Fortunately, the Tranquil Cloud sect's foundations were deep. There were those few geniuses in every generation who could forcibly break through to the Soul Sea realm through comprehending the sword intent on the 9 heavens road or by relying on their own perception. Skymaple was one of them. Except, to want to completely comprehend the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent on the 9 heavens road was something that was virtually impossible. Cultivation methods and martial techniques were things that were expressed through texts. Comparatively, the clearer and easier it was to understand, the easier it would be to cultivate in as well. But to talk about the completeness of sword intent, one might as well directly comprehend it. When training in cultivation skills, regardless to what extent one trained to, it was impossible to fully comprehend Yu Wuya's true intent. But on the 9 heavens road, one could completely grasp this true intent through that final sword. However, this sort of thing could only be understood and not described. Even if Yi Yuan fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent, there was no way for him to describe it. Otherwise, Xiao Jian and Luo Qingfeng would have long kidnapped Yi Yuan and forced him to write out the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art from memory every day. Every generation can only do their best. Among this batch of children, there are really quite a few fine saplings. As long as they mature, our Tranquil Cloud sect will definitely rise up once again, and what we, these old fellows, have to do is to provide for them an environment that they can grow up in, Luo Qingfeng said. Xiao Jian nodded and said, "Definitely." Luo Qingfeng's gaze landed on the platform in the distance again and asked, "What do you think about the match between Tian Yu and Yi Yuan?" With the thoughts circling back to the grand compete. One tie-on, Xiao Jian also felt much more relaxed. He smiled and said, "Tian Yu is absolutely not someone who would let others freely slaughter him. Even if his strongest sword Dao was sealed shut, he will not fold his arms and wait to die." Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, "Martial Uncle Skymaple has a fine grandson. The speed of his improvement these 2 years is also something that I feel inferior to. Looks like the things he comprehended on the 9 heavens road back then was even more than me." "Then your meaning is, you favor Tian Yu more?" When he was young, Luo Qingfeng was the #1 genius in the tranquil cloud sect then, around the same as the present Tian Yu and Ti Wujiu. But Tian Yu's improvement was visible to Luo Qingfeng's eyes. Compared to himself in those days, Luo Qingfeng was somewhat ashamed of his own inferiority. Xiao Jian shook his head and said, "No. In contrast, I think Yi Yuan is more promising instead." "Oh, why is that so?" "With my understanding of Tian Yu, this child should still have other trump cards." But Xiao Jian smiled and said, "Very simple. Yi Yuan, this child, cannot be measured using common sense." Chapter 273, Discarding Sword. Chapter 273, Discarding Sword. The match had yet to begin, but the platform was already surrounded until not even water could trickle through. On the platform, Tian Yu was meditating on the ground, a long sword placed horizontally across his crossed legs. TSK, this is the first time I'm seeing senior apprentice brother Tian Yu taking a match so seriously. He actually arrived on scene an hour early. It's nothing to wonder. Yi Yuan's sword intent is extremely powerful. I reckon that it can completely restrain senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. Such a match is too stifling. There's no way even if senior apprentice brother Tian Yu doesn't want to take it seriously. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's sword intent has already surpassed our imaginations. I've always chased after him as my goal. I didn't think that a Yi Yuan would jump out this time. After seeing his sword intent, I feel that there's no more hope in this lifetime. That's really true. The might of Yi Yuan's sword intent can really make people despair. I truly don't know how senior apprentice brother Tian Yu plans on dealing with Yi Yuan's sword intent. Actually, I still hope that senior apprentice brother Tian Yu can win. After all, he's the leader of us core disciples. Tian Yu's mind did not wander. He sat for an hour on the platform. Not that Tian Yu was deliberately mystifying things, but because he really took this match very seriously. Originally, it was just having a junior with tremendous power, but he did not think that in a blink of an eye, he became a powerful foe. Especially Yi Yuan's words before moved Tian Yu's heart to a large extent. Every martial artist knew the importance of walking their own path. But this was an extremely bumpy and arduous road. Not many dare to walk it. From birth, people started with copying. Talking and walking were merely so. The martial path was the same. From mimicking other people's path to trudging out one's own path. But what was different about the martial path was that trudging out one's own path was too difficult. A single misstep and time would waste away, delaying cultivation time. This way, the loss outweighed the gains. Except, one's potential would be used up very quickly if they did not walk their own path. Then their cultivation realm in this lifetime would also halt there. This was an optional question, but not every martial artist dared to make this decision. If Tian Yu chose to walk his own path, once there was no progress within a few years, then all of the advantages he possessed now would fade into nothing. Of course, if he carved out his own road, then he would walk much further in the future than he had walked now. Tian Yu wanted to make a choice through this match. Although he had watched a few of Yi Yuan's matches, to truly experience Yi Yuan's strength, it was naturally not as realistic as fighting him personally. He wanted to see just which step had Yi Yuan reached. Yi Yuan arrived, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. The crowd automatically opened up a path to let Yi Yuan through. Looking at the Tian Yu who was currently meditation on the stage, Yi Yuan was also stunned. Tian Yu also opened his eyes at this time and looked at Yi Yuan as he said calmly, "I know that you cleared the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm, and I thought that you would be a powerful foe of mine sooner or later. It's just that I didn't think this day would arrive so quickly." But Yi Yuan did not reply directly. Instead, he asked, "Did senior apprentice brother Tian Yu reach long ago?" Tian Yu nodded and said, "For an hour already. This battle is of utmost importance to me. I want to find my own Tao." Yi Yuan said, "Tao lies in the heart. With senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's talent, I believe that finding your own path won't be hard." Tian Yu shook his head and said, "Those who know won't find it hard, those who find it hard don't know. It might perhaps be very easy to you, but not everybody has the courage to take this step." Yi Yuan had already reincarnated for some time and had more or less adjusted to life in the lower realms. But that sort of worldview he had that exceeded this plane was still frequently out of tune with the people and matters around him. To people in the divine realm, grasping true intent was a very universal thing. But to people of the lower realms, true intent was far, far away. Yi Yuan's words sounded like someone who did not try to see things from other people's perspective. Tian Yu's talent was absolutely second to none in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect, but when placed in the entire Southern Domain, it was not considered much. And the Southern Domain's geniuses were nothing much when placed in the entire Endless World. In the entire Endless World, just how many people could grasp true intent? Even if Tian Yu's talent was heaven-defying, grasping true intent was still something that was far from reach. However, Yi Yuan had another way of looking at things. He smiled and said, "That's not right, senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. I feel that for senior apprentice brother Tian Yu, the saying that those who find it difficult don't know, doesn't exist. You should say that you're playing the game. As the saying went, the spectators see the game better than the players. How can senior apprentice brother Tian Yu know that you can't if you don't jump outside of the chessboard?" Tian Yu's expression changed when he heard that. After chatting with Yi Yuan the previous time, Tian Yu had been reflecting on himself these 2 whole days. But Yi Yuan's words earlier struck the core of his heart. Yi Yuan continued, "Cultivation is originally going against the heaven. Without a great dauntless heart, it's impossible to walk far. If you don't even have the courage to jump out of the chessboard, then your accomplishments in this lifetime would be limited to this." Tian Yu's body trembled when he heard this. The mental state that he adjusted for an hour was immediately shattered by Yi Yuan's words. He knew that Yi Yuan's words were right. But wanting to take this step really required enormous courage. Why could Long Tang comprehend the elementary form of true intent? It was because he sensed that fearless courage from Yi Yuan and cast away everything before finding his own path. Otherwise, Long Tang would only be a bird inside the cage, forever unaware of what the skies outside looked like. After keeping silent for a long time, Tian Yu held his sword and got up, saying, "Since that's the case, let me see your Dao." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Please advise." Tian Yu did not attack right away, but opened his mouth again to say, "I'll only unleash one sword strike. Yi Yuan, let me see just how powerful your sword Dao is." When he finished, Tian Yu's aura changed abruptly, as if his entire being became a sharp sword. Tian Yu wielded his sword in front of his chest and drew a full moon. Then, he put away his sword momentum. The full moon peeled away, becoming 4 streaks of azure-colored sword chi, hurtling towards Yi Yuan. Luminous moon high above. It's actually luminous moon high above. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's improvement in this half a year is truly so swift that it makes my blood run cold. Hiss. Luminous moon high above is an extremely powerful martial technique from the 3rd layer of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art. Even Crystal Formation Realm disciples might not be able to comprehend this move. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu is only half-step Crystal Formation Realm, but he actually comprehended this move already. Truly terrifying talent. If Yi Yuan did not appear, he would absolutely become a formidable foe for senior apprentice brother Ti Wujiu. It's just that. Is this move effective against Yi Yuan? Releasing the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art with 4 beams of sword chi, Tian Yu's comprehension towards sword intent had already reached a very high level. Luminous moon high above, this move was exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Even among the sword-cultivating elite disciples, only an extremely small number could comprehend it. For Tian Yu to be able to comprehend this move at half-step Crystal Formation Realm, his talent was clear at a glance. It was just that this move was still too weak towards Yi Yuan. The Yi Yuan who had grasped the Azure Dipper Purple Yang True Intent was virtually immune to such moves. Only to see him do a casual slash, 4 beams of sword chi similarly shot out, and actually reached first despite being released later, extinguish. HI plussing Tian Yu's 4 streaks of sword chi. Tian Yu gave a long sigh upon seeing the situation and directly discarded the sword in his hand. Chapter 274. The Legend Ends. Chapter 274. The Legend Ends. No. No way. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu actually abandoned his sword. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's skills all lie on his sword. Since he abandoned the sword, could this be conceding defeat? Sigh. A martial technique on the level of luminous moon high above was snuffed out by Yi Yuan in the time it takes to raise a hand. What's there to fight still? At least this was senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. If it were some other person, they most likely wouldn't even have the courage to use their sword in front of Yi Yuan. Seeing Tian Yu discarded his sword, it caused such a furor among the crowd. A sword user forsaking his sword was undoubtedly breaking off an arm themselves. Tian Yu's action at this time made everyone think that he was going to admit defeat. There was actually quite a number of people who already predicted this scene. Yi Yuan's sword intent was seriously too powerful. It was simply an insurmountably huge mountain. Yi Yuan stared at Tian Yu, but his expression became solemn. This was absolutely not Tian Yu conceding. On the contrary, he definitely had other trump cards. Because Tian Yu's current expression in his eyes was not dim like a failure's at all. Instead, it was brother I am Ming over with vigor and spirit, like the feeling of burning with eagerness to try. Indeed, the disparity between you and me is huge in terms of sword Dao. Originally, I thought that you only comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Now, it seems like you've already completely grasped the azure dipper purple young true intent. When Tian Yu's words came out, it caused another huge commotion among the crowd. Ti Wujiu, who was always calm, faltered slightly and said, "No wonder Yi Yuan is so formidable. Turns out he has already fully comprehended the azure dipper purple young sword intent. It looks like he comprehended it on the Nine Heavens Road. It's just that in the thousands of years since the establishment of our tranquil cloud sect, only a scathing few people could fully comprehend the true intent that forefather left behind. And these people were all members during the Northern Domain era. The recent few thousand years, not a single one could comprehend it in its entirety. This Yi Yuan is truly remarkable." Cheng Wu, who was by the side, was astounded long ago and sighed with a start. True intent. Yi Yuan, he actually grasped true intent. That is true intent. How can it be grasped by people so easily? This, my opponent, is actually somebody who grasped true intent. Ti Wujiu shot him a glance and comforted him. "Little Wu, this is an opportunity for you. Cast aside your thoughts about gains or losses. You'll reap great rewards." But Cheng Wu said in a beaten manner, "Sigh, each and every one of you are too perverse. I don't have that level of perception. Exchanging blows with him is also futile." Ti Wujiu shook his head while smiling and did not say any more. He was aware of Cheng Wu's talent. Although not outstandingly talented, he was not those sort of ordinary, mediocre people. It was just that his personality was reserved and he would easily flinch back when encountering problems. Such a personality was hard to accomplish anything great. Especially on the martial path, it was very difficult to have achievements. Cheng Wu falling to the bottom of the elite disciples was not unrelated to his personality. But it was useless for others to talk about this kind of thing no matter how much they try. He must realize it himself. True intent, the weight that these two words represented was seriously too great. When the audience below the stage heard Tian Yu's words, they lost their cool. "Did you hear what senior apprentice brother Tian Yu just said? He said that Yi Yuan grasped true intent. It's grasped, not comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Impossible. Doesn't this mean that Yi Yuan will surely become a powerhouse like forefather Yu Wuya in the future? How many years has it been since a powerhouse like that has appeared in our tranquil cloud sect? I refuse to believe it. How is this possible? How can something like comprehending true intent be so easy?" While debates ran wild below the stage, Yi Yuan, who was opposite Tian Yu, smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu has sharp eyes. However, you're probably not going to admit defeat so easily, right? Tian Yu, acknowledge it magnanimously. Since you've already fully comprehended the azure dipper purple young sword art, then all of my sword moves are already useless to you. I can only use other methods. While using strength to crush others is a little unorthodox, I no longer have any other options. As a martial artist, I don't wish to lose. The meaning of these words from Tian Yu was that he was going to use Cultivation Realm to crush Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not feel that there was anything inappropriate about that. Standing on the platform, No body wanted to lose, including him, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan saw a thick fighting intent from Tian Yu's eyes, and he involuntarily understood in his heart. Looks like the conversation previously had a huge impact on Tian Yu. This match held extraordinary meaning to Tian Yu. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Where did this come from, senior apprentice brother Tian Yu? Cultivation Realm is originally a part of one's strength. How is this winning through unorthodox means? But I'm afraid that it isn't going to be so easy for senior apprentice brother to win me." Senior apprentice brother burst into laughter and said, "Since that's the case, we'll know after competing. Please, senior apprentice brother." Yi Yuan did an inviting gesture. Tian Yu nodded and released his full aura. The aura belonging to a half-step crystal formation realm was exhibited in its entirety. "Careful, junior apprentice brother Yi. I'm coming." Fire cloud finger. Tian Yu had not even finished talking when his entire person already vanished from where he was. Yi Yuan's gaze condensed. A sense of extreme danger descended. With his eyesight, he actually only saw a blurry silhouette of Tian Yu. No time left to think, Yi Yuan directly wielded his sword and stabbed at that figure. Only to hear a ding, the Tsunghua sword which had never failed before actually slipped out his hand. The Tsunghua sword drew a lone arc in the air and stabbed into the ground outside of the platform with a clang. But Tian Yu did not give Yi Yuan more time to be astonished. With a turn, another finger attacked. Looking at Tian Yu's stance, it was actually to have a close-ranged tussle with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not dare to delay. Displaying Spirit Void shattering SPACE to its limits, he barely managed to evade this attack. However, this was merely the beginning. Tian Yu's fire cloud finger attacked Yi Yuan like a furious tempest. For a moment, danger surrounded Yi Yuan. Below the stage, it was already dead silent long ago. When Tian Yu discarded his sword, they all thought that the outcome of this battle was already set, but they did not expect the situation to change so suddenly. Yi Yuan's spirit artifact was actually blasted away from Tian Yu's finger, and he fell into the midst of a crisis. The plot reversed too quickly. Everyone did not manage to react to it for some time. What's going on? Is that really senior apprentice brother Tian Yu? Fire Cloud Finger is a Tier 3 fire attribute martial technique. I never knew that senior apprentice brother Tian Yu was actually so strong in terms of the concept of fire. Yeah. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu had never used fire attribute martial techniques before in front of others. Everybody thought that he only knew how to use the sword. Most likely, No body would have thought that senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's fire attribute martial technique was actually so powerful. Although the Fire Cloud Finger is only a low-grade Tier 3 martial technique, for senior apprentice brother Tian Yu to be able to blast away Yi Yuan's spirit artifact, it's most likely already trained to the Great Circle Realm, right? He is only 18 years old this year. Not only did he comprehend an extremely powerful sword intent, he even comprehended the concept of fire to such a level. Truly heaven-defying. Yi Yuan's in danger now. The reason he could leap ranks to battle so exaggeratedly before was by relying on his sword intent. Now that his sword has left his hand, it's equivalent to a bird losing its wings. Under such a situation where the gap in Cultivation Realm is so huge, defeat is something inevitable. However, his movement technique is incredibly swift. He can actually last so many moves under senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's attacks. I initially thought that Yi Yuan was going to take the place of senior apprentice brother Tian Yu this time, but I didn't think that the path through the mountain ridges would win so. Looks like Yi Yuan's legend is going to end here. Chapter 275, Reversal. Chapter 275, Reversal. Everyone did not think that Tian Yu actually trained fire attribute martial techniques to such a level. On the platform, Tian Yu and Yi Yuan's movements were swift to the extreme. Only to see two afterimages flittering around over there. Within the afterimages, a red light drew a very peculiar line. That was Tian Yu's Fire Red Finger. The Fire Cloud Finger was an extremely powerful type of close combat skill. Its might was extremely great. Even if Yi Yuan were brushed by Tian Yu's fingertips, he would most likely lose his ability to fight immediately. If he were struck directly by it, then the outcome would be really hard to say. Although Yi Yuan's strength was great, he was only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm after all. His protective essence energy was much weaker compared to a half-step crystal formation realm. Tian Yu did not treat Yi Yuan as an opponent who could not withstand a single blow. He was currently going all out and did not hold anything back. Once any accidents happened, then the outcome would really be up in the air. Xiao Jian and Luo Qingfeng, who were presently spectating the battle from a distance, were also filled with apprehension. With their vision, they could naturally see what was happening on the platform clearly. It was precisely so that these two people's match appeared to be even more heart-startling and soul-stirring. Tian Yu's fire cloud finger did not leave Yi Yuan's vital points every move. Furthermore, his movements were very nimble. Each move was as swift as before, forcing Yi Yuan until he had no strength to retaliate. Sect Master, if it goes on like this, I fear that an accident will happen. Yi Yuan, said Xiao Jian with worry, seeing Yi Yuan in a treacherous situation. But Luo Qingfeng shook his head and said, the clash between two great geniuses is something inevitable. This match holds extraordinary meaning. If you or I go out to prevent this match, it will be incredibly detrimental to them. But fists and kicks have no eyes. What if something were to happen to Yi Yuan? The birth of a peerless powerhouse is inevitably born from trampling on the shoulders of countless geniuses. If Yi Yuan doesn't make it past this round, it shows that he lacks the potential to become a peerless powerhouse. Moreover, if we move to stop this, Yi Yuan would lose. Geniuses can lose, but I think that Yi Yuan definitely would not wish to lose in such a manner. Seeing that Luo Qingfeng did not have any intention of stopping this, Xiao Jian was extremely worried. However, he also understood that what Luo Qingfeng said was very reasonable. When Tian Yu abandoned his sword, Yi Yuan probably already guessed that he had some other backup plans. Facing an expert like Tian Yu, Yi Yuan daring to continue the battle showed that he also wanted to win this match very much. Thinking up to here, Xiao Jian forcibly suppressed the impulse to stop this and continue watching the match. Tian Yu's attack became increasingly quicker. Yi Yuan already activated Essence Energy Ignition, barely avoiding Tian Yu's attacks by coupling it with Spirit Void Shattering SPACE. But this move, Essence Energy Ignition, had one flaw, which was that the consumption rate of essence energy would surge. In a match where the expenditure of essence energy was so titanic, how long could Yi Yuan's essence energy sustain it? The situation was becoming progressively unfavorable to Yi Yuan. Once his essence energy was depleted, he could be in mortal danger. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu is really too strong. The fire cloud finger uses fire amplification concept to increase the attack power. He trained it to the Great Circle realm. The attack power of his finger right now is probably no longer weaker than using his sword, right? Discarding the sword to use the finger. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu is truly a combat genius. Yi Yuan's might is also unexpected. To think that even without a sword in his hand, he can actually forcibly withstand so many moves from senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. Furthermore, I see that Yi Yuan's movements seem to be faster than before. But in this short while, his essence energy has already depleted by nearly half. Most likely, he also has some ways of augmenting his movements, right? Yeah. But Yi Yuan is trying to seek temporary relief regardless of the consequences. Once his essence energy is exhausted, he'll be in danger. What you said is right. Hang on. Did you notice that Yi Yuan's speed seems to be increasing more and more, but the essence energy expenditure is gradually slowing? That's true. If you didn't say, I wouldn't have noticed. Yi Yuan's essence energy expenditure was very rapid just now, but it became slower now. Moreover, the speed of him evading senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's attacks is becoming increasingly faster. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu almost can't keep up with his speed anymore. What's going on? On the platform, the more Tian Yu fought, the more alarmed he became. Yi Yuan combusted his essence energy to raise his movement speed. The consumption of his essence energy increased several folds. Although it forcefully raised his speed for a period of time, just as that person said, it was a fighting style that sought temporary relief by disregarding consequences. Because his movement speed augmented by him igniting his essence energy simply could not shake off Tian Yu's attacks. After several dozen moves, Yi Yuan's essence energy could not quite support it anymore. His speed started to fall once more. But Tian Yu became fiercer the more he fought by relying on his high cultivation realm and immense essence energy. His attacking speed did not lower but increased instead. After waxing and waning, Yi Yuan's situation became increasingly more perilous. Just a moment ago, Tian Yu's firecloud finger was virtually about to touch Yi Yuan already. Just that tiny last stretch. But who knew why? Yi Yuan's movement speed suddenly increased again. Just now, Yi Yuan was clearly already at his limits. Why did it look like the last spurt of energy before collapsing? Tian Yu's finger came closer and closer to Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan's dodging also became increasingly relaxed, no longer as strenuous as before. Finally, the tip of Yi Yuan's feet tapped lightly, and he dodged several dozen feet away, pulling apart the distance between him and Tian Yu. Sword driving technique. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan let out a light cry, and soul force undulated out. Not far away, Tsanghua's sword which was stabbed into the ground gave off a series of hums and actually moved by itself. Tian Yu's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation. He pounced forward once more. But how could Yi Yuan give him another chance? Only to hear Tsanghua's sword pull out from the ground with a ding, then with a cold flash, it attacked Tian Yu directly. The Tsanghua sword flew through the air. Its speed was much faster than Tian Yu. In only a blink of an eye, the Tsanghua sword already arrived in front of Tian Yu. Tian Yu could only give up on attacking Yi Yuan and turned around to deal with Tsanghua sword. Tian Yu's vision was exceedingly good. His finger once again accurately tapped the sword's body, blasting the Tsanghua sword away. Except that this time, the Tsanghua sword did not land on the ground like before. Instead, it drew a single arc through the air and attacked Tian Yu once more. Just like this, one sword and a person actually tangled together. Tsanghua's sword could not break through Tian Yu's firecloud finger, while Tian Yu similarly could not break past the Tsanghua sword to attack Yi Yuan. The pair entered a stalemate once again. What sword art is this? To actually remotely control the sword to attack. Such an attack method is seriously inconceivable. Just now, Yi Yuan clearly could not hold on anymore. Why did his movements become increasingly faster all of a sudden like he was on stimulants? Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu nearly succeeded earlier, but he actually escaped just like that. Yi Yuan is truly too scary. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu holds all the advantages, but he still managed to pull it back. Furthermore, he even used such a profound sword-driving skill. This sword-driving technique is definitely a divine soul mystic art. Can you guys feel it? Yi Yuan's soul force is actually even stronger than high-rank alchemy masters. Just how on earth did this fellow cultivate? A 15-year-old 4th-level spirit condensation realm who grasped true intent, and his soul force is even ridiculously powerful. Is this fellow really human? Chapter 276, Opportunity. Chapter 276, Opportunity. Yi Yuan's current soul force could no longer be compared to the past. It could already sustain the sword-driving technique for some time. It was just that the requirement the sword-driving technique had towards soul force was too high. He could not keep it up for too long either. Furthermore, while the sword-driving technique was strong, when facing a half-step crystal formation realm expert like Tian Yu, it was still unable to gain any advantages. After over a dozen rounds, Yi Yuan withdrew his soul force and brought the Tsanghua sword back. This time, Tian Yu did not seize the opportunity to pursue. He understood that the same method was already useless towards Yi Yuan. Tian Yu looked at Yi Yuan with eyes like burning torches, appearing very excited. It was apparent that the battle earlier was to his heart's content. Looks like you had some kind of breakthrough during the exchange just now. Otherwise, it's impossible to escape from my attack range, Tian Yu said. Yi Yuan reached out to receive the Tsanghua sword and nodded as he said, actually, I primarily cultivate a fire attribute cultivation method. But, I keep being unable to learn the rudiments of the concept of fire. Just now, under your enormous pressure, I actually had some gains. Yi Yuan could not help sighing when he talked about. In fact, compared to sword intent, Yi Yuan's first breakthrough should be the concept of fire. After all, he basically had contact with fire the whole of his previous life and was all too familiar with it. But the previous life's Ji Qingyun was simply uninterested in cultivation and never comprehended the concept of fire. In this life, he stepped onto the Nine Heavens road by chance. Yi Yuan relied on his own perception to directly fuse together the sword intents, forming the elementary form of a supreme true intent. During this period of time, Yi Yuan naturally placed his emphasis on comprehending sword intent and also created two extremely powerful sword moves, the Nine-Sword Stance and Thousand Flowing Petals. But he cultivated in the Spirit Bristle Nine-Yang Divine Art for such a long time and did not even comprehend a single type of fire attribute true intent. One must know that the Spirit Bristle Divine King relied on this one cultivation method to comprehend several types of supreme true intent. The might of this cultivation method was clear at a glance, but comprehending true intent required opportunities and needed fortuitous encounters. Yi Yuan was unable to find this opportunity and lucky chance this whole time. But today, Tianyu used the Tier 3 fire attribute martial technique, Fire Cloud Finger, to push him into a desperate situation, and finally unlocked this opportunity. In reality, the Fire Cloud Finger and Yi Yuan's Essence Energy Ignition had the same profundities of achieving the same results with different means. They both augmented the power of the martial technique through igniting the essence energy within the body. They encompass said a type of auxiliary concept of fire attribute concepts, transmission true intent. This was actually a kind of very obscure concept. Exceedingly few people would go and comprehend it. Fire had no constant form but was an existence that could transform its own energy into other forms, such as boiling water where fire could transfer energy into the pot and water. This was actually a kind of energy transfer to the pot and water. In life, such examples were prevalent. The ignition of essence energy had the same principle. However, compared to a purely auxiliary martial technique like essence energy ignition, there was still an offensive concept contained within the Fire Cloud Finger. That was why its power was so great. Although Tianyu's Fire Cloud Finger was not on par with the Spirit Bristle Nine-Yang Divine Art, his comprehension of fire attribute concepts was above Yi Yuan. From this aspect, Tianyu's talent was indeed startling, and under the pressure from Tianyu, Yi Yuan actually produced some sort of resonance with Tianyu's Fire Cloud Finger. It was precisely this sort of resonance that let Yi Yuan's comprehension towards transmission true intent become even deeper. Essence Energy Ignition, this auxiliary martial technique instantly broke through its bottleneck and achieved the Great Circle realm. When Essence Energy Ignition reached the Great Circle rank, the essence energy that Essence Energy Ignition burned became very little, but the power increased dramatically. This was also why it was like Yi Yuan became another person, his movement speed becoming extremely quick. Yi Yuan had close contact with fire all his life and was extremely sensitive to fire from the start. He just lacked an opportunity. Now that this gate opened up, Yi Yuan would become completely unstoppable. Yi Yuan was presently also in a very excited state. Having Tian Yu who trained in fire attribute martial techniques was the most ideal opponent for Yi Yuan. He needed Tian Yu's help to comprehend this true intent in one stroke. Haha, excellent. Just now during this battle, I also had some gains and was just about to find you to test them out, Tian Yu suddenly said with a laugh. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he was clearly surprised. He could not help asking, "Then do we continue?" Tian Yu nodded but said, "Just a moment." When he finished talking, Tian Yu slowly walked towards the sword that he threw away earlier. What's senior apprentice brother Tian Yu doing? Why did he go over to pick up the sword? He's not planning on continuing to compete in the sword with Yi Yuan, right? Are you kidding? Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu even used luminous moon high above just now and it was completely useless against Yi Yuan. Isn't competing using swords with Yi Yuan is looking for a brutal beating? Under everyone's stupefied eyes, Tian Yu picked up the sword on the ground and gave a light swing. He turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Let's continue." With a sword in his hands, Tian Yu's entire aura transformed. Yi Yuan could clearly sense that the current Tian Yu was already completely different from the Tian Yu who was wielding the sword at the very beginning. When Tian Yu unleashed Luminous Moon high above as his first move, he had no confidence at all back then. But now, Yi Yuan could sense Tian Yu's powerful confidence. Could it be? The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly as he said with a smile, "Congratulations, senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. You seem to have really found your own path." Tian Yu was also rejoicing currently. He smiled and said, "I still have to thank junior apprentice brother Yi. Without you, perhaps I may never stride out this step. In order to express my gratitude, I'll personally defeat you. Haha, come on," Yi Yuan said. Tian Yu did not use Luminous Moon high above again. It was a plain and simple straight stab without any showy manner, but Yi Yuan felt an extremely strong pressure coming from the front of this simple stab. This strike, Tian Yu's sword actually suffused with traces of red light. When Xiao Jian saw this scene, his pupils constricted. Elementary form of true intent. Tian Yu, he comprehended the elementary form of a true intent. Luo Qingfeng was also quite fluid US turd right now. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since a powerhouse who possesses true intent has appeared in our Tranquil Cloud sect? Looks like heaven is really protecting my Tranquil Cloud sect. First, there's Yi Yuan. Now, there's Tian Yu. There's hope for the resurgence of my Tranquil Cloud sect. They were still currently unaware that the Long Tang who entered the sect together with Yi Yuan also comprehended the elementary form of a true intent too. Luo Qingfeng was quite unsettled currently. When he knew that Yi Yuan had grasped true intent, although he was happy, he was not as agitated as right now. Because he knew that Yi Yuan's monstrousness had already surpassed the boundaries of the Tranquil Cloud sect. He definitely would not stay in the Tranquil Cloud sect contently in the future. There would come a day where Yi Yuan would leave the Tranquil Cloud sect. And this day might not be too far away. Yi Yuan's growth was too rapid, so quick that the entire Tranquil Cloud sect could not keep up with his footstep. But the significance of Tian Yu comprehending the elementary form of true intent was different. Tian Yu was Grand Elder Sky Maple's grandson. He was born in the Tranquil Cloud sect and grew up in the Tranquil Cloud sect. His root lied with the Tranquil Cloud sect. As long as Tian Yu matures, he would absolutely lead the Tranquil Cloud sect towards power. Moreover, different from Yi Yuan, Tian Yu's road to maturity was still long. He had just comprehended the elementary form of true intent. There was still at least 100 to 200 years to become a top powerhouse of the endless world. Chapter 277, Let It Seethe. Chapter 277, Let It Seethe. Due to the loss of cultivation methods, Tranquil Cloud sect members found it challenging to even break through to the Soul Sea realm. Their situation even deteriorated these few years steadily. If Tian Yu could rely on the true intent that he perceived himself to break through to the Soul Sea realm and even higher realms, the significance would be too great to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Luo Qingfeng's gaze suddenly turned towards Yi Yuan, and he said with a marveling sigh, "Xiao Jian, did you notice that ever since Yi Yuan entered the sect, there have been many changes happening silently in the sect?" Xiao Jian was stunned and could not help recalling the incidents that happened around Yi Yuan during this period of time. "Ah, it's true. If Sect Master didn't say, I wouldn't even think of it." Martial Uncle Sky Maple entering closed seclusion, problems that troubled the various Pill Hall elders all resolved one after another, and now, Tian Yu actually comprehended the elementary form of a true intent. Thinking how it has been only slightly more than a month's time since Yi Yuan entered the sect, so many changes actually happened in the sect. Xiao Jian tallied the changes that Yi Yuan brought to the sect in detail and could not help being shocked. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, "Someone like Yi Yuan can no longer be described with genius. He's a person with a great destiny. The people around him can obtain enormous benefit. His master is surely an earth-shaking figure who will also give off extraordinary splendor when he enters the divine realm in the future. And for my Tranquil Cloud sect to be able to take in Yi Yuan is also a turning point to change the sect's destiny. Xiao Jian, you have the greatest contributions to have brought Yi Yuan into the sect. If Yi Yuan and the Tranquil Cloud sect fell out because of Yarrow Qian, it would definitely be a catastrophic disaster in the future. Xiao Jian was stricken with terror when he heard that. Back then, he had no understanding of Yi Yuan at all. It was only due to Lu Yang that he garnered interest. Even when Yi Yuan cleared the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Qi realm, he only felt that Yi Yuan had a lot of potentials and nothing more. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan could actually have the power to transform the entire sect? Thinking about it now, he felt unbelievably blessed. On the platform, facing this sword from Tian Yu, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight him. Essence Energy Ignition was released fully. 9 Sword Stance. 9 Swords as One. 9 Swords as One was Yi Yuan's strongest attack apart from 1,000 Flowing Petals. Facing this Astonis HI+ing attack from Tian Yu, Yi Yuan had to give it his all, only to see a blinding yellow sword light and a fire-red sword light clash together. Boom! A violent explosion sound echoed out. An extremely powerful blast spread out. Quickly dodge. The platform is about to give way, someone suddenly cried out from the crowd. Actually, other people already spread out on their own accord without needing him to call out. A large stretch of no man's land appeared around the platform. There were array formations protecting the surroundings of the platform which could defend against the full power attack of a middle-stage crystal formation realm martial artist. The strongest among the core disciples was only half-step crystal formation realm. This defensive formation was already more than enough. But these two people's powerful attacks had already far surpassed this scope. The platform's defensive formation was currently cracking apart inch by inch and was finally blasted open by the force. Yi Yuan could already wound Yuan Fei when using the 9 Sword Stance at the Essence Qi realm. Now that he was already at middle stage Spirit Condensation realm, the power of the 9 Sword Stance increased by more than a level. But the power of Tian Yu's sword, who had comprehended the elementary form of a true intent, was not worse off. When these two attacks collided together, how could a mere middle-rank Tier 3 defensive formation defend against it? 2 silhouettes flew out backward, cras. HI+ing heavily onto the ground. But the pair crawled up at the same time. Wiping the blood traces at the corner of their lips, they spoke unanimously, again. As they said, the two people attacked each other with the same move once more without another word. These two people have gone mad. Quickly dodge. Move further away. The defensive formation is already broken. We have to move further away to watch the battle, or else will be the collateral damage. A commotion immediately stirred from the crowd, but Yi Yuan and Tian Yu stood there like there was nobody around. Everyone had just evacuated a distance away when two attacks clashed together again. The two people no longer used any flashy martial techniques right now. It was purely the compet. One tie-on of sword intent, the class HI+ing of strength in a barbaric manner. The sword intent that Tian Yu comprehended was naturally not as profound as Yi Yuan's, but his cultivation realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. Supplementing each other, the power of the two people's sword moves were actually equal a match. Another rumble, a blast billowed out again. Even when everyone had retreated far away, they also felt that formidable force gust. HI+ing facefront. The two people flew backward again and crawled up together once more. Ha ha ha. Invigorating. Again. Tian Yu said gallantly. I'll accompany to the end. Yi Yuan encountered a hard-to-come-by opponent who was well matched with him. This battle was also fought to his heart's content. Most importantly, Yi Yuan already pushed Essence Energy Ignition to the limits. He had a feeling that comprehending the transmission true intent was not far away anymore. Battle was undoubtedly the best way to comprehend true intent. Boom, boom, boom. Each time they clashed, the two people were blasted far apart, but they immediately crawled up stubbornly and faced off again. Are these two crazy? Their tank is already exhausted, and they're still fighting. Yeah. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's half-step crystal formation realm strength also pretty much have very little essence energy left currently. I really don't know Yi Yuan lasted until now. What's even more maddening is that they already fought to such an extent and their attacks are still so fierce. The blasts produced from each clash is not a bit lesser than the previous clashes. How do they do it? Two demon-like existences. They seriously cannot be gauged using common sense. The two people's clashes shocked everyone until they were staring with mouths agape. Such a level of major battle was seldom seen in the sect. Even a showdown between two crystal formation realm martial artists would not be so ferocious. Tianyu could hang on until now purely by relying on his immense essence energy. But what Yi Yuan relied on to sustain until now was his comprehension towards true intent. Don't look at how his attack power virtually did not drop, his essence energy consumption became lesser and lesser. Just a teensy bit more and he could comprehend another type of true intent. Yi Yuan was about to lose even the strength to lift his sword currently. He looked at Tianyu, who was on the other side, wearily. He was not much better off than him. This was the last trace of essence energy in his dantian. Just a little bit more. A little bit. I can't lose. I still have to charge back to the divine realm. How can I lose here? Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and squeezed out that last trace of essence energy. Essence energy ignition. Let it seethe. That final modic of essence energy started rising like boiling water. This time, Yi Yuan did not feel any stagnation when revolving essence energy. That essence energy that was combusted away transformed into a waft of pure sword intent, entering the meridians from the dantian, then from the meridians into the Tsanghua sword. This instant, Yi Yuan felt unprecedentedly powerful. In the past, when using this essence energy ignition, there would always be some diminution in essence energy which would be lost. What Yi Yuan pursued all this while was to convert this kind of essence energy, preserving it 100%, and releasing it using the Tsanghua sword. But how could doing it 100% be easy? Each time he clashed with Tianyu, Yi Yuan had been fumbling over how to reduce this sort of exhaustion to the minimum. Now, he finally did it. 9 sword stance. Go for me. 9 streaks of sword light combined into one. Those brilliant sword lights blinded everyone's eyes. Chapter 278, The Rock That Fell. Chapter 278, The Rock That Fell. When he saw this final attack from Yi Yuan, a feeling of unable to overcome with force welled up in Tianyu's heart. Tianyu planned to use the last bit of essence energy to continue to clash with Yi Yuan. But when he saw this move, he backed out right away. He used the last scrap of essence energy to push his movement martial technique, performing a dodging action with extreme speed. Screech. The sword light was impossibly swift. Tianyu's decision took only an instant. Just as Tianyu's body left the original spot, the sword light grazed past his ear and left behind a lock of hair. A second slower and this pinnacle genius who had just comprehended the elementary form of a true intent would have had his head separated from his body. Talking about it was slow, but all of this actually happened in an instant. In that instant earlier, everyone broke out in gooseb. UMPs and just felt a chill down their backs. Many people clenched their fists, and even their breathing became disorderly. This sword was too powerful. It would be certain death if forcefully receiving it head-on. When they saw Tianyu dodge this sword, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Tianyu also breathed a sigh in relief. But when he reacted to it, he discovered that his back was already drenched. It was fortunate that his mind was sufficiently clear earlier. If he forcefully took this blow, he would be severely injured if not dead. But with this easing up, Tianyu discovered that he did not even have the strength to lift his arms anymore. He plopped his bottom on the ground and panted heavily unceasingly. Who? You won, Yi Yuan, Tianyu said wheezily. His forehead was currently matted with sweat and his head propped on the sword hilt, simply unable to look up. It was just that there was no response for some time after he spoke and he could not help becoming puzzled. Straining to lift his head up, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently sitting cross-legged. He actually entered a meditative state. Did this fellow comprehend something else? Yi Yuan's condition earlier was clearly even worse than his, but he released that unfathomable sword just for this comprehension. At this present moment, Tianyu's tiny bit of self-delight from comprehending the elementary form of a true intent already became non-existent. In front of Yi Yuan's perception, he willingly acknowledged defeat. Just by looking at the power of that final sword, and he knew that Yi Yuan comprehended something remarkable. Right then, A huge sound came from behind Tian Yu. Everyone turned their eyes over but were shocked until they were staring with their mouths agape. The rocky outcrop on Victory Peak not far behind Tian Yu was incomparably tough. At present, a huge chunk of rock actually slid down slowly. Chi! Boom! That enormous mass of rock finally detached from Victory Peak and fell into the 100,000-foot abyss behind the peak. After detaching, a bald patch was left on the main body. The cut was incredibly smooth. This was left by Yi Yuan's sword earlier. Yi Yuan's sword just now actually sliced off this hunk of rock. That piece of rock that fell down just now was probably several thousand pounds in weight. It's impossible, even for the average crystal formation realm experts, to slice it off with one swing, right? I thought that the slash released by Yi Yuan earlier was swallowed up by the mountain. Who knew that it actually left behind such a divine vestige? The mountainous body, which had a huge chunk shaved off, looked especially glaring currently. Tian Yu stared at that level cut and his scalp involuntarily tingled. If he were impetuous just now and clashed with Yi Yuan's move, would he still be standing here well and proper right now? Thinking up to here, Tian Yu's cold sweat, which had just stopped, drenched his back once more. Not just Tian Yu, Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Jian were also stunned speechless for a long time when they saw this scene. When they recovered, they shuddered unceasingly after the event. If Tian Yu did not evade that attack at the last moment just now, what would be the outcome? Luo Qingfeng thought about it. Most likely, the best outcome was heavily injured or crippled. Furthermore, the chances of such an outcome occurring were exceedingly small. The greatest possibility was Tian Yu dropping dead. That way, they would really have rejoiced too soon. Furthermore, the troubles after the incident would be sufficient to give them a headache for a long time. Yi Yuan is going to break through again. Luo Qingfeng was the first to recover. He looked at Yi Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged far away, and said. Except, he did not notice that his voice when speaking carried some trembling. Hearing Luo Qingfeng said so, Xiao Jian finally came around. He asked puzzledly, he just broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm not long ago. Is he going to break through again? Luo Qingfeng had a solemn face as he said, he was already a spent force earlier, yet he released such a powerful attack. It's evident that he comprehended something at the final juncture. Although Yi Yuan had not broken through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm for long, his realm is already very solid. Breaking through again is of no issue at all. Xiao Jian's mouth opened, but he did not know what to say. This Yi Yuan had truly surpassed the limits of his imaginations already. There were a good several hundred people spectating this final match. Currently, all eyes were focused on that slightly skinny figure in the center of the ruined platform. Indeed, before long, essence energy tempests howled on the initially calm and tranquil Victory Peak. Essence energy storm. Yi Yuan, he broke through. Turns out that breaking through realms can be so easy. I heard that when he just entered the sect, he was only at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. How long has it been only? His breaking through again. No, wait. This essence energy tempest is becoming bigger and bigger. Looks like it's not just breaking through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm. Previously, he broke through 2 minor realms simultaneously, breaking through to the middle stage spirit condensation realm directly. Can he also be breaking through 2 realms concurrently this time? 2 realms? You got to be kidding. Look at this essence energy tempest. It's even enough to break through to the 9th level spirit condensation realm, right? What is this fellow trying to do? Every time he broke through, Yi Yuan's activities were much greater compared to others. Because the essence energy required for his breakthroughs was seriously too much. Activities that Yi Yuan felt were very normal appeared abnormally horrifying in other people's eyes. The essence energy storm that he gathered was plenty to stuff a 4th level spirit condensation realm to death several times over. Before long, the essence energy that Yi Yuan had previously expended was already fully replenished, and he broke through smoothly to the 5th level spirit condensation realm. This to him was merely the lowest requirement. But to others, it was not the case. En broke through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm so quickly? Why do I feel like he completely doesn't have the feeling of breaking through a bottleneck? Just based on that sword earlier, breaking through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm is just like a canal forming when water flows, right? Something like bottleneck is only used to Enku and Beerus. To geniuses like Yi Yuan, bottlenecks are simply just ornament. True. Forget about Yi Yuan, even senior apprentice brother Tian Yu and the rest would have likely broken through to the crystal formation realm already if not for comprehending concepts, right? That's true. Comprehending concepts is laying a foundation. After comprehending concepts, breaking through realms will become much easier. Yi Yuan has already grasped true intent, so breaking through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm is indeed nothing much to him. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan started advancing towards the 6th level spirit condensation realm. After an hour, Yi Yuan broke through to the 6th level spirit condensation realm successfully. This was also within everyone's expectations. However, it was not over yet. Chapter 279, Uninvited Guess. Chapter 279, Uninvited Guess. Yi Yuan previously broke through 3 minor realms in one breath on the 9 Heavens Road. At that time, it amazed everyone in the Danwu Academy. But compared to now, that time did not even count as anything. The difficulty of raising a minor realm in the spirit condensation realm was more than 10 times harder compared to the essence chi realm. But even so, Yi Yuan still went and did it without any hesitation. To him, there was no so-called bottleneck. Furthermore, the current Yi Yuan had already comprehended the elementary form of supreme true intent and also comprehended the transmission true intent. Consecutively breaking through 3 minor realms was no longer considered much to Yi Yuan. One had to know that the vast majority of martial artists in the endless world would never be able to comprehend a type of true intent throughout their entire lives. From this, it could be seen how high the starting point for true intent was. But the way others saw it, this was completely not the case. Is he breaking through to the 7th level spirit condensation realm already? Is there a mistake? Since when can breaking through realms be done in leaps and bounds like this? This is not a minor realm. Yi Yuan, he's breaking through from middle stage spirit condensation realm to late stage spirit condensation realm directly. Although senior apprentice brother Tian Yu and the rest emphasized on perceiving concepts, to let them break through in full force, it's also impossible to be like Yi Yuan, right? It was no wonder that they were amazed. For normal breakthroughs, it would probably take several months' time even for geniuses like Tian Yu and Ti Wujiu. Breaking through like Yi Yuan, first, let's not talk about whether they would be stuffed to death by the essence energy storm. Even if they broke through realms, they would probably spend even more time to consolidate it. This way, the losses outweigh the gains. At this precise moment, a disciple reported to Luo Qingfeng. Sect Master, an envoy has arrived from the Heavenly Sky Sec. He already arrived at Victory Peak. Luo Qingfeng frowned and said, "Why are you showing such misconduct? Do you still need me to teach you all this?" When visiting other sects, most would wait for the host in the main hall and only meet after the disciple reported it. There was absolutely no such logic as roaming wildly. The Heavenly Sky Sect's envoy's actions were showing extreme impertinence to the host. When Luo Qingfeng heard that the Heavenly Sky Sect's envoy had already arrived at Victory Peak, his first reaction was naturally that the reporting disciple was insensible and directly brought the person over here. That disciple said aggrievedly, "I asked the envoy to wait in the main hall for me to report to the sect master, but he followed here right away. He even said. Said what? This disciple dare not say. I asked you to say, so say it. What are you stammering for?" The disciple gritted his teeth and said, "He said that our tranquil cloud sect is only slightly stronger than second-rate sects and is simply undeserving of the title of one of the 8 great sects. The Heavenly Sky Sect is the leader of the Southern Domain's great sects. As the Heavenly Sky Sect's envoy, having a look around is giving us tranquil cloud sect face. I was afraid, so I brought him here directly." The disciple was filled with righteous indignation when talking. It was apparent that he was filled with pent-up anger. Xiao Jian flew into a rage when he heard that and said, "Heavenly Sky Sect is really going too far. Sect Master, in my view, Just drive him out directly. Provoking our tranquil cloud sect like this, we have the moral high ground no matter where we go. The disciple also had a face full of righteous anger by the side. He was clearly very much in agreement with Hall Head Xiao's opinion. Earlier, that envoy's high and mighty appearance nearly made him give him a slap across the face. But Luo Qingfeng was not as agitated as Xiao Jian. He said to the disciple, "Didn't he come with you? Where is he?" The envoy seemed to have seen something interesting just now at the plaza, so he stayed. This disciple was afraid that I would bungle matters, so I rushed over to report to sect master, the disciple said. Luo Qingfeng's expression already returned to normal currently. He nodded and said, "You did pretty well. I'm the one who wronged you. Bring me to see this envoy." Sect master, we've already suffered enough of the heavenly sky sects bullying these few years. Now, even a measly little envoy dares to ride on top of our heads to take a dump. Xiao Jian said indignantly. Luo Qingfeng looked at Xiao Jian and said with a sigh, "While it is of a noble character to die in glory rather than live on in dishonor, in my position, I must make considerations for the sect's future, regardless of whether it's Yi Yuan, Ti Wujiu, or Tian Yu. They are all the sect's future, and our mission is not to show bravery for a moment, but to ensure the growth of these geniuses." Xiao Jian's gaze turned intent as he said, "But the heavenly sky sect is too much of a bully. Even a puny little envoy dares to strut around in front of us now, let alone others. We're at least the upper echelons of a sect. There's no need to grovel before an envoy, right?" Luo Qingfeng's face fell, and he said, "Xiao Jian, you're too naive. In the martial arts world, it has always been the strong who reigns supreme. Don't you have even this bit of understanding? Dignity isn't given to you by others, but it's you who award it to yourself. If you and I have the strength of Soul Sea Realm, why would we need to adapt to their mood? Now that several fine saplings have finally appeared in our sect, they mustn't be ruined in our hand." Luo Qingfeng's words made Xiao Jian unbelievably dejected. It had always been the strong who reigned supreme in the martial arts world. Weaklings were only eliminated and not sympathized. The Heavenly Sky sect was powerful, that was why their sect members dared to be so unbridled. Although Xiao Jian's way of doing things could obtain a momentary comfort, the aftermath would be too serious. Once they were given a handle, the Heavenly Sky sect might just use it as an opportunity to start a sect war with the Tranquil Cloud sect. In that case, the consequences would be serious. This was not raising a false alarm. The Heavenly Sky sect's wild ambitions were already laid bare in the open. Initiating a sect war was a possibility. With the Heavenly Sky sect's strength, the Tranquil Cloud sect would be hard-pressed to escape the fate of having the sect annihilated. The disparity between the number one great sect and a bottom-tier sect was seriously too great. In the Heavenly Sky sect, just the Soul Sea Realm powerhouses numbered quite a few, while the Tranquil Cloud sect only had Skymaple, this one Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Grand Elder Skymaple was even just an alchemist. His combat power was negligible. With such a great disparity, the Heavenly Sky sect being somewhat arrogant was within reason. As the master of a sect, Luo Qingfeng naturally could not be like Xiao Jian when considering problems. He had to consider the big picture. Especially after watching the fight earlier, Luo Qingfeng was even less willing to start a fight with the Heavenly Sky sect easily. As long as Yi Yuan could rise rapidly, what did the Heavenly Sky sect count as? Before the wings were fully feathered, forbearance was very necessary. Before long, the disciple led Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Jian to see the Heavenly Sky sect's envoy. Senior apprentice brother Zhongyu, sect master Luo has arrived, the disciple introduced. The envoy shot a casual glance at Luo Qingfeng but did not have the slightest intention of greeting. His gaze returned to Yi Yuan, who was currently breaking through. His haughty manner was completely unmasked. Sect master Luo, is there a need for so many people to surround and watch a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist breakthrough? When did your Tranquil Cloud sect fall to such a plight? The envoy watched Yi Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged, his words filled with mockery. The envoy was a young man around 18 or 19 years old but already had a cultivation of 4th-level crystal formation realm. Such an age, such strength, placed in the Tranquil Cloud sect, It was absolutely the status of a personal disciple. Except, the first sentence when meeting him made people very displeased. Chapter 280, Cutting In. Chapter 280, Cutting In. Luo Qingfeng did not get angry. He just used a very peculiar expression to look at this young envoy. When the envoy saw that Luo Qingfeng had no reaction after a long time, he involuntarily became secretly displeased. When the envoy turned around and saw Luo Qingfeng's expression, he could not help being stupefied. He asked in puzzlement, "Why? Did I say it wrong? Could this spirit condensation realm fellow have anything special? Haha, not really all that special. It's just that he just obtained victory and had some comprehension during the fight, so he took advantage of the opportunity to break through. That's why there are so many people surrounding and watching," Luo Qingfeng explained with a smile. The envoy had a disdainful look when he heard that. "If I didn't see wrongly, this boy seems to have gotten first place." As he was talking, he shook his head and said pityingly, "Your tranquil cloud sect is really declining with the passing of time. A 6th level spirit condensation realm boy can actually obtain first place in the sect grand compet. 1 Taion. What a joke." Xiao Jian was originally standing by the side patiently. When he heard such words, he immediately wanted to step forward and lose it but was held back by Luo Qingfeng. "What? Hall head Xiao seems to have some disgruntlement with me. Come, just come. As long as you're not afraid of my master coming over to take revenge." Seeing Xiao Jian's furious appearance, the envoy did not know what was called fear. Instead, he brought out his own master, and his arrogance became even more inflated. Luo Qingfeng was actually already furious to the limit in his heart, but as the sect master, he had no choice but to suppress this anger. This envoy clearly recognized him and Xiao Jian, but they had never met him, so they naturally did not know which mighty deity his master was. "Xiao Jian, you withdraw first." "Sect master, withdraw." Xiao Jian gritted his teeth, flicked his sleeves and left. Seeing Xiao Jian leave, Luo Qingfeng turned around and asked, "Your master is?" When the envoy saw that Luo Qingfeng did not even dare to let out a fart, he became even more pleased with himself secretly. That head of his was raised until it was about to reach the skies. "My master is Kai Zhongtao. I am master's personal disciple, Li Zhongyu said with a proud beam. Luo Qingfeng naturally would not make a fool of himself in front of a junior, but he was alarmed in his heart. Of course, he knew this Kai Zhongtao. He was one of the grand elders of the Heavenly Sky sect, a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. Weighing things this way, this punk was the same generation as him? No wonder this punk dared to be so insolent. Turned out that he actually had such a backing. Pressing down the unhappiness in his heart, Luo Qingfeng asked, "What did your honored sect send you here for?" Li Zhongyu said, "Of course, it's for something good. But this matter will have to wait for later. Right now, I just had a sudden burst of inspiration and feel like I'm about to break through realms right away. This place is pretty good. I'm going to break through here. Finest." Hi plussing. Without even waiting for Luo Qingfeng to agree, he scurried over to not far from Yi Yuan with a flash. Luo Qingfeng's expression changed. It was already too late to try and stop this. Li Zhongyu's essence energy storm had already started to gather. The two essence energy storms converged together very quickly. If Luo Qingfeng made a move to disrupt Li Zhongyu's breakthrough, it would definitely also interrupt Yi Yuan's breakthrough. Luo Qingfeng gnashed his teeth in hatred. Looks like this Li Zhongyu was spoiled rotten by Kai Zhongtao. He was actually so willful when doing things. How was this Li Zhongyu going to break through? This was clearly him wanting to smack Tranquil Cloud Sect's face. This Li Zhongyu was at 4th level crystal formation realm strength. Now, he was going to break through to the 5th level crystal formation realm. But Yi Yuan was only breaking through to the 7th level spirit condensation realm. How could he compare to Li Zhongyu? The essence energy storm momentum would surely be devoured cleanly if Yi Yuan broke through beside a 4th level crystal formation realm martial artist. Li Zhongyu had wicked thoughts. This was him wanting to make Yi Yuan fail his breakthrough by breaking through himself at the same time. Once Yi Yuan failed his breakthrough, Tranquil Cloud Sect would have lost face completely. Moreover, Failing the breakthrough this time would surely cast a very large shadow on Yi Yuan. Wanting to break through again would no longer be that easy. Li Zhongyu was evidently a clever person. Although Luo Qingfeng spoke vaguely earlier, he also guessed that Yi Yuan must have some aspects surpassing others. Furthermore, to be able to obtain the number 1 in the Grand Compet. One Taion with 6th level spirit condensation realm strength, regardless whether it was the Tranquil Cloud sect lacking successors or not, Yi Yuan unquestionably had some saving graces. Sweeping away the Tranquil Cloud sect's face in public and also ruining the Tranquil Cloud sect's genius disciple and even spreading the fame of the Heavenly Sky sect. It was truly killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. When Luo Qingfeng thought up to here, he was so enraged that his complexion turned green, but he was powerless to do anything. Li Zhongyu might be arrogant, but he also indeed had the capital to be arrogant. The essence energy storm was gathered casually. This unhurried manner was ample to show his might. When martial artists broke through realms, which one of them would not make ample preparations? Li Zhongyu did it on the spot. Clearly, he was full of confidence. That was also to say, breaking through to the 5th level crystal formation realm was not even considered much to Li Zhongyu. Such boldness, among the younger generation in the Tranquil Cloud sect, there was simply no one like it. Luo Qingfeng finally just let out a sigh. Now, in this kind of situation, Yi Yuan could only count on himself. Or perhaps, Yi Yuan could create a miracle. If it were another person, Luo Qingfeng might just really move to stop this. But Yi Yuan could never be measured using common sense. Some things that would never happen to others became uncertain with Yi Yuan. After all, there was simply no martial artist who grasped true intent in the southern domain. Yi Yuan was the sole person. In a blink, storms raged in the entire plaza. The 2 essence energy storms towered to the skies and meshed together. Initially, Yi Yuan's essence energy tempest was already very exaggerated. But Li Zhongyu's essence energy storm was more than a level stronger. Li Zhongyu was a crystal formation realm martial artist. The commotion when breaking through was obviously different. With a fellow suddenly popping out to break through, they naturally got a feast for their eyes. Who's this person? Why have I never heard that we had such a senior apprentice brother? What's this person trying to do? Why does he have to squeeze with Yi Yuan if he wants to break through and not find a place to enter seclusion? The situation is not quite right. This person is a crystal formation realm martial artist. The essence energy tempest that he created is so powerful. Essence energy storms are originally used to plunder the surrounding essence energy for one's own use. The essence energy storm that he created is already starting to pillage Yi Yuan's. Yi Yuan's in danger. If his essence energy storm is looted, then his hope of breaking through to the 7th level spirit condensation realm will be dashed to pieces. There might even be the danger of cultivation realm falling. What kind of mysterious person this is? Such a powerful aura. A 4th level crystal formation realm martial artist's breakthrough actually has such great commotion. Many people started to worry for Yi Yuan. Compared to a stranger, everyone naturally hoped for Yi Yuan to break through. Except, everyone sensed that the essence energy storm on Yi Yuan's side was becoming increasingly weaker. Yi Yuan's breakthrough also fell into a precarious situation, as if there would be signs of stopping at any time. If Yi Yuan and Li Zhongyu competed in supreme true intent, these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples would absolutely not worry for him. Yi Yuan had grasped true intent. Forget that Li Zhongyu was just at crystal formation realm, even if he was at the sea transformation realm, or even the soul sea realm, they did not think that Li Zhongyu could win. But they were breaking through cultivation realms currently, seizing essence energy. This way, Yi Yuan's true intent would not come in handy at all. Instead, his cultivation realm became his greatest disadvantage. How could a spirit condensation realm martial artist possibly be a crystal formation realm martial artist's match in plundering essence energy? Chapter 281, Li Zhongyu's Strength. Chapter 281, Li Zhongyu's Strength. Yi Yuan's breakthrough had just reached a critical juncture when he suddenly felt the essence energy around him diminish. Hi+ing and was almost unable to support his breakthrough anymore. The occurrence of such a situation made him feel rather baffled. Opening his eyes slightly, he saw someone else besides him. This person was apparently breaking through too. The other person's essence energy tempest was much stronger than his. It was clearly at the strength level that only a crystal formation realm martial artist should have. Yi Yuan understood the situation very quickly. Although this person looked very unfamiliar, just by looking at the other party choosing to break through beside him, he clearly had malicious intention. Towards guys like this, Yi Yuan would never be courteous. The corner of Yi Yuan's lips curled slightly. He sneered coldly in his heart and thought to himself, "Want to play a game of plundering essence energy? You're going to cry." Since the other party wanted to play, then he would let him have his fill. Seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's glance, Li Zhongyu also turned to look at Yi Yuan and did a thumbs-down gesture. The provocation meaning was very thick. Truly too arrogant. This fellow actually dares to do this sort of infuriating gesture. Does he really take it as if our tranquil cloud sect has no body? I remembered. He's wearing the Heavenly Sky Sect uniform. He's a Heavenly Sky Sect disciple. What? Why would a Heavenly Sky Sect disciple run all the way to our tranquil cloud sect to break through realms? Are you dumb? How is he coming here to break through realms? He's simply here to show off. Seizing essence energy for his own breakthrough beside Yi Yuan, causing Yi Yuan's breakthrough to fail, and even making such a hand gesture in front of so many of us, he's really bullying our tranquil cloud sect for having no body. That might be so, but this Heavenly Sky Sect disciple is really very strong. We have to do a crazy lot of preparations before breaking through realms and then finding an isolated place to seclude ourselves. But him, he just ran over here directly to break through. Furthermore, look at his appearance. He clearly still has a lot of strength left over, as if breaking through is like eating a common fare to him. I say, can you stop boosting other people's morale and diminish plussing our prestige? You're also aware of Yi Yuan's talent. Perhaps a miracle will happen. When the Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples recognized Li Zhongyu's background, they became bound by a common hatred for the enemy. Although most of them had never seen before Heavenly Sky Sect's people, they all knew the Heavenly Sky Sect's overbearingness. Rather, it was Yi Yuan who was completely clueless about this. Facing Li Zhongyu's provocation, he just smiled faintly and stood up. Yi Yuan was simply disinclined to bother with this sort of lame provocation. The way Yi Yuan saw it, this kind of provocation was simply like shrews shouting and cursing in public. You scolded me a sentence, so I have to scold you back. The best way to snuff out the other party's arrogance was nothing better than to beat the other party down, beat until they were genuinely convinced. Spirit gathering seal. Yi Yuan cried out, only to see Yi Yuan's hands move like phantoms. Seals fired out one by one. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm became violent again. Originally, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm already became incomparably thin under Li Zhongyu's pillaging, with the danger of dissipating at any time. But now, it was like Yi Yuan's essence energy tempest was injected with stimulants, forcefully snatc, hing much essence energy from Li Zhongyu's side, and was even strengthening continuously. As a high-ranking alchemist, he needed to master countless seals. There would be times where an alchemist would gather essence energy in order to raise the quality of medicinal pills. This spirit-gathering seal was a more low-end seal among them. Yi Yuan would frequently use it when his realm was lower in his previous life. After his realm rose, he rarely used it. But when using it now, it was still incomparably fluent, and the effect was also extremely powerful. With the guidance of the seal, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm was like a vortex, building up unendingly. Haha, didn't I say that Yi Yuan wouldn't admit defeat so easily? So what if he's a Heavenly Sky Sect's crystal formation realm? Displaying his paltry skills before an expert like Yi Yuan, he entrapped himself, right? That's right. Wait until Yi Yuan loots the essence energy over at his side clean. See how he breaks through. No biggie. To be haughty, you also have to look at the other person. You'll die a very miserable death if you posture in front of a genius who grasped true intent. Haha. Looking at Yi Yuan turning the tides, Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples felt that they gained face. Although they were not very familiar with Yi Yuan yet, they already took him as their own people. Especially in front of outsiders' provocation, this kind of recognition would magnify limitlessly. Li Zhongyu clearly also became conscious of this change and could not help being greatly astonished. There was an sable gulf between middle-stage crystal formation realm and middle-stage spirit condensation realm. The commotion caused by him breaking through realms was actually pulled back by a puny little middle-stage spirit condensation realm. No wonder Luo Qingfeng was so vague earlier, rather like treasuring his own belongings. Looking at it now, there was indeed something fishy. Heh, you certainly have some measly capabilities. But if you think that you can win me like this, then you're too naive. Return for me. With a low cry, Li Zhongyu's aura skyrocketed once again. Following that, his essence energy storm also became even more violent. The essence energy that was initially SNATC, head over by Yi Yuan, returned to Li Zhongyu essence energy storm once more. Yi Yuan's efforts earlier were all in vain right now. But Li Zhongyu's actions gave the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples a huge shock. What? This fellow was actually holding back so much extra strength. No way. This commotion of his is probably catching up to breaking through 6th level spirit condensation realm already. Could all the Heavenly Sky sect's disciples be powerful to this extent? What kind of joke is that? Looking at his age, he's even a few years younger than senior apprentice brother T Yuzhou, but his cultivation realm has already surpassed, said senior apprentice brother T Wuzhou. If breaking through to the 5th level crystal formation realm can cause such a powerful momentum, his strength is likely close to our personal disciples already. Is this the strength of the Southern Domain's #1 great sect? No wonder they dare to be so arrogant. How can other sects compare to this strength? Yi Yuan is on his last legs. If it continues to get pillaged like this, Yi Yuan's breakthrough failing is a minor matter. He might even injure his foundations. To a certain degree, the strength of the Essence Energy Tempest could represent a martial artist's strength and potential. The Essence Energy Storm when Yi Yuan broke through was several times stronger than ordinary people. This could reflect his strength to a certain extent. But Li Zhongyu's Essence Energy Storm being so powerful meant that his true strength was definitely much stronger than a 4th-level crystal formation realm. As for how his true strength was, it was hard to gauge, but it was definitely ridiculously strong. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfeng's expression was also not too good. He reckoned that Li Zhongyu's strength was roughly the same as Mo Yuntian, but his age was nearly 10 years younger than Mo Yuntian. After 10 years, what extent could Li Zhongyu reach? Furthermore, Luo Qingfeng dared to confirm that Li Zhongyu's strength was absolutely not considered the peak among the personal disciples. Luo Qingfeng did not even dare to imagine anymore. The disparity was already so great between the junior generations. Where would the sect's future lie? Could he really swallow humiliation and shoulder the burden to wait for the day the Tranquil Cloud sect rose? Luo Qingfeng involuntarily started to doubt it. The gap between the two sects was currently widening with each step and not shrinking. Besides, could Yi Yuan still mature smoothly after experiencing such a setback today? Chapter 282. I'm very willful. Chapter 282. I'm very willful. Under Li Zhongyu's pillaging, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm became smaller and smaller. When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples saw this scene, they unwittingly had the feeling of the fox mourning the death of a hare. This was the Tranquil Cloud sect's, no, the Southern Domain's #1 genius. Was he going to fail like this? Although they were unresigned to this, they also knew that this was not that their combat power was weak. It was the opponent who was too strong. No matter how much of a genius Yi Yuan was, he was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist, while his opponent was a genius martial artist from the Southern Domain's #1 great sect. Perhaps in terms of potential, Yi Yuan tossed Li Zhongyu several streets behind. But presently, Li Zhongyu was a whole major realm higher than Yi Yuan. If it were others, they did not even have the qualifications to force Li Zhongyu to use his full strength and would just directly lay down their arms and surrender. But Yi Yuan, a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist, forced out the other party's full strength. Originally, Li Zhongyu had a relaxed look even when breaking through. But now, his entire body was tensed. He was clearly straining himself a lot more. Although Yi Yuan's spirit-gathering seal was only a very low-level seal, Yi Yuan's attainments were extremely profound. How could it be so easy to seize essence energy from him? Facing this situation, Yi Yuan had a composed face as if it had nothing to do with him at all. It was only to see him took out several essence crystals calmly and casually struck them out. They transformed into several rays of light that flew in multiple directions. Essence crystals were crystalline bodies formed from heaven and earth essence energy. There was powerful yet pure essence energy contained within. Sect disciples mostly used essence crystals when cultivating. In the martial arts world, essence crystals were also used as currency. Essence crystals were very precious. Even core disciples did not have the right to use them. Only elite disciples would have an extremely small number of low-grade essence crystals every month. Of course, Yi Yuan was also allotted some low-grade essence crystals every month with his nominal elder status. The few essence crystals that Yi Yuan just casually fired out were middle-grade essence crystals. This was given to him by Sky Maple after completing the level 9 mission previously. Nonchalantly firing out so many middle-grade essence crystals made everyone's eyes pop out. This was really quite extravagant. What's Yi Yuan trying to do? Those seemed to be middle-grade essence crystals earlier, right? Wasn't he still core disciple status before this? Where did it come from? Who cares where it came from? The Heavenly Sky sect already bullied to our doorstep to smack our faces, and you're still in the mood to mind this. Cough, cough, isn't it because of momentary excitement? I say, what's Yi Yuan doing here? Could it be that he still has a chance to turn the tide? Yi Yuan's methods are inexhaustible. There might really be a chance to turn defeat into victory. Using so many middle-grade essence crystals at once, Yi Yuan can't be throwing stones to play, right? What's going on? Why do I feel like the surrounding essence energy seems to be drained? Li Zhangyu currently had his full focus on seizing Yi Yuan's essence energy and breaking through. He did not see Yi Yuan's actions. But at this time, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The surrounding essence energy suddenly became much thicker, and there were increasingly more current. Opening his eyes to take a look, Li Zhangyu immediately jumped in fright. As the few light spots around Yi Yuan sparkled, the surrounding essence energy became increasingly wild. Spirit gathering formation. Are you mad, punk? Your dantian will be stuffed until it explode. Li Zhangyu exclaimed. Yi Yuan turned to look at him and said with a faint smile, no problem. Isn't there you to be buried with me? Li Zhangyu cried out weirdly, madman. You're really a madman. Quickly stop. Yi Yuan made use of middle-grade essence crystals as the eye of the formation to set up a Tier 3 spirit-gathering formation. Originally, with Yi Yuan's spirit condensation realm strength, it was impossible to set up a Tier 3 spirit-gathering formation. But he borrowed Li Zhangyu's essence energy storm ingeniously, leading the big with small, overcoming a greater force with only a small amount of strength, and successfully set up such an array formation. The formation had already activated. The essence energy in the surrounding dozen-of-mile radius was siphoned clean by the spirit-gathering formation. Such power, forget about Li Zhangyu, a puny little 4th-level crystal formation realm. Even if a 9th-level crystal formation realm were here, they would also not dare to borrow such an essence energy storm to break through. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Yuan doing this was a way of Peries. Plussing together. If the two of them continued to break through here, the outcome would only be being stuffed to death by essence energy. Such a level of essence energy storm had clearly already exceeded the limits that Li Zhangyu could withstand. Doesn't this senior apprentice brother like to join in the fun? I created even more fun for you. Why aren't you joining in now? Yi Yuan still smiled faintly as he said. How could Li Zhangyu bother to bicker with Yi Yuan at this time? If this continued, his dantian was going to explode from being bloated. Let's keep calm and talk. Just now, it was me who was rash. Remove your formation first then talk. Li Zhangyu already had some hint of yielding in his words. Li Zhangyu was also like an arrow notched on the bow right now, it must fly. If he gave up on breaking through, he would definitely receive a backlash and affect his breakthrough after today. If he continued breaking through, how could he withstand such an essence energy storm? He was originally thinking of putting the tranquil cloud sect on the spot, but now, it was hard to dismount the tiger. But Yi Yuan laughed and said, "I'm very willful. If others find me to play, I'll definitely play to the end. You can choose to withdraw if you're not playing." Fine, I want to see just how you play yourself to death in a while. Li Zhongyu gnashed his teeth and said. "That's none of your concern," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Li Zhongyu already decided not to play anymore. He wanted to stop the breakthrough and withdraw out of the essence energy storm. The timing Li Zhongyu that retreated was perfect. The essence energy storm gathered by the spirit gathering formation had already formed. Even if he pulled back right now, it was already too late for Yi Yuan to want to dismiss it. Li Zhongyu did not believe that Yi Yuan really dared to break through realms in this place. Li Zhongyu forcefully terminated his breakthrough and immediately suffered a backlash. He only felt a metallic taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood was about to spew out but was forcibly held back by him. He leaped with all his might and actually withstood the violent essence energy tempest and charged out of it. The essence energy storm was currently already virtually materialized, visible with the naked eye, just like a tornado. Li Zhongyu being able to withdraw leisurely also sufficiently showed that his strength was very great. After exiting, Li Zhongyu no longer had that arrogance from before. The heavenly sky sect uniform on him was already torn into tattered rags by the essence energy storm. After leaving the essence energy storm, Li Zhongyu could not hold back any longer and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. He devoted all his power just now to break through but was forcefully stopped by him again. He clearly sustained extremely strong backlash and already suffered very severe internal injuries. Failing the breakthrough this time, the next time Li Zhongyu wanted to break through to the 5th level crystal formation realm again, it would most likely not be so easy anymore. Of course, with Li Zhongyu's talent, breaking through was inevitable. But this would surely delay him a very large amount of time. Thinking up to here, Li Zhongyu felt very depressed. This time, he really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. But looking at Yi Yuan, who was still in the heart of the essence energy storm, a trace of delight flashed across Li Zhongyu's heart. Ha ha ha, this punk is indeed willful. So willful until he played himself to death. With such a violent essence energy storm, I want to see just how you can break through. I really want to see right now just what kind of appearance you'll have when your body explodes, and you die. Li Zhongyu turned over and said manically,